Hello and welcome to the Le Mans Esports Super Final. We're into the final day of competition. At the very start, quite a number of months ago, 54,000 people entered to be in this Super Final. 54 people made it to this competition, 18 teams, 9 Pro, 9 Pro-Ams. Well, we're here on the final day. A lot of eliminations along the route to get to this point. We've got 3 Pro teams, 3 Pro-Am teams, 18 drivers remaining, all fighting for a prize pot of $150,000. It's quite a day today. Cannot wait to get to the end so we see who wins the big prize. And joining me right now in the studio is Chris McCarthy, who's been calling the shots over the last 3 days. And Chris, what are 3 days we've had?
It's been fantastic, hasn't it? We've now got down to our final 6 teams. The big money goes out today. It's all about the points. The points are crucial today. For the first 3 days, it was all about survival. Now it's about scoring as many points as possible so you can walk away with those big prizes. We've had some fantastic racing. We've gone through 70 years of Le Mans history, and now we end on day 4.
Yeah, we've been all around the world. We've been to the circuits of America. We've been there in Dakota. We've been to Sebring. We've been to Nürburgring, we've been to Le Mans quite a few times, and today we're travelling off to Le Mans and also to Spa. We'll give you more details about that, but if you just tuned in for the first time, you don't know what's going on, have a look at this.
The Le Mans Esports Series Super Final is split into 4 segments taking place on 4 separate days from Tuesday, September 15th to Friday, September 18th. There are 2 categories, Pro and Pro-Am, competing for separate $100,000 and $50,000 prize pools in different machinery. Points are earned by teams battling it out over 3 races per day. The 2 teams with the lowest points after Segment 1 will be eliminated. The points are reset each day, and the bottom 2 teams in Segment 2 are removed from the competition by the end of the day. Segment 3, featuring the 5 remaining teams per category, will put forward 2 drivers per race, and again 2 teams are eliminated by the end of the show, leaving us with the final 3 teams to battle it out on the final day. All 3 drivers will compete in the final races, with the winning Pro-Am team receiving $17,500, but with the Pro champions walking away with a huge $35,000 prize.
It's not bad, is it? $35,000 for 4 days worth of racing if you are the champions in the Pro class, $17,500 for the Pro-Ams. It is very, very impressive, the prize pot, because you earn money no matter where you finish in the course of this championship. We've lost a lot of teams along the way. Like I say, 9 Pro teams, 9 Pro-Ams have been whittled down to 3 in each class. So there's some big money up for grabs. We'll have a look at the very, very end of the day at who has won what and where they finished. But Chris, here with me, what are you expecting? What surprises have come along the way? Who's been eliminated that you were shocked about, and who's made it through that's perhaps surprised you?
Well, in the Pro-Am class, it was really hard to call because we were coming in with drivers who were very, very quick. They'd all qualified through, mostly via the Rivals events, where you have to be the quickest in your region to qualify through. And we also had the guys qualify through Autosport as well, and they had to be the 3 fastest drivers over 4 days. So we all knew they were going to be quick. We didn't know which teams were going to work together the best. The Pro is where we obviously knew the teams coming into it. 6 of them qualifying through for the Pro Series. Fast Racers Forza were the 4th best team in that, and they went out on day 1, which was, I'd say, quite a big surprise for us. But then yesterday we lost our reigning champions in Veloce. So to lose a reigning champion before the final day is always going to be a surprise. It's like, a team that's won the World Cup going out in the quarterfinals or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's a big, big story, definitely. In terms of surprise teams, well, I'd say we've got 3 teams going through that deserve to be there. Lazarus also obviously going through. Red Bull, they were 2 of the best teams in the Pro Series, and then Williams won our Autosport Invitational. So no real surprises in terms of teams that have gone through. Yeah, Veloce, I think that was one of the good teams had to go. So yeah, to lose our reigning champions was maybe a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Veloce going out, they looked a bit wobbly from the start. Really,
yes,
they didn't actually come through with what we expected from the very beginning. And Veloce going out, as Chris says, yesterday, that was a bit of a shock. But I suppose if you look at the course of the event here, maybe not a huge surprise when you think of Red Bull Racing, how dominant they've been. And Robin Betka, we'll go into detail a little bit later on, Chris, but when we look at the different drivers, Robin Betka has been absolutely incredible, unstoppable out on track for Red Bull Racing. Lazarus and Williams making up the Pro class. Let's have a look and shall we at the teams individually in the Pros.
Lazarus Racing finished the opening weekend leading the championship after Tobin Lee won the Le Mans endurance race. However, it would take them until the final races of the season to increase their win tally. With 8 podiums across 10 races and a lowest finishing position of just 5th, consistency was the key to a P2 finish in the team's championship, only falling behind Red Bull Racing Esports in the latter stages. After a difficult start in round 1, Red Bull Racing Esports trio of Alexandra Arnoux, Aurelia Mallet, and Robin Betka returned as a force to be reckoned with 4 wins back-to-back in rounds 2 and 3. Over 10 races, Red Bull scored 8 podiums and 5 race wins, catapulting them to the top of the Pro Teams Championship and cementing themselves as the team to beat. Williams Esports fielded a revamped Forza squad for Season 2 with a go-for-broke approach, building their team around the Autosport International Show qualifiers, giving themselves just one opportunity to make the final. A strong performance throughout the on-site event, combined with an incredible final stint, left them taking the checkered flag ahead of their opposition and securing their place in the Super Final.
So there you go, the 3 remaining teams in the competition. Williams up there, Lazarus and Red Bull Racing Esports. Chris, when you look at the different teams in the pro class and you look at the different drivers, I mentioned Robin Betka at the beginning of that one there, he really has been incredible. When you think of a driver who's formidable, top of his game, he's kind of the Lewis Hamilton of Forza, isn't he, at the moment, because he's just unstoppable, or he seems to be.
Yeah, he's been going out every race in a different car at a different track, and he's won all of them. You know, and he hasn't looked like being beaten either. You know, the only driver that came close to beating him yesterday was his teammate. You know, in the end, it was the Lazarus driver who kind of sneaked through to second just at the end when the Red Bull driver made a mistake. But yeah, he hasn't really looked like being beaten. So he's their real strong force. However, all 3 drivers are out from every team today. So as much as he can perform well, he's gonna need some assistance from his teammates. But yeah, in terms of if we look at the drivers individually, he's been outstanding.
Yeah, and what about Lazarus then? In the qualifiers we just saw from that VT, they were so strong, so consistent. I think the lowest point they got, lowest position in the qualifiers was 5th. So they were so consistent. They kind of had that in this competition as well. They've gone all the way through very nicely. Tobin came in at the end of day 2, did so well in the endurance race, and Lazarus making it through into this final. They start 2nd place in that competition, in that area. And the way it works here, because as Chris was saying, all 3 drivers are racing in each race. That means that Red Bull occupy 1st, 2nd and 3rd on the grid, and then Lazarus are in 4th, 5th and 6th on the grid. So if you're in, say, let's pick the last place team, Williams, who occupy the last 3 places on the grid. You need to get up that grid as quickly as you can. From your point of view, are you pushing through to the top, or are you trying to get into the mix, maybe the middle point, so you go into race 2 in 2nd place?
I mean, that would be a reasonable goal, wouldn't it, to be on the 2nd slot for the 2nd race. However, if you let Red Bull go and finish 1st, 2nd and 3rd, then you're going to lose a big chunk of points, and that's going to be hard to get back. And what that would allow is, you know, Red Bull to go on the sort of play it a little bit safe in the next 2 races. So you need to just make your way up as quickly as possible. Like you said, you know, the first lap in particular is going to be very, very exciting, because they're going to have to try and make 3, 4, 5 positions between them as a team to give themselves a chance to not only keep up with Red Bull, but then challenge them as well, because Red Bull, if they work together, they're going to be down the road in 1 or 2 laps. So they're in a very difficult position, but they're here. That's the main thing, isn't it? So they've got a chance. We saw what happened in the first race yesterday. Lazarus occupied the front row, and they tripped over each other, and Red Bull took the lead. So things can change very quickly in racing. Le Mans particularly, we've got the long straights around there and the big chicanes with heavy braking zones, so things can change very quickly. You know, Williams didn't look so good yesterday. You know, they looked like they were getting better and better in the first 2 days, and yesterday they kind of fell apart a little bit. So they're going to have regrouped overnight now, and hopefully coming into this, you know, they'll give themselves a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, a man who knows exactly what it's like to race Le Mans 24 hours virtually, but has never done it physically until this weekend. He's actually heading there to Le Mans. He's there right now, in fact. It's his debut this weekend. He races in the Golf Racing car in WEC. Is Andrew Watson, and he gave us his thoughts.
One driver who has experienced Le Mans in the virtual world, the virtual 24 hours, but not in reality, is the number 86 Golf racing driver, Andrew Watson. Andrew, I love this fact that you've actually done the 24 hours virtual race, but you're going in blind or, totally fresh to Le Mans next week.
Yeah, it was an incredible experience doing the virtual race, and in many ways, actually the race being postponed now means that I'm probably more prepared than I would have been doing that event. So yeah, it was fantastic, and everyone from the ACO and Motorsport Games did an amazing job. It was a big task, and it was really, really cool. And for us, it was a great experience, and it was great to finish a 24-hour race because we could hit the reset button a few times, which you can't do in real life. But it was fantastic, and we had Wolves football team in partnership with us as well. So that was really cool to get to know those guys, and it was just a fantastic experience.
Now about that, Andrew Watson there at Le Mans right now, preparing for his first ever 24-hour race in the flesh. That's got to be quite exciting. He's raced the 24-hour, the virtual 24-hour, so he knows what it's like to be there virtually. Yeah,
they were great to watch actually at that race. The golf racing team came in with quite a big sponsor as well. It was quite exciting to see them then. They were backed by the football team, I believe, weren't they? So it was great to see them there, and racing at Le Mans for the first time must be a fantastic thing. It's every driver's dream, isn't it, to go all the way to the top and race at Le Mans. Shame for him that he won't have a crowd, the 300,000 crowd that they usually have there this weekend. But there's going to be tons of people watching throughout the weekend, us included, and I'm sure it's going to be a brilliant experience for him.
But any of these events at the moment, because of the global situation at the moment, every single event, because there are no fans, in a strange way, that makes it even more special because it's so unique to what it normally is. I mean, the global viewing figures for Le Mans are going to be through the roof, aren't they?
Yeah, they're big enough as they already, aren't they? I guess with something like football or rugby, for example, you feed off the crowd, don't you, around you? You can hear them. In racing, I think you've got enough noise coming from underneath you anyway, so it's a little bit different, but it almost gives the drivers just a chance to focus on what they're doing. They're going so quick around the circuit anyway. I doubt they have enough time to, unless it's a safety car, to actually look at what the crowd are doing around them. So it won't make a huge amount of difference. And like you said, it's going to be one that people always remember, not for obvious reasons, because there's going to be no crowd there, and he'll get to be a part of that. But it's going to be a nice sort of easy into him to get off to a good start. Yeah, absolutely. So good luck to Andrew Watson. We'll be keeping an eye on him over the next 48 hours or so. Now let's have a look at the ladder for the teams that we've lost along the way, the pros and the pro-ams. I know that we are at the final stages here with 3 teams in each, as we've been talking about. Here's the pro team. You can see the ladder starting off segment 1. That was on Tuesday. We had 9 teams. We lost 2. They made it through to segment 2. Pick through that one if you will. You'll see the teams that have disappeared there. Wolves of Dawn being one of them from day 1. Moving into day 2, you see we had 7 teams. Into day 3, 5 teams losing Rise there on day 2. Day 3 yesterday, that was 5 teams down to today, where we've got the 3 Williams, Lazarus Racing and Red Bull Racing Esports. The Pro-Ams, well, the Pro-Ams have been really spectacular too. Different cars for the Pro-Ams to the pros out on track. They start 30 seconds after the pros start, but they get involved. I tell you, there's quite a lot of overtaking, and we'll talk through the next few races in just a second. But before we do, let's have a look at that Pro-Am ladder as well. We'll see who we've lost along the way. Apex Hunters on day 1, Le Mans Legends, Setup Demons, Hot Lappers, Hairpin Heroes, Arnage Titans, Endurance Elite, Tetra Rouge Rangers and LM Squad made up the beginning of it with the 9 teams. We got through to 7 on day 2, as you see, losing 2 every step of the way. Tetra Rouge Rangers through onto day 3. We lost them yesterday. We've got Hairpin Heroes, Hot Lappers and LM Squad making it through to the final day where the big money is at. So looking at these teams that are currently left over, with the Pro-Ams, they have the added, I suppose, element on this one here, really, where they're globally based. They're all away from each other. They don't necessarily know each other personally, but they've had to create these relationships, haven't they? Yeah, and for some of them, it might only be at this stage of the competition that they're really starting to gel as a team now. They've had 3 days to work as a team together, and by this time they're probably just starting to get into it now, and they're going to be going into the perfect day real strong as a team force. We heard from the hairpin heroes yesterday that they only really got their setup nailed down in that final race yesterday, and we saw what that did for them. They were actually in a fight with Tetrud Rangers for survival, and then they flipped that round mid-race to make it a fight for second with the hot lappers who had a disconnect. The Pro-Am was where all the entertainment came from, I think, yesterday. At the start, it was LM Squad versus hot lappers, 1-1 in terms of race wins going into that final race. Both of them, unfortunately, having some issues in that final race, and then we had a real close battle for second. So any one of those 3 teams can win. That maybe is a little bit different in Pro, where Red Bull look a bit hard to beat, but in Pro-Am, it's going to be really, really tough to call.
And actually, on the topic of disconnects, really, if you think in motorsport on circuit somebody may have a catastrophic engine failure, well, here in esports somebody may have a disconnect, and that is essentially the same thing. They'd be out of the race. They would get the points for where they would technically finish, but it means they wouldn't be able to work their way up the grid or anything. And that's interesting when you consider the way it works for race 2, because the point system will determine the race 2 grid, the point system determines the race 3 grid, and there are more points available in that race 3, the endurance race at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, yesterday we had in the first race the top 5 separated by 2 seconds. It was really, really close. The teams didn't really work together as such. There weren't drivers defending so their other teammates can catch up. It was really 5 separate drivers all going hammer and tongs at it. So it was really, really entertaining racing. I think that's going to be the same in this race. All of those teams, all of those 3 Pro-Am teams, all of their drivers have proven that they can race at the front. So those 9 drivers, it's going to be really, really tough to call between those 3 teams who's going to walk away champion. Yeah,
the gloves are certainly going to be taken off very soon, aren't they? We'll have a look at the cars and we'll have a look at tracks, and then we've got a very special message from a very special driver coming up as well. But we're heading to Le Mans first, the modern circuit. We've got the pros driving the Audi Sport from 2011, the R15 Plus TDI, 5.5 litre twin turbo V10 diesel. What a car! 550 brake. The Pro-Ams are in the Chevy Racing, the ZR1, 5.5 litre naturally aspirated V8, 485 brake horsepower. So quite a disparity there in the power, and they're racing Le Mans with a long straight.
Yeah, all 3 races are going to be great, aren't they? We're getting into more modern, the real modern cars now. We've got some of the LMP cars and the GT cars coming into it. Particularly the last race, that's going to be quite a good one because they're both in GT cars. But yeah, there's some really, really quick cars there, aren't they? Around Le Mans, it was only a few years ago that we actually saw these cars racing around Le Mans. So it's going to be more relevant to recent Le Mans viewers. They'll be able to remember those cars going around. That Audi was that was an absolute beast of a car, wasn't it? It was so quick.
And one car we know really famously from Le Mans is the Porsche coming into race 2, the 919 Hybrid. That is racing in race 2. We're at Spa, so got Eau Rouge and the rest of it to encounter. And the 2015 Nissan, the front-engine, front-wheel drive hybrid Nissan, that didn't do all that well. One outing at Le Mans, wasn't a great performer in that particular race, but we're going to see 9 of those out on track at Spa in race 2. Then we're back to Le Mans for the endurance race, where we have the Ferrari. We're going to the GTE, the 458 Italia Ferrari. Beautiful car, love that one. And we have the SRT Motorsport GTS-R as well. That one, 8 litre naturally aspirated V10. Oh, what a beast. All that is coming up on its way over the next 5.5 to 6 hours. Before we head to the first race build-up then, we have a very special message from a man who popped into the Le Mans tent last year at Le Mans, where we were racing the Le Mans Esports final. He popped in, had some words of encouragement for the drivers, and he's back again. Take it away, Fernando.
Hi everyone, Fernando here. I would like to congratulate all the teams taking part in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final for their performance so far. Winning Le Mans twice has been one of the highlights in my career, and I know that the victory for you will feel as incredible. So good luck to all drivers, teams in these final races.
What a guy. Thanks very much there to Fernando Alonso. Words of encouragement to all of our drivers. 18 of them hoping to be a part of a winning team in the Le Mans Esports Series. The final, the super final that is today. It is going to be incredible. Cannot wait to see what happens. And luckily we don't have to wait long, because the first race of the day is coming up. If you've never seen a race like this, you don't know what's going on, here's a little taster of what you're about to encounter.
The pro class are set off. They're going to swap positions Yes, they are, but Red Bull Racing look like they're going to get the pair of them. Was that Spahn? We'll pick that up in just a second. Oh no, one of the hot lappers cars has gone round.
Cars to come and try and lap them. We've got contact the Veloce car. It's so easy to just tap the rear end of another car. We see it happening again, another Veloce car involved in an incident.
And up the inside, this is for the lead, I believe, as Williams go down the inside.
Car going 3 wide into the final corner. Total Points Racing in the middle.
The Veloce cars found a space on the inside and through they go. Oh no, and one of the ProAm cars in there as well. Well, that's the Red Bull car actually taking the checkered flag. The car getting ready to go, and off we go then. Lights have gone green, and the Red Bull teammates leading us down towards turn number 1.
And up the inside goes Total Performance Racing, and there is contact through the apex of the race.
Yeah, the invisible pit crew goes. Oh, we've been given a helping hand.
Oh, the right-hander of Arnage. Hairpin here is going round the outside and then just snagging the rear end round. That's how the Porsche curves in there onto the yellow and catching some air into the gravel as well.
Oh no, that's not worked out well at all for the Le Mans Legends car and the cars working together, pushing each other along into the Dunlop curve, and we got 2 cars off. Le Mans Legends has gone off. At the inside from Indianapolis corner for the right at least. Oh, what a move that was. Tetrud Rangers sweeping round the outside. I haven't seen a lot of them, but Red Bull Racing are going to come out to take victory. Here we go for race number 3 of segment 3. They're off away and racing. Red Bull Racing are going to lead us down towards turn number 1. Williams almost going into the wall.
To make back, there's a car going wide. Is that the...
That's Isaac Gillis, and I think that may have gone off. You've got to be aware of what's going on behind you.
Especially when the car goes off in front. This is through turns 8 and 9, I believe. A little bit of aquaplaning there, and a big accident into
Williams.
the wall. That's turn 4 and 5. Now going under the bridge. Just,
wow.
So the
look at that. Total Performance Racing there, but nowhere to go. But we're on board with the Hairpin Heroes, and the Tetrud Rangers trying to get their way through, and the Hairpin Heroes have gone wide.
Easy to get distracted by 2 cars in front of you that are already battling. And then
no!
That's a Williams in the wall.
And the teddy bear is moved, hasn't it?
Trying to sneak through on the left, which they've managed, and then they just lose. They've lost the back end and hit the
they've
wall.
taken the Hairpin Heroes car with them. As the Veloce car goes flying down the inside, and contact there from the Tetrud Rangers. The Lazarus car trying to get through. Oh, just go off. Oh no! Tetrud Rangers car goes round.
Through that second place, sliding his way through Sunset Curve.
But in the Pro class, it's going to be the Red Bull car that takes the win. A brilliant performance from Red Bull Racing. Some fantastic racing there yesterday as the teams fought for their survival, and 5 teams in each class went down to just 3. And there's a taster of the racing you're going to be seeing today. And to help me call the action is Harry Jacks. He's now alongside me in the studio. Harry, some fantastic racing there yesterday. It was real brilliant stuff. We're going to have more of the same today, I'm sure, today, as we're going to be crowned our champions.
Yeah, they've got everything to fight for today. We've seen some great action yesterday, just carrying on from day 1 and 2, essentially. Every race we've had so far through the previous 3 days, non-stop action from lights out to checkered flag, and yeah, we're going to see some more hardcore racing today.
And you're used to fighting in these competitions, where you're going into a final day, everything's to play for, all the lights are on you, if you like. So what are the drivers going to be feeling? We've got just over 5 minutes now until the green lights are going to go out. What are they going to be thinking at this stage?
They just want to be in their own comfort zone, essentially. Try not to get into your own head. Don't start thinking about what might be happening. Just do what you know best. Drive the best you can. Just try and remain calm, remain grounded, and just see how the race unfolds early on, and then obviously you can react to the situations you find yourself in, because you can never plan for the start of any race, let alone a final. So yeah, just get off the line well, get through the first few corners. Don't get caught up in any accidents if you can help it, and just let the race unfold and then build it from there.
And we're going into, of course, one of 3 races here. One thing in esports is, unlike, if we're actually at Le Mans, they only have a certain amount of time they're allowed to be on the track, and only a certain amount of fuel and tyres as well. These guys have unlimited access, can go out there for as long as they want. It's just coming up to 3:30 local time here in the UK. What will the drivers have been doing?
I'm sure they would have just been maybe doing a few practice laps and the sight laps. Obviously, you don't want to be going in cold, essentially, just jumping into the car for the first time of the day. So they'll be doing a few sight laps, just getting themselves warmed up, getting themselves in the zone. And then, yeah, just having a word with their teammates, just going through the plan, just making sure you're all well drilled in what needs to be done and how it's going to unfold, working out your strategies, what you've planned. And, yeah, you'll be looking at the alternate strategies, plan B, plan C, potentially. Just make sure you've got it known to you as you go into the race, and so you don't find yourself in the middle of the race thinking, how do I react to the situation I'm in? And then from there, you let the driving do the talking.
Well, let's have a look at the track we're going to be going to first. We're going to be going there twice today. It is, of course, going to be the Le Mans circuit. Let's have a look at it now, Harry. Great place to start. It's going to be where we start and end today. What are your thoughts ahead of this one? What's going to be the key on the first lap here?
Well, Dunlop chicane is going to be the main action point of lap one especially. We've seen a few incidents there already over the last few days. Obviously everything to play for today, so they need to be extra careful to make sure they're not being compromised on the opening lap, because that can essentially ruin your day. We've seen it so far. You get caught up in accidents early on in race one. That just starts that's how things go for the rest of the day, and it's hard to fight back. So get through there early. We've obviously got the introduction of the chicanes again, so down the Mulsanne, some good overtaking opportunities, especially on the opening lap as well. So yeah, from there you just got to get your head down and see how the race unfolds, especially from lap one.
And of course, if you're on Red Bull, it's just about holding on to the lead. But if you're on those Williams cars, and the same in the Pro-Am class as well, those hairpin hero cars, they're starting at the back of their class. What are they going to be thinking going into this first lap? I guess it's just going to be about all of making as many places as you can on that first lap.
Yeah, they've got a real tall order ahead of them, but they need to make sure they're not visiting the stewards too early in the day, of course, if they're getting a bit ambitious into the first few corners. But that's the best time to make up positions. All the cars are closely bunched together, so you've got some good opportunities to make one or two moves in one corner, whereas obviously later in the race you might find yourselves a bit spread out, so it's harder to make up ground through the field. But from there, you just got to get your head down and see how the race unfolds. I've said it before and I say it again, that's how you go into these days, especially the final day. You never plan for it, and you just got to wait for your opportunities. Don't rush anything and don't make any mistakes by getting into accidents.
And throughout this competition, it's all been about survival. Basically, the teams have been fighting to stay in the competition, but now this is the final day and the points are crucial. Whoever scores the most points in all three races goes away champion. So how is the mentality going to shift going into today?
Yeah, there's no holding back anymore. There's no more of this, we're playing it safe because we've got to focus on tomorrow. We're just going to make it through and therefore we'll do the talking tomorrow. And this is the final day. There's no more of that. So they can go hell for leather. They maybe try a few things that they might not have tried over the last 3 days and see where that ends up.
Now, all three drivers in each team are going to be doing all 4 hours of racing today. So a lot of racing coming up, Harry. Let's get ready. I hope you're ready at home. We're about to go into the grid, and after that, we'll go racing for the first time on the final day here in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. So they scored the most points yesterday. That means they take the first 3 grid slots for today. However, all the points go back to 0, so it's all to play for. Red Bull Racing are going to be on the front. The unbeaten Robin Becker on pole position, Aurélien Mallet alongside, and then of course starting on 3rd place is going to be Alexander Arnoux. Tobin Lee will be the first of the Lazarus drivers. Behind him, his teammates Dan Neben and Ross May. Then behind that we have Williams, Isaac Price, Cooper Brzezinski, and the last of the Williams drivers, Nikodem Wisniewski. In terms of your grid order for Pro-Am, let's have a look at the order they've put themselves in. The almost unbeaten Gary Mitchell on pole, Alex Harrison alongside. Then behind that we have the 3rd of the LM squad drivers next along. Then we have the Hot Lappers team, Wesley Augusto, Ryan Beale behind that as well. They're going to be on the 2nd row for the Hot Lappers team. Then we have Hairpin Heroes next along, and that is the order they will be putting themselves in. Right, almost ready to go. Final thoughts, Harry?
Yeah, just got to get into the action, no hard and fast, nice and quick, and we're going to see them any second now heading into turn 1.
Right, let's do it then. It's the final day of the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. We're about to crown our champions. I cannot wait. I'm literally sitting up in my seat here. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Any second now, we're going to see the cars on screen, and we are going to be away for the first time on day 4 here in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. To remind you, the winners in the Pro class take home $35,000, and in the Pro-Am class, $17,500. There's $150,000 own total that are being given across all 18 teams. It's absolutely fantastic. We ain't messing around here, I'll tell you that. A lot of money being given to these drivers. They're going to be giving some of the drivers over at Le Mans a run for their money, aren't they? With some of the money these guys are going to be making. Absolutely fantastic stuff. We're going to be starting at Le Mans. Some great cars coming up in this one, the Audis included, and you see those on screen now. Red Bull on the front row then. Can they hold on to this lead? Can they get off away with a big point score? We're about to go racing for the first time on day 4. Here we go for the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. They're off away and racing. We see the Williams cars at the back. They're trying to make places immediately, but the 2 Red Bull teammates side by side, Robin Becker and his teammate going through Dunlop curve for the first time as we go up towards the Dunlop chicane, and it's a clean start for all 3 Red Bull drivers. There may have been 1 or 2 changes of positions behind. Looks like one of the Williams cars is cut across the chicane. One of the Lazarus cars struggling a bit out of the exit.
it there in the Pro class. We are already through the first few corners, and any second now we'll see the Pro-Am teams, and we go back to them now. The LM squad is going to lead the way. The Hot Lappers behind that, and the Hairpin Heroes next along. Gary Mitchell has won pretty much every race he's been in, and he's going to be the first driver in the Pro-Am class to take the Dunlop curve and in towards the Dunlop chicane we go. A few drivers locking up the brakes, but other than that, a tidy start as we expected there, Harry.
Yeah, it looks like they've all managed to get through unscathed, just making sure they can get through the first lap and then focus on building the momentum and seeing if they can make up positions where they can as they're going to be heading down the mile stand. Obviously the first real opportunity, as we can look at the top of the screen, we've got a few positions. The Red Bull down in 9th.
Yeah, well, one of the Red Bull cars has dropped down and is 3 seconds off the back of the field already, so a big shame that one of the Red Bull cars struggling at the start. Just going to have a look down here to see which of the drivers that is. I'm sure Harry's going to be on the case and that for us. Let's have a look at the replay of the start, and then that's going to be coming up very shortly. Here we can go then. Let's have a look at what happened at the start. I believe one of the Red Bull cars having a bit of a spin. We'll have a look as they come up towards turn number 1. All looking okay so far. We see the Williams car at the back there, just trying to stay out of trouble. But that's one of the Lazarus cars going off into the gravel. And I imagine as it reached, oh, there you go, that was one of the Red Bull cars that looked to be helped round to me through the Dunlop chicane there, Harry. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I think it's Arnu in the Red Bull, isn't it, who's dropped all the way to the back of Pro class. So it obviously Constantina's up into turn 2 and 3. You've got to slow it down for turn 2 and then try and get the good exit out of turn 3. If you do it too much, you can catch out the car behind you as they then knock into the back of you, spin you out. Obviously a lot of power in this car's rear wheel drive, so very easy to loop them around, and unfortunately obviously one of them, the Red Bull, has had that happen.
Well, unfortunately Alexander Arnu, he hasn't had good luck throughout this week already, and he finds himself spinning round, so a real shame for him. But his teammates still out front in Robin Becker and Aurelian Mallet. One of the LM squad cars dropping down here as well. We ride on board with one of their Hairpin Heroes cars, which are trying to make their way through, and they seem very confident at the end of yesterday. They've got their setup nailed coming into today, so they could be the ones to watch as we go into Mulsanne Corner for the first time. This looks like a battle for 4th place. The LM squad car on the inside there, but the Hairpin Heroes car is going to go round the outside there and go into 4th place. Brilliant start there from 7th to 4th in half a lap.
Yeah, it's a great start. Obviously, we mentioned how important it is to get a good start to the day, and especially the first race, making up good positions early on. The best opportunity to do so at the start of the race. You can make up some good places, taking advantage of others' misfortunes and getting involved in some incidents. And again, in the Pro class, Williams will be rubbing their hands. You know, they needed a bit of good fortune off the first race that we've got in the day, and they've got just that with the Red Bull car and the Lazarus car down in 8th as well. So they've managed to move ahead as a squad.
All right, that's one of the LM squad cars trying to recover there, trying to get down the inside of Hairpin Heroes. Doesn't quite pay off. The Hairpin Heroes car now, the two teammates side by side and just sensibly allowing each other through so they can go one by one through Arnage Corner. We've got one of the Hot Lappers cars right up there in 2nd place. LM squad are the ones still leading the way with Gary Mitchell. So as we had yesterday at this track, it's Hot Lappers versus LM squad at the head of the field. Now, to remind you how it works, throughout all 3 races they will be scoring points. Each driver of course will be scoring points for where they finish. They will combine that with their teammates to give their team a total point score, and at the end of this race the team that has the highest point score will start 1st, 2nd and 3rd for race 2, and then at the end of 3 races whoever has the most points will take home that top prize.
Yeah, that's also important in these races. Now, having locked out 1st, 2nd and 3rd, you can really work together as a team. Obviously, Red Bull have lost one of their cars, but you can see the front 2 in that's going to be Mallet in 2nd and Becker in 1st, I believe. They're just pulling away from the rest of the field. We've seen it before, yesterday especially, and it looks like they're going to be trying to repeat those antics.
Yep, well, Red Bull, point scores for this sprint race is 25 for the winner, 18 for 2nd, that kind of traditional point score we are all used to. So they're going to be getting big points there in 1st and 2nd, but with their 3rd driver all the way down the back of the field, that could leave an opportunity here for someone like Lazarus or Williams to get on the front row for race number 2.
Yeah, speaking of the back of the field, I noticed that Arnu's up to 8th. It's Isaac Price who's dropped to the back of the Pro class, and he's some 1,000 foot behind the car in front of him, so I don't know if he's had an accident somewhere along the way or what, but say we were just saying how Williams would be rubbing their hands at the start, but so they need all their drivers to perform early on to then progress through the day in as good shape as possible. But unfortunately they've got a car in 7th as well. You can see Isaac there 17 seconds off the lead, 8 seconds behind the car in front, so he's obviously running into some issues as well.
Looking at the Lazarus car here, The two teammates trying to work together just like the two Red Bull cars are out in front. Sensible stuff here. There are your two Red Bull teammates out in front. Lazarus in third and fourth, so it's going to be a battle between the teams just like we expected. Now I believe this is a battle for second on track with LM Squad behind the Hot Lappers car. Other LM Squad car up in the distance. In fact, no, this is a little bit further back, isn't it? This is the third of the LM Squad cars, which is down in 8th place, so similar to what Red Bull have. The LM Squad cars with 2 cars at the front and 1 down the back of the field.
Yeah, there's a DNF there in 9th place, isn't there? So
no.
Wesley Augusto, I don't know what's happened to him, but he's showing as a DNF already. So disastrous start. It's not the first time we've seen that happen for the Hot Laps, is it? They've had a driver having issues.
That was Wesley, and he had a disconnect yesterday.
Yeah, so carrying on where he left off, unfortunately, and that's a disastrous start to the day. But no, they can't. The other 2 drivers can't let that get to them. They've now got to carry their team. The weight's on their shoulders. They've just got to get their heads down and do what they can.
Yeah, we will be bringing you live points throughout the day as well to let you know exactly where we are throughout the competition. But your 3 Hairpin Heroes cars all together there in 4th, 5th and 6th. So that's a strong start considering they started 7th, 8th and 9th.
Yeah, so crucial at this point of the day. Early start, just a couple of laps into the first race. If you can really get a good mental ability going on, say we're moving forward, we're not languishing at the back. Yeah, we started at the back, but we are now making progress, taking advantage of others' misfortune and not struggling ourselves, then that can really play a part in how the rest of the race will unfold and potentially even the rest of the day.
Probably we're going to strategy is going to come into play here as well, isn't it? There's surely going to be, I'd say, 1 pit stop in this race.
Most likely, and of course we're going to potentially run into the lapping, of course, with the Pro class and the Pro-Am, with the differences between these two. We've seen how many issues that's caused over the last few days, especially with race leaders of Pro class getting caught out lapping drivers, and then Pro class cars having crashes and then getting caught up with the Pro-Am cars as well. So you can see these guys already coming through the first part of lap 3. So we're going to see maybe a lap or 2 going on the Pro class cars by the end of the race. And Le Mans is a good area for overtakes to happen and lapping of cars to happen. But if it's in the last part of the track, that's where the danger really seems to come from.
Lazarus versus Williams here. This is a battle for 5th place. We go on board with Williams. Nikodem Wisniewski, who had a bad end to the day yesterday, having a spin around the Sebring circuit. And he was one of many, I think, that took a spin there. Replay.
Yes, this is down into Indianapolis, isn't it? So we've got the Lazarus car ahead of the 2 Williams. There's contact into the left hand of the Williams car going all the way round and spinning completely. So he's dropped himself way down. So that might even been Isaac Price potentially on the first lap. That's why he's so far down the back of the grid. So a disastrous start. You can't afford to have that kind of mistake so early in these races because it just puts your team and yourself on the back foot.
And we had that Red Bull car down the back. You had a chance to take advantage of it, but Isaac Price, all on his own, has turned himself round, and that's not going to do his teammates any favours whatsoever. But this is one of the Lazarus cars down the inside of Nikodem Wisniewski, and that is briefly going to be a change of position, but I think Nikodem Wisniewski will take that place right back on the exit. They'll be side by side now down to Mulsanne corner. It's going to be who has the better run out of the corner. There you can see the Williams cars. Nikodem Wisniewski in vision for you, and he's going to have the inside going in towards Mulsanne corner. We wait to see them hit the brakes. There we go, and that is a change of position. The Lazarus car trying to take a wide line, and he's going to stay all the way around the outside. Well, Wisniewski, I think, almost too polite there.
Yeah, very fair driving for him, wasn't it? He left him a lot of space, and he took advantage of it, did Ross May, in that third Lazarus car on track. Just getting the power down so much earlier, taking that wider line. He's now back in behind his teammates. You can see the Red Bull car lurking in the background as well, trying to fight back from his disastrous start. So Lazarus car, the third one's managed to make its way through the field back onto the rest of his teammates. So they're currently 3rd, 4th and 5th. And we'll see how the Red Bull car of Arnu gets on with the Williamses as well. Yeah,
this is going to be allowing the Red Bull car to close back in, isn't it? There you can see it in the background. So they've kind of given an opportunity here to Alexander Arnu to almost a get out of jail free card, isn't it? To give him a chance to fight his way back through. So Red Bull 1 and 2, Lazarus 3 and 4. Very much the two teams fighting for that top spot. Lazarus 3, 4 and 5, Williams 6, 7 and 9, Red Bull 1, 2 and 8. That is your positions in the Pro class. So every team seems to be having drivers performing well, but then one driver performing badly.
Yeah, Williams will be disappointed. Obviously, they took advantage on the first couple of laps of others' misfortune, but in terms of actual just pace, they seem to be lacking and struggling a little bit, I think. So the Lazarus car was behind both of them, and he's now driven through the Red Bull of Arnu as well. looking to try and do the same thing. But obviously, if Anu can clear the Williams cars, that's where the real battle is going to be, of the third Lazarus car versus the third Red Bull car. There's a lot to play for there in terms of the points and what it might mean going into the starting grid of race 2.
Yeah, I'd say, to be fair to Lazarus, actually, it's...
Oh, wait, there's a spin. Anu in the background in the Red Bull has dropped out the final corner, so another mistake already. So that hard work to catch up the time that he lost earlier on, he's just thrown away again.
Well, spin out of the Ford chicanes, unfortunately, and Red Bull are going to drop down the field. So what a disaster that is for them. Had a chance to get himself back through the order and up into the top 5, but Alexander Anu has now thrown that away by getting a little bit too eager on the throttle coming out of the final chicanes there, and Anu unfortunately spinning round. So things going from bad to worse for Red Bull. They look like they're going to finish down at the back of the field here, although they are leading the race, of course. First and second still with a 5-second gap over Lazarus, who are 3, 4 and 5, and Williams then next along 6 and 7. Is that going to allow Isaac Price to close in on Red Bull? Yes, it is. So now Anu and Price together on track at the back of the field, and that could be a real crucial battle, couldn't it, in terms of all 3 teams, because if that Red Bull car drops to the back, then that might see Lazarus be the best team in 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Absolutely, and of course for Williams now, they're struggling at the moment, but any position they can gain, even if it's worth just a couple of points, could make a big difference by the end of the day, and they'll be hoping for their sake that maybe races 2 and 3 suit them more, because at the moment they seem to be struggling just a little bit. Obviously they've got 2 cars there on the back of the third Lazarus, so they're not falling away, they're staying in the slipstream of that pink car ahead of them, so they're still able to fight there. But they'll have to see if they can actually get any pace to try and overtake that Lazarus car that's not able to make inroads towards his teammates.
An intriguing start here in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final, the final day of racing. We have Red Bull 1st and 2nd in the Pro class, Lazarus 3rd, 4th and 5th, Williams 6th, 7th and 9th, and then the 3rd of the Red Bull cars currently down in 8th place. But for how long? Because look how close it is between Red Bull and Williams, just a few tenths between them in the battle for 8th. And the thing about this format, Harry, is that, as you said, could be the difference in a team winning top prize come later on. We're on board with Nikodem Wisniewski. There he is in the bottom right hand of your picture, trying to get past this Lazarus car ahead of him as they go in towards Indianapolis. It's the battle for 5th. Ross May ahead of us under all kinds of pressure here. He's doing the best he can for his team. His 2 teammates are up ahead working together, and now Ross, his job really, all it is just to defend, isn't it? It's not about trying to make any more positions now. For Ross May, the team will be saying to him, just defend, defend, defend all the way to the flag.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. He's not got a lot to gain by trying to catch up to his teammates, because he's just the team's going to score as many points as they are, so he might as well try and act as a cork in the bottle for the guys behind and let these 2 teammates in front try and catch the Red Bull pair if they can. You can see just how much of the track they're using. They're giving it absolutely everything. Despite that, he's actually losing time to the Lazarus car. So they've obviously got differences in setup. Maybe we've heard that over the last few days, how important that can be to your race, and you've got to make sure you've absolutely nailed it, and whether you've accounted for being stuck behind another car or race or not. But with the way the days have gone so far, I'd be surprised if anyone hasn't taken that into account. But at the moment, the Williams car's still hunting as a duo. Ross May looking like he's got enough in hand at the moment to keep them behind. Obviously, that's planned from him to do so. He's not got to stretch his legs, so there might be a change of position between the Williams here.
Yeah, they might as well swap round or give each other a push. In fact, there you go. So they're going to push each other along. It was just one small mistake, wasn't it? Now, the Pro-Am class, it looks like the LM squad is still leading that race. The Pro class has been giving us kind of all the action for the last couple of laps, but we've got to remember there is another class out there, and this is the Pro-Am class. This is one of the LM squad cars, not the one that is leading, of course, but this is another one of them, the one a little bit further down the field, battling with the Hot Lappers car there. So LM squad lead from Hot Lappers, LM squad 3rd, Hairpin Heroes 4th, wide open at the front, isn't it? And then Hairpin Heroes, they're the most consistent, 4th, 5th and 6th. This is the LM squad car battling for 7th with the Hot Lappers car. Sadly, the 3rd Hot Lappers car out of the race, and that's really hampered their chances in terms of going for the top step early doors here. So Wesley Augusto is going to be absolutely furious with his internet. I guess I don't know who he'll be having work. He'll be on the phone, won't he, to his internet provider tomorrow. But that's the 2nd time that's happened to him. This is the battle for the lead, though, Harry. Not a lot in it at all. That's just a few seconds. We're not even halfway through, though, so plenty of time for that Hot Lappers car in 2nd to close in on Gary Mitchell, who we have said now has been very hard to beat so far this week.
Yeah, I think if you're that hot lappers car in second, the one car you wouldn't want to see in front of you is Gary Mitchell and the M Squad vehicle, and that Corvette. He's been so formidable, this super final. And he doesn't seem to show any kinds of pressure getting to him. Doesn't seem to make too many mistakes that we've seen. So at the moment, you can see him in the bottom right there, focused as you can be, just filing it through the right hand and the left hander. So not looking like he's under too much pressure, just nice and calm behind the wheel of that car, just feeding it through the apexes and doing exactly what he needs to at the moment. Yeah,
doing a very good job. He's used to having an empty track ahead of him so far this week, isn't he? Unless there's traffic, but other than that, he's found himself catching the pro drivers sometimes, isn't he? He's been really, really impressive. Down towards the forward chicanes now. This on lap number 4 of 17 for the Pro-Am guys. The pro guys already on to lap 5. Out of the final couple of corners we now go. And very good stuff so far. The hot lappers driver in second there, doing the best he can to try and hold on. But so far, Gary Mitchell is making that task very, very difficult. He's got a good few seconds in hand now as he comes through into the Dunlop chicane. This on lap number 5 of 17. In second place there for the hot lappers is Zach Taylor. Zach Taylor, another driver who's been impressive so far this week, but can't quite keep up with our race leader so far. Now the Hairpin Heroes team find themselves all together. We heard from them yesterday after that final race. They did a brilliant job to make it into today. Really, they've got nothing to lose. They feel that their setup was getting better and better. There we can see the famous mascot, who's definitely sat up this time, was falling asleep yesterday, the teddy bear, but definitely excited for this one, as we all are. Onto the Mulsanne straight we go.
Yeah, I think everyone's sat up for the final day, the super final, aren't they? It's great to see it. For a team, they'll be happy with the fact that all three drivers seem to have similar pace. They're obviously working well together. I think ultimately they just wish all three of them would have a bit more pace to be able to take it to the leaders, but at the moment they don't seem to be able to have anything to take the race any further forward for themselves. But it's a solid result to have at this point of the day, early on, first sprint race that we've got. Just get some points on the board, work together as a team. It's almost better to be that way, because at least you've got the consistency through your drivers, rather than thinking, well, we've got some good drivers up front and then our third driver is maybe languishing down the back and skewing our results and our points a little bit.
Yeah, they'll score 30 points, which isn't bad at all. Let's talk a little bit about the cars that they are in. Harry, we can see the speed graphic there in the bottom right-hand side of the screen. Just tell us about the cars the Pro-Am class are at.
Yep, so it's the 2011 Chevrolet Corvette Racing ZR1, so 485 horsepower, 480 torques there or thereabouts, and about 1,250 kilos of weight. So a quite a heavy car, a lot of power, a thunderous noise, of course, from that 5.5 litre V8. So it's a glorious sound, certainly waking the wildlife up, that's for sure. As I think the car actually took the victory in the 24 Hours of Le Mans for the GTE Pro category in that 2011 year. So a bit of heritage there for these guys to indulge themselves into. But I think they'll probably be indulging just driving the car and experiencing it also much more.
It was one of those cars yesterday that. One of those cars last year, sorry, when you were at Le Mans, you could hear coming from a mile off. But we'll come back to that in a second. Now we're hearing that Wesley Augusto, it wasn't a connection issue, it was that he had a bit of a shunt, and that is why he is out of the race.
Yeah, so it sounds like we're getting through it as a game crash rather than a car crash, so to speak.
Well, yeah.
So it's although I suppose maybe the game crash probably did cause his car to crash anyway.
Yeah, I think yeah.
Unfortunately for
you
him,
can rescue me with that. Yeah,
but it's one of those things where it's another technical issue outside of a driver issue. There's nothing he can do about it, which has impacted him, the team, and essentially, or possibly, how much money they might be winning at the end of the day. Obviously, for their sake, we hope that it doesn't impact them. No, it won't be a case that they look back at the end of the day and think, well, if we didn't have that error, we would have maybe scored a few more points and then ended up maybe winning a bit more money. We hope that doesn't impact it. But unfortunately, they're going to have to see what the other two drivers can do and hope for his sake that he can get things sorted for the other two races later today. Because obviously, they can't just sub him out and have the other two drivers take part. All three of them have to take part in every single race.
I think that there'll be a controller that has fallen to pieces after the game crash for Wesley Augusto.
Falling very forcefully, probably, I imagine.
Yeah. Now we are hearing that Lazarus have picked up a 3-point penalty. So that great point score that they were on for there in third, fourth and fifth has now taken a slight knock for them, because they're going to lose 3 points out of that, unfortunately. So Lazarus, real shame for them. They were on for, as we said, strong points, but they're going to lose 3. It's really not what you need, is it, to give yourself 3 points? So, well, into the pits. Let's go back to that in a second because we've got our leaders into the pits.
Yeah, so interesting. We're at the end of lap 6 as that, isn't it? So they haven't made it to half distance. Now, whether that's a strategy call to, we've seen it over the last few days where you pit earlier and then you obviously run the car completely dry at the end of the race, only making that one pit stop, or whether the cars are just that thirsty and they'll need to make another pit stop later on in the race. We'll have to wait to see how that plays out, but Red Bull have always been sort of the kings of the undercut so far from the last few days of racing. That pit stops are being required. They always tend to go on the early side of things and they go from there. So you can see here with the Williams car it's 52%. So obviously they haven't pitted. Obviously to get halfway through you're going to have to do about 8.5 laps, aren't you? So they're not quite, they're probably going to need one pit stop then, I imagine. I don't think they can do enough fuel saving to get to the end without having to do anything, but one pit stop's likely going to be the order in place.
Well, you've got to say, if you're at 52% on lap 7, surely it's worth a go, right? Surely it's worth trying to go to the end, no?
Well, unless they found something with the engine that lets them use 2% of fuel for a lap and a half, I'm not too sure, but that's going to be some serious slipstream and lift and coast. I don't think they'd make it in any kind of sensible shape, unfortunately. So I'm sure it's one of those things they would have looked at in practice, of course. Yeah. Is there any way we can make it to the end without a pit stop? I'm sure they've all come to the answer of no.
So, basically, would that have made Red Bull's pit stop shorter by coming into this now?
Yeah, so they wouldn't have had to put as much fuel in. So obviously you wait for the tyres to be done, but then if you're not having to put a full tank of fuel in and you're only having to fill up the top half, then you're going to have a quicker pit stop. And then obviously come the end of the race, because you're pitting early, you're burning off the fuel compared to the guys who are going to have to pit later, have more fuel on board because they'll have to be filled to the brim whenever they pit. Then, that's going to benefit them on both ends of the scale. So that's a good point you bring up.
That's the luxury they have. You've got 2 drivers at the front. They could have left one driver out and then let the other one come in, but I guess there's no point that they can push each other around, essentially, can't they? So
they're obviously just confident in the strategy, aren't they? They're confident that is the way to do things, and the other option that's available is not worth doing. And I would trust them. They've been so good so far in the super final. They know it would be a silly man to bet against their strategy.
Here's Dan for Lazarus into Mulsanne 2, He's done a great job. Did a great job yesterday in the final race. Yeah,
well, he had a massive moment. I think it was on day 1 on this circuit, wasn't he? He had an accident through Indianapolis where he was completely locked arms. He looked like a bit of an octopus trying to wrestle the car back from an accident, and somehow had the best bit of car control I think I might have ever seen. Hopefully, I think in this car he has that kind of accident. He'll have to be a bit more than an octopus to try and save it, but he's on his own at the moment out there. From what I can tell, he's about 3.5 seconds behind his teammate, and then he's got a bit of a gap to the Red Bull car behind. That's 10 seconds down the road, so a little bit lonely at this point of the race, but I'm sure that'll suit him just fine, so he can just crack on and concentrate on his own pace.
Points so crucial, even in this first race, isn't it? Every point counts, and we will get points for you coming up as we get into the races, live through the races as well, so we can keep you exactly up to date. I mean, we could go back to doing the maths ourselves, but
nobody wants to go through that pain again, do they? Especially you.
Ew, what a move that was. Well, that was to get that. Now this is the places you do not want traffic, whether you're lapping them or whether you're being lapped, is it through the Porsche curves. And well, that was Lazarus trying to get through the LM squad car there.
Yeah, you think you're going through this and you think we're on an 8.5 mile circuit, and why do you have to catch us here? Now, this is the worst place you could do it. But we'll have to see what's led to that, whether it's just then catching it on pure pace or if there's any mistakes involved. But coming into the final few corners for the Pro-Am class, this is the LM squad car, isn't it, we're on board with?
Out of the chicanes now, in the background there you can see one of the Williams cars that's closing in. So that's the second of the LM squad cars. In second, that doesn't sound bad at all, does it? Now this is the battle going on, I think this is for 5th, isn't it? With Lazarus and Williams making their way downhill. Hot Lapper's car ahead, but they're both going to get through without too many disruptions. Up towards Tete Rouge now. So we're about halfway through now, aren't we? We're getting to half race distance. It's been a pretty event. There's been some big drama in the race so far already with that. We had that Red Bull car spinning. We had Williams spinning as well. We've had the game crash, unfortunately, for Wesley Augusto in the Hot Lappers car, which has put them on the back foot. That's 2 days in a row, unfortunately, that they've had issues out of their control. That has seen Wesley Augusto out of the race. A real shame for them as the Lazarus car runs wide into the chicane, the first of the Mulsanne chicanes, and there goes a tyre. We saw plenty of those scattered across the circuit at that point of the circuit yesterday. Just a few of them so far today. Let's see if anyone makes a job of that. But let's do a full run through of the order and see exactly where we are in the first of the races. So Lazarus leading, but this is with the pit stops that are being made now. So in fact, maybe let's wait. Let's see them all through to the pits first, and then we'll bring you exactly up to speed where we are. So these are the guys, the first of the guys that are yet to pit.
It seems like
with Red Bull in the pits, they've taken the lead.
Yeah, it seems like the top half of the field sort of made their pit stop early, and then the other guys are trying to use essentially the overcut and the lighter fuel load to maybe gain a bit of time, if they can. We'll have to see if that plays out in their favour, because obviously we've got, is it Ross May, that Lazarus, he was behind his two teammates, but they've decided to pit. He hasn't. He's carried on doing the alternate strategy. As you can see, the graphs in the bottom right there, you've got the fuel on 39%, so still plenty of fuel left in there to carry on going, maybe another 4 or 5 laps if you wanted to. The tyres aren't looking too bad, they're worn, overall quite equally, so no issues there, just a quarter of the way. So they're going to be looking at fuel before they're looking at tyres, as we've got the Williams car looking up the inside of the Lazarus into Indianapolis, but be a brave man to try it there, and he's going to try around the outside instead of the left-hander. Again, can't quite draw alongside.
And tell us about these cars, Harry.
Yeah, so it's the 2011 Team Jost R15 Plus TDI. So we're looking at turbo diesel engine in the back of these cars. So 550 horsepower. These types of cars rely on the torque. So because of the turbo diesel engine, you look at 700 torques and 930 kilos. You can see we're building up over 200 miles an hour into the Porsche curves. And you can see the brake and the throttle input quite interesting to look at, isn't it? So going flat through the left. Are we flat through here as well? Now a little bit of a lift, and then obviously a little bit of brake into the right-hander as well. And you see in the left-hand side, the turbo diesel engine means you're at lower revs, and you've got the boost in the bottom left corner as well. That's the turbo kicking in. With the RPM, you're only looking at 5,000, 5,500 compared to what we've seen over the days. Some screaming engines and V10s, looking at 11, 12,000 RPM. That's just a sign of progress and engineering feats that were accomplished around this time in motorsport.
Really quick cars, these ones, weren't they? The Audi's open top, of course, as well. So Nikodem Wisniewski seems like he's being held up slightly to me. If they're coming in soon anyway, I'd be coming in if I was Nikodem Wisniewski, or at least if you're the second Williams car in this queue.
Well,
it would be worth coming in, surely.
You mentioned earlier that Ross May's job essentially for his team is just to hold these guys up. He's not racing at ultimate pace, and maybe that's what they're worried about. If they pull the trigger first and pit, he can then just put his foot down and drive off into the distance, perhaps, and just save himself. Essentially, they need to. Well, I'm not sure if they're going to just mirror what he does or do the alternate strategy compared to pit a lap earlier, pit a lap later, depending on when Ross May wants to come into the pits. Of course, but his team will be. They're probably in his ear saying, just hold them up as long as possible. Obviously, he won't get the decision of do the same as them or do the opposite, because he's the first car out of the three. But yeah, you're right, the Williams guys might as well try something different with at least one of those cars and see where that ends up, because otherwise they've essentially got nothing to lose at this point.
Running wide again there, though. I think Ross May struggling on tyres now. As out of the chicane, and this looks like a run for Nikodem Wisniewski. This is the first time he's been alongside for a long time, at least for what we've seen anyway, and he is just about alongside. No, not quite. So Nikodem Wisniewski is going to be alongside, but now the other side, he's gone for the outside into second Mulsanne, and he's going to be fully alongside. So here we go, he's got a chance here to try and go late on the brakes and go around the outside. The Lazarus car going a little bit deep. Nikodem Wisniewski trying to get the switch back, but not able to get through. And Ross May doing a brilliant job to hold off as they make their way down towards Mulsanne corner. Wisniewski could do with a little bit of a helping hand from his teammate who's stuck in behind there. This is on board the second of the Williams car, so we can see that battle going on ahead of us. You can see the Williams car pulling to the outside, and Kuba Brzezinski is going to close in, and Ross May goes a little bit deep, but trying to get the power down too quickly there was Wisniewski. He saw a gap, but just got a little bit too eager and put his foot down. Yeah, no traction control in these cars for these drivers, so they're having to manage the rear end all through their right foot and the throttle pedal. So he got the switchback now. The Lazarus car went in deep and compromised the exit, but then as he just essentially looked at the throttle, it decided, I can't do it, you're still turning too much. And the wheels were spinning up, and he couldn't get the power down. So it's such fine margins. Those errors are creeping in for the Lazarus car, but the Williams guys just cannot take advantage at this point of the race. into Arnage. There's the other Williams car. Now that's Isaac Price, isn't it?
It's caught up, isn't he?
He has caught up. Yeah, I was about to say that. He's brought this gap down to 3 seconds. Considering he spun, how much time do you reckon he would have lost that? A spin in these cars?
Well, we saw him off the back of the Red Bull early on. I think it was about 8 seconds behind, and obviously the Red Bull was further behind the Williams cars as well. So, he's made up about 9-10 seconds, I'd imagine, at this point. And it's a case of, have the Williams cars got that much pace between them and they just can't use it because they're stuck behind the Lazarus, or is Isaac Price just dominating in this car in terms of lap time and putting one over on his teammates at this stage, saying, no, come on, look at my pace, why can't you do that?
This is going to be hugely frustrating, isn't it? Because as much as Isaac Price can say that, it's, well, if I didn't spin, where would I be now?
Yeah, it means nothing, doesn't it, at the end of the day, as we've got cars in the pit lane.
Yeah, surely.
So that's the Lazarus in and the Williams cars have stayed out. Will the third car of Isaac Price make any entry to the pit, or is he going to carry on as well? And he's carried on, so all 3 Williams cars deciding to go for the overcut.
Now, do they use all of that 29% of fuel and stay out to the end? Or do they come in on the next lap to try and just get back out in time?
I'm sure in all their practice they would have worked out, what kind of time you gain by running lower fuel compared to the amount of tyre wear that you're gaining by doing the extra laps. So they feel that they're going to gain more time by using the fuel and still running on those tyres, and hope that the cars that are pitting before them struggle on heavy fuel compared to fresh tyres. That's how these races ebb and flow. It's a real balancing act between those. How fast is our car on certain fuel loads and how much is the tyre wear going to come into play?
Absolutely fantastic stuff in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. We're only on the first race of 3 on this final day, and this is where the top prizes go out. In terms of the Pro class, we're going to be giving away $35,000 to the winner, $20,000 to second, and $15,000 to third place. A lot of money, $70,000 in total being given away to the top 3 alone.
Is this an overtake that we haven't seen? This is a Hairpin Heroes car up in third, isn't it? So they were running line astern, I think 4th, 5th and 6th. And there's an LM squad, that car that I think was third is now down to 4th.
Is that a pit?
We'll have to have a look as the ticker at the top will come through, and we'll have a look. So I think it might be for position and track position, so no pit stops involved. That's a Hairpin Heroes car up onto the podium in third place.
That's a good spot there. So Hairpin Heroes up into third place. So 3 different teams, all 3 teams represented in the top 3 places. How about that for some action for you? That's how close it is. We were saying pre-show when Bryn was in the studio that we were saying all 3 teams are capable of winning this. That's something that we discussed before the show as well. All 3 of these teams are capable of going on to win, and that is proof for you. LM Squad first, Hot Lapper second, Hairpin Heroes third.
Yeah, it looks like the front 2 are maybe out of reach for the 2 we can see on screen. So essentially the battle for the lead is one of its own, and the battle for the final step on the podium is another.
But the Hairpin Heroes are higher up as a team, aren't they? Because their second and third cars are within the top 6 positions, I think it is, whereas the LM Squad and Hot Lappers cars are down in the bottom 2 positions.
Yeah, the difficulty they've got is the further you finish up, especially the podium positions, you gain more points compared to the car that's behind you, whereas obviously if you're 6th, 7th, 8th, you're only gaining 2 points or 2 points compared to maybe your first and second. You think that's a 7-point swing compared to 6th and 7th, which is a 2-point swing. So although they're working well as a team and they've obviously got some good pace in the car that all drivers can utilise, ultimately it doesn't look like it's quite enough to battle for the top 2 steps of the podium, as we've got a replay by the looks of it. So this is where it is. So this is Arnage corner, isn't it? The right-hander they're coming into. And we're going to see, are they going to lose the back end on the exit? They are getting on the pound, just squirreling out, and I think they're going to get the traction down better, aren't they? And then just drive straight past on the way to Porsche curves.
Good stuff there from the Hairpin Heroes. Now, as a team, they're going to be scoring, let's see, they're going to be 3rd, 5th and 6th. So that's going to be 25. That's going to be about 33 points. So it's not bad, is it? They're giving themselves a chance. So through they go just before the Porsche curves, and Hairpin Heroes take that place.
And you can see just, well, that's what the back of the Hairpin Heroes car looks like if you hadn't seen it. And they're obviously picking up the slipstream. Problem is, when you follow a car that closely at that kind of speed, you're not really gaining anything because you're so close. You're never actually getting a run on them. So they're heading down towards Indianapolis as the leader. That's the Williams cars in the pit lane.
Yep, so the Red Bull will retake that lead, but Williams cars come in. Now we have to see where they come out in comparison to the Lazarus car that came in. So Ross May, who came in, that was the car they are battling with. His first and second One of the Lazarus cars still in is now still in third place. So here come these two Williams cars. Are they ahead of Ross May? That was a Lazarus car going through. Was that Ross May going through with that much of an advantage? Let's have a look when we get the position update when they've come back out and come through the first sector. We'll see exactly what the score is. So Lazarus, well, one of the Williams cars has stayed out, Isaac Price. And they're both ahead of Ross May. So the strategy of staying out for one more lap has worked.
Yeah, so that's interesting to see that they've managed to play that perfectly, and the Lazarus car is being caught out. And it's interesting that even though he was caught out by the Williams car, he's still pitting a lot later than the cars in front of him.
Yeah.
So interesting that they've obviously done different strategies and maybe getting the car to work well under different fuel loads and tyre wear to make up that time in the middle of the race. And obviously they weren't as strong at the beginning of the race, we saw that, but they're coming alive at this point.
Now Ross May is close to the second car too, Kuba Brzezinski. Kuba Brzezinski seemed to have a poor in-lap, and I think we're about to see a change, are we there? Side by side on the straight, we have to see who gets to the chicane first. Who had the inside line going into it, we'll see very shortly, but they briefly swapped positions. I don't know if that's confirmed though, that might have just been under braking. It might not have been an actual position change on the exit of the chicane. We'll find out very shortly. This is Nikodem Wisniewski, who had a brilliant in-lap, and it now has taken that place from the Lazarus car and a gap with it, but Kuba Brzezinski is now back ahead. So
well, he's dropped. Ross May's dropped behind the Red Bull car. So I wonder if there's a bit of contact and a bit of an accident that's now dropped him down to last place.
Yeah.
Behind the Red Bull, the third Red Bull that's struggling down in 8th, but he's down in 9th. So disastrous last few laps, including the pit stop, and now what seems to be an accident has dropped him down to the back of the grid.
Well, there we go. So they were right. They were side by side. If it's been picked up, we'll see it. That's all I'll say. But we don't need to see it to work out that basically Ross May, something's happened to him now, and he's dropped back to the back. And as Harry says, that's an absolute disaster. He'd done such a good job to hold off the car we're on board with. But now he is all the way at the back of the field, but only 2 seconds behind the Red Bull car. So a chance there to still take some points away from Red Bull. But Lazarus were 3rd, 4th and 5th at one stage, and now they fill the last position. This is Isaac Price, who is in the lead. He is the last driver to pit. Is this going to be the lap he comes in? Yeah. After that spin, he's basically just stayed out, hasn't he, to try and make up as much time as possible.
Yeah, he's basically going as long as he can on this fuel and this set of tyres that he feels comfortable. You can see the tyre wear there and the fuel, so 13%. He might be able to squeeze another lap out of it if he's feeling brave. The pit entry is just on the right up here, so we'll see if he swings in. He doesn't, so he's going for one more lap, so he's going to run the tank dry and then come in for essentially, well, say splash and dash. He's still got to fill it all the way up, unfortunately for him, so he's making the most of the light fuel load now. Obviously that's going to hamper him for the last part of the race, because he'll be racing around on a full tank of fuel when everyone's already burned off 4 or 5 laps worth, but he might get track position, which could be key.
Just on board here, we're riding on board with Isaac Price through the first section of the track out of the Dunlop chicane, and back on board we go. Brilliant section of track this around Le Mans. Great place to watch as well. Oh, there we go. That's a Hairpin Heroes car running wide, and did it hold position? See exactly where this is for. That's the LM squad flashing the lights, trying to get the Hairpin Heroes car to get out of the way. That's the change for third we saw a little bit earlier. So it was the 2 teammates behind, one of them running wide, and I'm assuming allowing the other one to go through.
Yeah, they're obviously pushing hard just to see if they can maybe get involved with a teammate battle ahead of them. And the LM squad car down in 4th, Hairpin Heroes up in 3rd. I'm sure he'll be, the other 2 guys will probably be on his radio saying, can you hold him up a bit? Let us get involved and see if we can gain a position as well. But it's such a hard job, trying to essentially hold someone up without doing it so obviously that the stewards might be like, well, you're driving erratically, that it's not within the rules. But not able to make any inroads at the moment are the other 2 Hairpin Heroes cars. In fact, sort of making mistakes amongst themselves really isn't helping.
Well, they're 15. That Hairpin Heroes car in third is 15 seconds back. We'll come back to that because we have damage on the Red Bull car, and that is the one that is at the very back of the field. Yeah,
so that would explain a little bit of the pace difference and the struggle that Caravano is having down in 8th place. We'll see what the gap is to the Lazarus behind. So that's gone up to 10 seconds. So I'd suggest there's even more damage on the Lazarus behind it, which will please Arnu. That he's not going to be under pressure with a damaged car, but he's going to have a hard time trying to catch the Williams guys ahead of him. But that's just a result of the antics he's had. I think it was mainly the first lap, wasn't it, that he might have picked that damage up. We saw the half spin as well later on in the race as well that he had. So unfortunately, a series of events I've led him down to 8th place, but I don't think he's going to be under any initial pressure for last, essentially. Just be seeing if he's got enough pace in his bag to have a look at the Williams guys ahead. They're 5 seconds up the road as we've got some Pro-Am cars in the pit lane.
Hairpin Heroes come in to the pits. Which one of them? It is Taylor Stormsky. We heard from him at the end of yesterday, didn't we? Taylor Stormsky, he's come into the pits. I was pretty confident of the work they had done setup-wise. Let's see where this brings Taylor Stormsky back out.
You can see he's having a chat with his engineers in the pit lane, just getting a race update, I imagine, and seeing what the scenario is when he gets back on track and what he needs to do. And obviously as a team they'll be looking to maximise their result and maybe take advantage of that LM squad car that they've got between them.
And speaking with Taylor when we heard from Taylor Stormsky yesterday, it was one of the things we were hearing from him was just how much it would mean to get a bit of money to him at this, with the current situation we have around the world.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to hear from him, and a really honest answer from him, wasn't it? And it just brings that human element into the virtual esports that we see. It is nice to put a face to a name that we see on screen as well, and get to know the drivers from that aspect of things. So, yeah, great to hear from him yesterday, and I'm pleased to see him going so well today.
And you were saying as well, we got the overall leader in the pit, so Isaac's come in. We did see him on 30% fuel last time. He's now come into the pit. So let's see exactly where this brings him out relative to his teammates, because that was the ones he was chasing. His teammates are 6th and 7th, with the Lazarus car just ahead of that. I wonder if he's been able to close a gap to that second Lazarus car. Here are your overall leaders now retaking that lead, with Isaac Price in the pit. So the order is basically back to what it was. Everyone in the pro class is now pitted. Really, it's where Isaac Price is going to come back out. Here he comes. Now, where is he? There's his teammate. So that's the first of the Williams cars now, and that's Kuba Brzezinski. In fact, that's the second of them, isn't it? So he's still the last of the Williams cars, but he is in 7th place. So overall, he has gained time back, hasn't he, during this first stint?
Yeah, he'll be ruining that mistake on the first lap because he's shown great pace. We know Isaac tends to have, when he's been in the car, he's been putting in really good performances. Apart from, I think, yesterday's endurance race, he was really getting caught out by the weather, unfortunately, which put an end to the good results that he'd had up to that point. But yeah, he's done so well to catch up to his teammates. Obviously, they're working well as a team. 5th, 6th and 7th. There's not going to be a massive haul of points, but because the other two teams in the final day with them, the Lazarus car and the Red Bull car, have got a car each behind them, then going to be far from out of contention after the first race if things were to finish. But obviously still a long way to go, and anything can still happen, of course.
Let's do a full run through of the order. This on lap number 13 of 17. We have the two leaders in vision. The order they have been in since the very start. The two Red Bull cars, 1 and 2, Lazarus 3 and 4. Then the first of the Williams in 5th, with the next one in 6th and 7th. And then the two Red Bull cars, this third of the Red Bull cars in 8th, and the third Lazarus car in 9th. Two drivers who've had a lot of problems. LM Squad 1 and 2 in Pro-Am, Hairpin Heroes 3 and 4, Hot Lappers in 5th, then LM Squad in 6th, Hairpin Heroes 7th, Hot Lappers in 8th, and sadly down in 9th as well. Their race really falling apart after that game crash for Wesley Augusto at the start of the race. So Hot Lappers looking big trouble in Pro-Am so far. Things looking pretty good for Red Bull, albeit with one car at the back. Overall, we really do have a driver in each team in Pro that's made a mistake. In Isaac Price, who has had a mistake. Ross May, likewise for Lazarus as well. And then Alexander Arnoux for Red Bull. And similar stories in Pro-Am as well. We've got two of the Hot Lappers cars down the field. One of them because of a game crash, but another one of them who is just down the order. So that a real shame for the Pro-Am class. The LM squad, likewise, they have a car falling down the back of the field. Now we have one of the Hairpin Heroes cars at the head of the field. I don't know if they're in the middle of some pit stops at this stage. So the lead is coming to the pits. That's what we're hearing. So the Pro-Am looks like it's come in, and this is the fuel load for Red Bull.
Yeah, so down to 45%, so under half a tank left. So
right.
the task they've given themselves is to basically say that we're pitting early, we're going to get the undercut with fresh tyres, but we need to potentially fuel save to the rest, to the end of the race for the rest of the laps. And I'm wondering if the Lazarus cars behind them might be looking at that and thinking, well, if we've got enough fuel to just push, there might be something in it.
There
you
it is.
see it in the background.
There's the Lazarus car. Wow.
So the Red Bull cars are obviously working together, I think, just to try and fuel save in the best way they can to get to the end as best they can. But the third place Lazarus car might have more fuel to be able to push harder for longer.
Have they got this all wrong, Red Bull?
I'd be very surprised. They're a well-drilled team. I'm sure they've run it in practice now over and over and over again, and we'll see if we can get any kind of graphic for the Lazarus car in terms of their fuel load.
That's what we need to see, isn't
it?
We need to see the fuel load there for the Lazarus car in third place. We've got to remind ourselves it's 45% for the Red Bull car. So what are the Lazarus cars on?
There's Tobin Lee in third, isn't it? Now we know he's very good with his strategy. He's got 44.
They're the same.
Yeah, they are the same. So unless he can somehow push the car hard now, you get into the slipstream range of the Red Bull cars and then fuel save essentially with them, and then potentially take the fight later on in the race. That might be a plan, but obviously catching's one thing, and then obviously fuel saving and trying to pass is an entirely another. But yeah, they're on the same strategy, it looks like, but obviously Tobin's not got anyone to work with to fuel save. He's got to do it all on his own.
I'll tell you what, this is real interesting scenarios, isn't it? I thought for a minute there, I thought for a second that Red Bull had got that all wrong, but why would they get that all wrong?
There's a Williams car at the top of the ticker. I just saw a DNF'd in ninth, so a Williams car has dropped out of the race, I believe, so they're down to ninth with another car failing to finish, so that's now in the Pro class.
That's a real shame. We will hear exactly what the story is there. For now, I don't want to speculate, but unfortunately, one of the Williams cars, what we can tell you for sure, is that a Williams car is out of the race. Kuba Brzezinski as well, and that wasn't one of their lower down drivers either, was it?
No, I think he might have been the one that was at the front of the Williams train. And so what's going to be even more interesting for the Williams team as well is obviously Isaac Price came out ahead of Arnu in the Red Bull, but Arnu's got a lot less fuel on board. We've seen the power of the overcut by running lower on your fuel load. Really made a difference in the pit stops. So whether he can hold off the Red Bull for the rest of the race is going to be interesting. So that gap is about 3 seconds, so it's slightly going up, I believe, compared to when they came out. So he looks to have enough pace in hand anyway, does Isaac Price, to hold on for Williams in the second of those two remaining cars in the race for them. So a disastrous. They were looking like they were going to have a solid, if not spectacular, result with an average finishing position, with a good team sort of train going on. But unfortunately, they've now lost that with a 9th place finish.
Real shame. It looks like a similar problem in the Williams team for Kuba Brzezinski to what we had for Wesley Augusto. Nothing he can do. A game crash, sadly, and that sees them out of the race. Now the Hairpin Heroes have just moved up. There was a change of position there, wasn't there? The car at the back of this queue just pulled over going down the Porsche curve.
There's a Hairpin Heroes car down in 7th place now, isn't there? So I'm not sure what's happened there.
That car at the back just...
It was slow going into the Porsche curves, wasn't it? I wonder if there's been a mistake somewhere, but they're now dropped to 7th. They were running, 3rd, 5th and 6th, I believe it was. So
I think that's a hot lappers car. Let's have a look coming through the chicane. Has it just come into the pits, I wonder? This is LM squad we go on board with. This is the car in 5th. I still think there's some pit stops going on in Pro-Am.
Yeah, they left it late, haven't they, to make that sort of final pit stop. We've seen a few of them in the pits already as they're now getting lapped by the leaders of the Pro class, and that's hampered the Lazarus car quite a bit into turn 1. That's a disaster for Tobin Lee, who's making good time on the Red Bull. You can see he's still within touching distance, so we might even have a fight on for 2nd place and even 1st place in the Pro class. There they are ahead, disappearing off with the power of that car. So interesting to keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, Tobin Lee came in at the end of day 2. Immediate impact. Then we saw he's going to be in for 2 days. Yesterday didn't really live up to the expectations that we'd set for him. Today he could come back fighting and get his team off to a good start with a top points finish. And with what's happened to Ross May, they really need someone in that top 2. They can't afford to have Red Bull 1 and 2, because 25 points for a win, that's a lot of points as it is, but then to get the 18 along with that doesn't really matter for them if they have a driver down the back.
And you see there is the 3rd Williams driver, so he looks absolutely completely upset, doesn't he?
Yeah.
they're wondering what could have been for him, unfortunately. So hard luck to him. He was driving so well, doing a great job as a team as well with the Williams guys. But unfortunately, in the first race of today, the final day of the super final, he's not going to be registered as finishing. He'll still pick up points for a ninth place finish, of course, but he doesn't get to see what could have been.
That's a real shame. They're not. There was a chance for Williams in this first race to steal some points, but it's just not going to be, is it? It's just been a real shame. They had Isaac Price spin. Now they have Kuba Brzezinski out of the race. Disappointing result for Williams, and they're going to be on the back foot now. They're going to be 7th, 8th and 9th going into race number 2 on the grid. But this is the battle now for second, isn't it? So Tobin Lee has caught up the first. This is Aurélien Mallet ahead of him, and Tobin Lee fighting now for second place, and Red Bull just have to defend this. The message to Aurélien is going to be hold him up as much as possible.
Yeah, Mallet's dropped off the back of his teammate, hasn't he? So I wonder if he's dropped back to purely concentrate on defending, but of course in doing so he's lost the slipstream from his teammate, so he's going to be vulnerable at the end of most of the straights here. So we wonder if that's maybe a mistake, or if he's just lost pace at the end of the race, or if there is something in it that he's they've got lap traffic ahead as well, so this is going to get a bit nasty.
Yeah, well, that could have been a switchback move, but that's been affected by the LM squad car, and there we go, a little bit of a breather now for Aurélien Mallet as we go up to the Porsche curves. This is a hugely big battle now, isn't it?
It really is. No, this is going to be one of those where we can basically get in the Red Bull heads and say you're not going to have it as easy as you want. There is Aurélien Mallet in the bottom right hand corner looking very relaxed, it must be said, so maybe there is a game plan involved. He doesn't look too worried about his pace at the moment. Obviously Tobin Lee has come out of nowhere. We saw it yesterday in the endurance race, didn't we? The two Red Bulls flying out front, and then towards the end of the race they were reeled in by the Lazarus car and overtaken for a second place. So we'll see if anything similar happens today.
It was almost, it's exactly like what we're seeing, isn't it? It's almost like the exact same as what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, tortoise and the hare stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Tobin sort of looks after his fuel a little bit and then really goes for it towards the end of the race and tries to catch them out when they're sort of they think they're cruising towards the checkered flag.
Well, he's got to get past on this lap now. They're going on to the penultimate lap, and he's got to get past on this lap to stand any kind of chance of going for the win. But even if he doesn't get the win, that second place would be crucial. It would just take an extra 3 points away from Red Bull, and we've got to remember Lazarus have got a penalty as well of 3 points, so that would almost make up those 3 points, wouldn't it?
It would be. They would still take away 3 points from Red Bull in gaining that position. So although they lose the 3 points, they are compromising their rival, which is the main thing for them. So yeah, interesting to see how this is going to unfold over the last 2 laps of this first race. We're going on to the Mulsanne, so we'll see if there's any kind of slipstream effect in place for Tobin Lee on the back of that Red Bull, and if he can get into any kind of overtaking position.
He'll be hoping that there's some traffic once we get to the braking zone of the Mulsanne chicane, the first of them, going down to the first chicane, and Tobin Lee is going to be very impatient with his move. He's got to go for it straight away. As soon as he gets a half opportunity, he's got to throw it down the inside. Yeah,
he's got to make it count as we go on to the Pro-Am class.
It's the Hairpin Heroes
cars still pushing each other around. Don't look like not looking like they're making any inroads to anyone else, are they? They're currently 5th and 6th at the moment, which is where we've seen them quite often. So running wide there, we're going to have a change of position between the two Hairpin Heroes cars.
That's no problem at all. I'll give you the toe back now, so that's fine for the Hairpin Heroes. That's the beauty of this system. As well, there we go. We got a change for position. Brief change of position at least. It was a dive down the inside for Tobin Lee on the exit. He's going to be side by side. Oh, a little bit of wheel banging there between Tobin Lee and Aurélien Mallet as they now go down to the second Mulsanne. It's going to be the inside line for Tobin Lee. So this has worked nicely for Tobin Lee. He's got to secure this move now into the second Mulsanne chicane as we hit the brakes. In fact, it's into the Mulsanne corner, isn't it? He's going to be stuck on the outside there. And Aurélien Mallet, that was fantastic defending. Real block pass almost there from Aurélien Mallet to take that place back and put Tobin Lee on the back foot.
Yeah, firm but fair, I think, is probably going to be the result from that one. So they went a little bit deep, just ran Tobin to the edge of the track, didn't hit him off or anything. So good braking defence from Aurélien, but he's still under pressure from Tobin down towards Indianapolis. You can see how fast that Lazarus car is in the slipstream, and he's going to have another lap at the end of this one to try and make something happen.
He's done great to give his teammate just that extra bit of breathing space if Robin Bechter needed it already, because the gap is up to 3 seconds now. So this is good team driving from Aurélien Mallet And Tobin Lee, I think in his head now, second is the highest he's going to get. So he might just start to be a little bit more patient in his move here. He's got, I think he's going to write off the fact trying to get a win, because trying to close down Robin Bechter is difficult enough already. He's hard enough to beat already. He's not been beaten so far this week. So I think this is going to be for Tobin Lee, right, take a quick breath, wait for the next lap, wait for that Mulsanne straight, and then make that move.
Yeah, there you can see Tobin in the bottom right-hand corner, just going to be feeding it through the final couple of corners now. And so it's interesting that Mallet he looked so comfortable behind his teammate in the slipstream, so he would have been the one getting the benefit of saving fuel in the slipstream and the tow. And then all of a sudden, the last few laps, he has just fallen off the back of his teammate and into the clutches of Tobin Lee. It's interesting as to why he's done that, why he didn't just stick with his teammate and stay out of harm's way instead of having to almost back up into Tobin and see, basically causing a race that didn't need to happen for them.
Through the Dunlop chicane for the final time. We're going to stay with this battle. This is the closest battle on track. I can tell you in the Pro-Am, any battles in terms of team changes, there's none to follow on that final lap. The order is going to pretty much stay as it is unless anything catastrophic happens. This is where our attention is. Lazarus have a 3-point penalty, so in order to kind of make those 3 points back, we need to see these positions change here, and Tobin Lee needs to do this. He needs to take this place away from Red Bull Racing, because if they get a first and second, they are going to almost have one hand on that top prize going into the second race. They're going to become very difficult to beat, and they're also going to have those top 3 spaces as well. So crucial battle this. Can Tobin Lee do it? He's got another chicane down this straight before we hit Mulsanne corner, and Tobin Lee has almost half this gap now since we got onto the straight. You can see Aurelian Mallet trying to break the toe there as we go down to the second chicane. Are we going to see another change?
Yeah, oldest trick in the book being pulled by Malabo, weaving down the straight, trying to break the toe, as you mentioned. This is where we saw last lap the Lazarus car managed to get up the inside. He's not close enough, but he looks so good on the brake, so deep, and managing to get it stopped in time as well. So coming down to the Mulsanne corner, if he can use that slipstream now to get nice and close, I'm sure we might be seeing something happen.
Here we go then, down to Mulsanne corner. This is going to be one of the best opportunities for Tobin Lee to do it. He might have to try and go all the way around the outside. There's a big team battle here. They're fighting, of course, for big points, and the points win the prizes in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. It may be a battle for second place, but it's the points that count. And look at that, up in the distance, we've got traffic as well, and we're coming up to the busiest part of the circuit, and that is Harry Jacks shaking his head. What would you be thinking now if you're Tobin Lee?
I mean, it's a fantastic opportunity, but he might even be thinking, just let us race. I've got enough in. You can see him closing in the slipstream to the back of the Red Bull car down towards Indianapolis. You can't make anything happen there, but with the traffic, it's just going to be chaos.
Right, so you can see he's taken a wider line here, Tobin Lee, to try and get the run. Oh, it just looked like he got a half a wheel on the gravel there, and that might have cost him his chance, and he's gone deep on the brakes into Arnage as well. So that is that battle done. So unfortunately for Lazarus, that looks like that's going to be that position done. He's not going to be able to get a chance to get a move, and the car up ahead was actually the other Red Bull car. Our race leader is not far away from taking the checkered flag. You can see how close Tobin Lee got. He can see the other Red Bull car in the distance. That is our race leader, and we'll be switching to our race leader very shortly, because it is going to be the first win on the final day and 25 points in the bag for Red Bull Racing. They're going to take second with it as well. Only the 4 chicanes remain for our race leader, and Robin Bechter yet to be beaten so far this week, and that unbeaten run is going to continue. He comes out of the final corner, and Robin Bechter remains unbeaten in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final and takes 25 points for Red Bull Racing in the first race to get them off to a perfect start. 18 points as well going to Red Bull with that second place. Lazarus, the next of the teams to finish in third place. They gave it a good go, but they've got a penalty as well. In the Pro-Am class, we did see briefly the LM squad there. They are going to take the top step, and Gary Mitchell once again a race winner. He's been absolutely superb. So Red Bull taking the win in Pro, and the LM squad taking the win in Pro-Am. Fantastic start.
Yeah, superlative driving from Robin Becker, doing what he does best. He's really laid a marker throughout the previous few days that we've had, winning every race he's taken part in, and then on the final day where it matters most, he's jumped straight in the car, dominated proceedings, had his teammate as a rear gunner, so that was obviously useful for him, but ultimately I don't even think he would have needed it.
Brilliant racing overall. Sadly, we did see some issues, some mechanical issues, if you like, in esports racing. We've had some game crashes, unfortunately, for a couple of the drivers there. Nothing they can do. I'm sure many of you will know from playing Forza Motorsport at home that these things do happen sometimes. You might be leading a race and then all of a sudden the game freezes and there's just nothing you can do. It's so frustrating. But for that to happen on the final day of the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final, really unfortunate for them. What are they going to be thinking now, Harry? I'm sure you've been in a position before where something out of your control on one of the biggest days of your esports career has taken you out of the race. What is it you're thinking at this stage?
Yeah, it's so easy to let it get to you and dictate how the rest of the day is going to go as a driver. You're thinking every time you go for a move, it's like, well, I can't risk it because I had that DNF earlier. I need to make sure that I'm finishing these races as high as possible. But they just need to get on to the next races and drive them how they would drive them. Without those errors creeping in and without the game issues that they're having. Just drive it the best they can. Don't worry about what's already happened. You can't change it. Nothing's going to change whether you go and put in a really good performance or not from the first race. That result is in stone. So it's unfortunate for them, but they've just got to go out there and do the best job they can and basically try and not let it worry them too much.
And although Red Bull had that problem for Alexander Arnoux at the start, a couple of spins for him, and he's now down. He was down there at the back of the field because of his team, and they're going to score the most points. Because of that, he's still going to start up in third place going into that second race. Is Alexander Arnoux. The team still score big points. I think he's going to be a little bit disappointed, isn't he, Alexander Arnoux? But as a team, they have still scored very good points in this first race.
That's the name of the game. Individually, it doesn't necessarily matter because there is no drivers' championship, essentially. It's all a case of just getting the points on the board for the team. Obviously, the two drivers up front for Red Bull done a great job. They would have wished they would have had Arnoux in there in third for a bit longer to be able to, help them get to the end of the race without being under so much pressure. And that's what they'll be working on, I think, for the next race, is trying to sustain that 1, 2, 3 for a longer period of time if they can, but obviously the other guys behind them, they're running out of time to make a difference, so I'm sure they'll be hungrier than ever.
And similar problems as well for LM Squad. They also had a problem there in that first race. Hot Lappers likewise as well. Hairpin Heroes as a team, they did very consistent result for them.
Yeah, that's so important to get off to a good start to the day, especially the super final, the final day that we've got. So yeah, Hairpin Heroes are going to be pleased. They need to pick up their pace a little bit to be able to challenge at the very front, but the other guys have got that pace. They just need the consistency that Hairpin Heroes have got.
Well, we're talking about points. Points is what we're going to be bringing you next. We're also going to have some driver reaction for you as well after this quick break. This quick break, Bryn will be back in the studio.
Good in the as you can get. Just under 10 minutes. No front.
Tough fight.
Together.
Porsche coming on strong. The 9 comes a knocking.
Any other series if you had
Don't forget, if you want to take advantage of the discount in the Thrustmaster store, go to the Thrustmaster store and use the promo code TM-LMES and you'll get 15% off Thrustmaster racing equipment. A great discount for you. Welcome back to the coverage of the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. 10 races complete of the 12 that we are having in this Super Final. 2 more to go, and at the end we'll know who the champions in both Pro and Pro-Am and who are going to win the big pot. $35,000 available to the big champions in the Pro class, $17,500 available to the winners in the Pro-Am. We started a number of months ago. 54,000 people entered into this competition. 54 drivers made it through to the Super Final. 18 teams, 9 Pro, 9 Pro-Am, and here we are on the final day with 3 teams in each class and 18 drivers sitting pretty in the hot seat trying to get their hands on that money for their team. Now that race had it all. Like I say, 2 more to go. We're heading over to Spa next and going back to Le Mans for the final race, the endurance race, and we'll be finishing here in the UK around about 9 p.m. BST. But let's have a look at a couple of things that happened in that last race. A couple of twitchy moments from the start. First of all, for Red Bull, they went round the first corner, then they got round the second. They got a little bit of a touch on the back of them, and around they went. In fairness to Arnaud, not much he could do about it. As you see, they go round there. Look at the Red Bull car. You'll see it nice and clearly in just a second. We're looking at the back end at the Williams as we go around the first corner into the second, and there you go, Red Bull car getting spun around at the bottom right of the picture just there. Nothing he could do, facing the wrong way, and it's like, oh, that's it. Not race over, but of course it is a bit of a problem, isn't it, when you're facing the wrong way in Le Mans. The next little highlight about Williams. Well, Williams, we saw 3 of their cars at the very back of the grid. They had a spin of their own. Isaac Price really taking himself out of contention for that race. Here we go, big lock up, round he goes. So lucky not to take out a whole bunch of other cars too. I mean, there were quite a few that narrowly avoided hitting him. And then we go to the Pro-Ams and the hairpin heroes. What an overtake this was. A real highlight. We've got lots to bring you before the next race as well. Just picking up on a couple of points for you here. Hairpin heroes, keep an eye on the car at the back at the moment. Not these 2 cars, these 2 cars here. There you go. Keep an eye on the green hairpin hero car. Bit of a twitch ahead of him, took advantage on the outside. He went for Le Mans squad over. He went on the outside down the long straight, a real drag race to the end before the heavy braking, but he managed to make it stick around the outside. Very brave entrance into that, and here we go. Keep watching, keep watching. The overtake was complete. There you go. Nice overtake on the outside. Surprised that LM Squad didn't just sort of try to not usher him off the track, of course, because that wouldn't be allowed. But, you know, defend a bit heavier into that turn. But maybe they're thinking of playing the long game. Now, bring you news of points. We'll have a look at the points tally in just a bit. Before I do, though, Lazarus had been given a 3-point penalty for a little incident off the start. And I've got Lazarus driver Tobin Lee here on the Zoom chat. So we'll have a little chat with Tobin, see what the race was like from them. It was a really good race for us to watch, and I think Lazarus should be fairly happy. They had a 3rd, a 4th and a 5th on that one. I think it was, no, 3rd and 4th and 8th on that one. So we'll have a look at the points for them in just a few seconds, but Tobin is sitting by, so let's see if we can get him on the call and have a few words with him as we head up to the racing where we go to Spa next. So let's have a quick look at the points before we go to Tobin. So 3 points on the penalty for Lazarus. Doesn't make a huge difference. They're on 28 points, so they would have been on 31. So where they are in position for the next race wouldn't have changed. Red Bull getting a whopping 49 points. Red Bull Racing Esports there. Williams struggling with 20. They had a disconnect as well, remember, so they would have got last place points. But, you know, that's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. Let's have a quick chat with Tobin, shall we? Tobin is sitting by. I think Tobin is here anyway. Well, you hope he's here. He's certainly sitting by. Tobin's in position. Hey, how you doing, Tobin?
I'm very good. How are you?
I'm not too bad. It's all hotting up, isn't it? It's not a bad day. I mean, you're in the same time zone as us, so at least we know what's going on out of your window. But what was it like for you, that last race? 3rd, 4th and 8th for Lazarus. It didn't quite go to plan. I think you're probably hoping to get a jump there, weren't you, on Aurelian at the end, but you just couldn't quite make it stick.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that the start was quite messy. I don't really, to be honest, I apologise to ASICS anyway for what happened, because I ended up getting penalised for that. But so I have to review it on all my footage that I had to see what happened. But the actual race itself after that was pretty full on again, as every race has been in this series so far. And I wanted to ideally get P2, but to be honest, I think it's not the end of the world, and we can go up from here. So.
Yeah, I think, and ultimately what happened off the start there, Tobin, going into the second term was 9 cars don't go into one. It just doesn't work, does it? So there's bound to be a bit of crowding out there. It could be deemed a racing incident, but the stewards decided it was worthy of a little bit of a points penalty. Ultimately, it wouldn't have changed where you were starting the next race if you look at the points tally there. So not too much damage done. All you've got to do is just hopefully go into Spa and keep it clean and get ahead. So what is the thought process between you and the team ahead of the next race?
Yeah, again, I think just in this race, just keeping it consistent. Like yesterday in the endurance, it really became clear how critical a crash can be. You wouldn't have thought it, would you? But a crash really does write off the points haul of a race. And so I think just moving forward, just consistency, like endurance, Le Mans promotes consistency basically. And I think that's what we have to adhere to. And yeah, so next race, again, just, hopefully I think all of us in Lazarus are just aiming to keep it on the track and just see what we can do from there.
Yeah, now obviously your team's hopes are to win this entire event, of course, and win that $35,000 prize. But say, for example, you came second, you'd have a $6,666 split between all of you because it's $20,000 for second place. For you guys, is it the money that's the incentive, or is it winning these prizes, the accolades?
There's definitely a mixture of both. I think that the beauty of this series really is that it's, racing esports is still early days in a series that offers prize money to the extent that Le Mans does is quite rare. And I think that for all of us, it's kind of, it's almost an honor to be a part of the big money plays, and I think that just to an extent being a part of it and getting the glory of winning is amazing, but also I think being able to say that effectively you're just playing racing games and getting paid for it is also just hilarious in some ways as well. So yeah.
It's not bad, is it? And of course now you get to step into that Porsche, the 919 hybrid. What a beast that is, and taking it around Spa. So you've got a huge amount of power, an exciting car on a circuit that's got a bit of everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this car is going to be very unique. Let's put it that way. I think the racing is going to be quite close. It's very hard to overtake. And, if there's any weather around here as well, it can be a very, very interesting racetrack. So, I think this one will be another pretty mental race. And, yeah, I can't wait.
Well, good luck to you. Let's hope the game gods are shining down on you. Well done there to Tobin. Thanks very much for chatting to us as he gets ready for the next race. Let's have a quick look at the points, shall we, then, for the Pro-Ams. We've seen the Pro points. We've not seen the Pro-Am points right now. This will determine where they are, of course, starting the next race. Well, LM Squad 41 points, Hairpin Heroes 33 points just there, and Hot Lappers at 26. They had that disconnect. Wesley disconnected as well there, so maybe taking a drop in points, who knows, but that is where they're going to start on grid with 1, 2, 3 going to LM Squad, 4, 5, 6 Hairpin Heroes, and then 7, 8, 9 for Hot Lappers. We've got another interview lined up, a man we caught up with before actually in the series over the last few days, and quite a lot of conversation going around actually when it comes to Hairpin Heroes and John Young, and the reason is this: his teddy bear has featured a lot in the championship, and every time we cut to him we like to see where his teddy bear is now, and it's moved its way around the room. Last time I saw it, it was sitting over his shoulder having a nice part to play in the proceedings. Let's catch up with John in just a few seconds, but we are building up to the next race, and it's going to be a big one at Spa and in the Nissan for the Pro-Am guys. So here we go then. Let's go and see what's going on with John Young, with his teddy bear as well. How are you getting on there? What was that race like for you? Look at that, pride of place over your left-hand shoulder there. The teddy bear is now part of the show.
Yeah, I thought I would just bring it out. There's a lot of people wondering about what the story behind bear, so...
What is the story behind the bear?
Well, I guess I got lonely. Went to Costco.
Do you know, I used to have a pet dog that liked a bear, but we won't go there, all right, John? Now, tell me a little bit about that race from your point of view.
I think there was a lot of tension, and which I understand. There's a lot of the prize pool is huge at this point, and I think players are feeling that. So I saw some really fast lap times compared to what I was practicing too.
Yeah.
And so the competition is really tough right now. And there are some also nerve-wracking moments as well. I got nervous too and then almost died. And yeah, I think that's what the race was really, just high tension, full gas, all out.
How are you coping with the nerves? I'm just looking at the Pro-Am prize pool. $17,500 if you win this event, $10,000 for the team if you come second, and $7,500 if you come third. So is the prize money something that is kind of weighing you down and really adding to the pressure, or is it going for the title?
There's prize money, and I guess it's kind of 50-50. We are mostly concerned with prize money, obviously. But we as a team just want to show that we have pace and can have a good race in the finals as well. I didn't expect myself to get this far, but I'm glad we did, and we want to show that we actually can race at the highest level.
Well, you certainly are showing that. You're proving that in abundance. You guys are doing fantastically out there. Currently second in the standings, but you've made it through to the final day. So worst of all is you're going to be third. But thank you very much for chatting to us. Go and get ready for the next race, because it won't be that long until we get underway. Thanks very much for chatting to us.
Thank you so much.
There we go. Great to hear from them there, from the Hairpin Heroes. Did a great job, didn't he? Again in that race. Really nice performance. Now, we've chatted to a lot of drivers that have been a part of the Esports Series Super Final, and we've spoken to a lot of drivers that haven't been a part of it because they are on-track racing drivers. We see them, on our TV screens a fair bit. And one driver who's very much used to Le Mans, 2014 LMP2 Le Mans winner on his debut nonetheless, that's Harry Tinknell, and we caught up with him just a couple of days ago.
Part of the car lineup for our competitors in the 2010s era is the 2015 Nissan Nismo. Harry Tinknell was in the driver lineup for that. Harry, what do you remember about that car and that year? Because from my memory, it took the team an awful lot of work to get the cars there.
It did, and it was a big transition for me personally, because I'd come into sports cars the previous year in 2014 with Jota. We went to Le Mans and I won first time out there, and off the back of that, signed with Nissan for their LMP1 program, which was my first sort of professional contract. So for me, it was like a huge opportunity, and obviously, to step up to LMP1 so early was going to be great. But as you said, there was a lot of delays getting the car ready. And obviously, it was a completely different concept to any other LMP1 car that we'd seen in that era. So, front engine, front wheel drive with the combustion engine, rear wheel drive with the hybrid system, and essentially we ended up running them on without the hybrid because it was all getting a little bit too late, a little bit too complicated and unreliable. So the car never really ran in public as it was intended to, and obviously because of that, the performance wasn't there either. But we did make it to the finish, the 22 car, with Michael Krum and who was my other teammate?
A Russian.
No, it was Bunkum.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay. I've got that totally wrong.
Yeah. So, but I mean, there was a lot of low moments, but a car that had barely been on track in January finished Le Mans in June, so that was an incredible achievement. And I think we certainly turned a lot of heads and a lot of fans. We picked up a lot of fans off the back of being a sort of a new challenger with a new idea and trying to bring something different to Le Mans.
There you go. Harry talking about one of the cars we're going to see next in the race Spa. Pro-Am's racing in that Nissan GTR LM Nismo. The car ill-fated, it's best to say. Front engine, front wheel drive, a lot of power. Didn't do all that well, made one outing and then they decided not to race it ever again. Maybe a wise decision, but we're going to see 9 of them out on track very, very soon. Another car we're going to see out on track is the Pro car. That is the Porsche 919 Hybrid. What a beast that is. And a man who knows all about driving and racing and winning in a car like that is Timo Bernhard. Here he is.
Porsche came back to endurance racing in the 919 Hybrid in 2014, and it was Timo Bernhard who was part of the 2017 Le Mans winning team. Timo, the 919 Hybrid actually ticked off so many different achievements for Porsche. Just start by telling us about some of the highlights of those achievements.
Yes, 100%. I mean, I was waiting as a Porsche junior. I was waiting over the years to have a project like that. So finally, when it came together, that the 2014 will be back. It was a pleasure and a chance of my life in a way. And so the highlights for me was definitely, when the project started, like the part until the first racing action happened, because it was not always like so easy. We had some bumpy roads on the way there, but being at Le Mans in 2014 and having led the race for part, that was definitely thrilling. And then everything came afterwards with the huge successes, like 3-time world champion, 3-time Le Mans winner overall. So I can go on with that list, but it's amazing.
Well, yeah, please do. So tell us about the 2017. Unfortunately, Mark Webber was not part of your driver lineup that year because he retired the year before.
Yes.
So just tell us about how it was for you back in 17 when you got that win for all of you guys. I think that was Brendan's first Le Mans win as well, wasn't it?
Exactly. Well, it was in a way, I have to say, I won Le Mans before with Audi, and it's very special. But in a way, my heart was, urging for a win with Porsche. And you never know if you can ever make it happen. But in 14, we were leading in 2 hours to go. We had an engine failure. In 15, we finished second. In 16, we were leading again, but we had another problem. So we finished far back. So 17, in a way, I had the feeling maybe it's the last chance to fulfill it. You mentioned, Mark Webber, the big asset of our driving crew, was not part of the 17 lineup because he stopped before. We tried to convince him to go on, but he chose otherwise. But definitely it was emotional when we got the victory that he was on the podium, giving us the trophy. So there was that team bond came back. But if I just want to highlight a little bit that 17 race, because we had a good preparation, we had a good quali. And then after 3 hours, the car was in the garage. So for us, it was drama in a way, with a failure on the front axle gearbox, and we had to change. The guys did a great job. So I think 60 minutes repair, and the car was out and was running and was flawless running. And we never gave up in a way. So the whole team was pushing, and like 1 hour before the end, we got that. We took them.
Two-time WEC champion, two-time Le Mans champion, talking through what it's like when you have some sort of failure in the race and you have to deal with it. And hopefully in the next race coming up, we won't have any failures for any of our drivers. Chris is back in here as we build up to the Spa race coming very, very soon. So if you're waiting for the race, take your phone with you, make yourself a cup of tea, whatever you got to do. We'll be with you very, very soon with the coverage. But Chris, heading to Spa, the points are really important because that sets the grid for now. But more importantly, the points after this round are going to determine how much of a chance you have of winning this entire event, I'm assuming, because you want to be near the sharp end for the extra points the endurance race brings.
Yeah, I think in Pro-Am, everyone's quite close. So that's a good start for everyone. In Pro, we have two teams that need to close the gap. So I'd say this second race is either about closing the gap or being the team in Pro-Am to be the leading team going into that final race. Yeah,
we'll have a quick look at the league table as it is, the standings as they currently are, because as we say, this will determine where you start the very next race. So Williams on 20, Lazarus 28, Red Bull Racing Esports on 49. So Williams are really going to hope there that they can get a jump on Lazarus and get some points on Lazarus, so they'll be ahead of Lazarus on points and therefore ahead of them on the grid for the next race.
Yeah, we saw one driver from each team in Pro make a mistake. Yeah. That just goes to show how this really is a team contest, isn't it? So all drivers have to perform well, and I think that's going to be the main message to all the drivers now. Just don't take too many risks. Be sensible out there, but be firm but fair.
Yeah, absolutely. And a quick look then at the Pro-Am, once again, the Pro-Am league table, the standings as we see. Hot Lappers 26, Hairpin Heroes 33, spoke to John Young a few moments ago, and LM Squad 41. That is very, very tight. That could go either way in this one. If there's a swing from one of those teams across the other, we could have a real mix-up for the endurance race.
Yeah, I think Hot Lappers were particularly unlucky with the game crash that they had. Yeah. But as you said, it is so close. We had 3 different teams in the top 3 fighting up there at the end. So yeah, it can still go anywhere. I'm really excited for it.
Absolutely. We're all excited and we're ready to go. We're getting ready to go to Spa, where we're going to see the Porsche 919, the hybrid, what a beast. And the Nissan Nismo is also going to be there for the Pro-Ams. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
some fantastic racing to kick us off on the final day of the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final here. And in the next race, we're going to take our one and only trip away from Le Mans for today. Harry Jacks is back in the studio alongside me. Harry, this is going to be a good one. Talking to you yesterday, this was probably the race you were looking forward to the most. Spa-Francorchamps, your favourite track as well. Why don't you talk us through it?
Yeah, it's a beautiful circuit. The surroundings are great, and then you get onto the track and you think you find your way through the tight turn one, and then you just fly through the trees and through the forest up the Kemmel Straight. Eau Rouge obviously linked in there as well. And then you come to the middle sector, fast and flowing corners. You're always on the edge of grip. In these cars as well, you're really going to be having a good time around the middle sector. And then of course the final sector, you're then heading towards the bus stop chicane at the end of the lap. A fantastic overtaking opportunity, which this track does feature quite a few of them. And see at the top of the screen, Lacombe is a great overtaking opportunity as well. And then as we mentioned, after Blanchimont comes that bus stop chicane. So they're going around here 30 times, 30 laps they've got. So going to be interesting to see who can keep it out of the barriers and who can be on the edge of the grip and fastest for as long as possible.
And we saw strategy coming into play there as well. Some of them running it quite low on the fuel loads. You reckon that's going to be the same in these cars?
Yeah, this circuit, it lends itself to fuel consumption. In this case, of lots of flat-out sections, lots of high-speed corners, so not really much time to get off the throttle and give the fuel consumption a breather. So, yeah, expecting pit stops.
Well, let's go into the grid. Let's remind ourselves who is going to be starting where. The points from the first race determine the grid for this race. So Red Bull, they're on 49 points, the most points in the Pro class, and they're going to start on pole position. Robin Becker, their unbeaten driver, on pole position. Aurélien Mallet will be alongside. And then the third and final driver for Red Bull will be Alexander Arnoux. Dan Neiman will be the first for Lazarus. They are over 20 points back, so they need a good result. Tobin Lee, likewise, will be hoping to file through. He challenged the Red Bull drivers towards the end of that first race. And then for Williams, well, they'll just be hoping to get through unscathed. Isaac Price, Cooper Brzezinski, and then the final driver on the grid in the Procast is Nikodem Wisniewski. They need a very good result here. In Pro-Am, only 15 points between all three teams. Gary Mitchell, he's been hard to beat. He's going to be on pole position with Alex Harrison alongside. Rounding it out for the LM squad will be Johan Bergera. Then for the Hairpin Heroes, Taylor Stormsky will be the first for them. Kurt Van Altenried. And then John Young will be out in the third of the cars. Then Zach Taylor, Wesley Augusto will be the first of the Hot Lappers cars with Ryan Beale alongside. Only 15 points in it in Pro-Am. Really is close.
Yeah, both classes, teams who are currently sat in second or third will have to do everything they can to try and stop the team currently sat on the front row in third place having another solid result. Because if they do that, they're looking really strong into that endurance race. So they've got to do anything they can to try and disrupt their momentum.
They've just got to keep themselves in the fight, haven't they? That's what it's all about. Keep yourself in the fight. Then you've got a chance going into that endurance race. In the endurance race, there are big points up for grabs. Right, we are going to be going into the race very, very shortly. I'm really looking forward to this one. This, when we looked at the calendar, was one of the highlights, wasn't it, at Spa?
Yeah, some fantastic cars they got the pleasure of driving around this track, in the track that lends itself to this kind of cars. So, they're really going to be having a good time. Lots of downforce involved, lots of power involved. The Porsche in particular, 1,100 torques. That's an insane amount. Obviously moving into the hybrid era, of course, with these cars as well. So interesting to see how that plays a part.
Drivers are ready. Let's go down to Spa-Francorchamps. This the final sprint race of the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. The second race of the day. One more to go after this. This is going to decide the grid for that final race. Here we go, then we can see the pro drivers and we're off away in racing, and they get going away very quickly, don't they? The Red Bull cars leading us down towards turn number one for the first time. We've got a couple of the cars in second, a couple of the Lazarus cars there trying to go around the outside. It looks like everyone's got through safely. One or two cars running wide in the background, but we go on board with Robin Becker, who's going to lead us up Eau Rouge for the first time.
Yeah, scary stuff. Cars going side by side. That's a Lazarus and a Williams through Eau Rouge and Radion going side by side. They just about managed to get through. They're now tucking into the slipstream down to Lacombe for the first time, seeing if they can find an overtaking opportunity with the Pro-Am guys now starting.
Yep, here we go. Pro-Am then off away in racing. The LM squad will be the first to hit La Source for the first of 30 times. Through La Source they go. Oh, one or two cars spinning the rear tyres out of the first corner. A cloud of smoke to drive through there for the likes of the Hot Lappers towards the back of the field, but everyone going through nice and safely. We go on board with Wesley Augusto. Oh no, he's got that all wrong through Eau Rouge. Oh no, we've got a spinner. Wesley Augusto's gone round as well. So two or three. Oh my dear God, we got a car on its roof there. Hot Lappers car going up and over. I think that was Wesley Augusto. He's going to get going again now. That looked like an LM squad car as well that had also gone round. and Wesley Augusto somehow gets going again. 2 LM squad cars spun out there, so I wonder if they made contact with each other. 1 Hot Lappers car at the back as well, so that's an absolute disaster for the LM squad. They're leading the race, but their other 2 cars right at the back of the field.
Yeah, catastrophic stuff. No, the first lap going through Eau and Radion, no, you're trying to get 2 cars through there. It's so difficult to do at the best of times. Tyres are still cold. No, full tanks of fuel as well, so they've gone through there, made errors, and obviously as you're following through later in the pack, you can't help but get collected in the accident that's already happened.
Sure, we'll take another look at that in just a second. There is Hairpin Heroes. They've made the best of the starts here. They are in 2nd place currently. All 3 of their cars, I think they were the only team that actually managed to get through that first lap without any dramas, as they make their way now out of the right-hander and down towards the final chicane. So they're in 2nd place, chasing down Mitchell in the lead, and that is a change of position further back, isn't it? That is Williams losing a place to Lazarus as they make their way down towards Eau Rouge. So the Hot Lappers, both of them did okay. They're 5th and 6th with Wesley Augusto at the back. So that means the Hairpin Heroes are 2nd, 3rd and 4th, Harry. So they have an absolutely fantastic start to the Hairpin Heroes. They're trying to chase down the leaders as there goes Lazarus side by side with Red Bull, trying to get the move done through Lecombe, and they're going to get the move complete. Brilliant driving there from Lazarus, who get ahead of one of the Red Bull cars. Brilliant stuff there.
Yeah, crucial to get the moves done early, making as much progress as you can, disrupting the Red Bull rhythm. Now, we've seen so many times over the last 4 days that when they get out front and they lead away over the first few laps, they're almost untouchable, but Lazarus doing everything they can to disrupt that momentum, and they've done just that.
On board with the Lazarus car through ProAm for the 2nd time. So we've got Red Bull still leading the way. They're still 1st and 2nd, but their 3rd car beginning to drop down the order now. So once again, one of the Red Bull cars struggling, but the Hairpin Heroes doing a brilliant job. We've got one of the Hot Lappers cars has just broken up the Hairpin Heroes cars in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So one of the Hairpin Heroes cars dropping back down to 5th. And I think this is indeed that battle. That's that Hot Lappers car trying to get past the 2nd of the Hairpin Heroes cars. It's going to be side by side through No Name as they come through this left-hander and trying to go all the way around the outside as now they make their way down towards Puon. You've got to be brave to go around the outside there. We're on board with the Hairpin Heroes car on the inside. They're going to try and push that Hot Lappers car to the outside, but all the way around the outside, and that is move complete. Brilliant driving there from Hot Lappers to get themselves up into 3rd place.
Yeah, we're seeing some fantastic moves so early on in this race. They're really being brave with their moves. It's so easy to go around the outside of P1 and find yourself in the wall as you get too tight into the middle of the corner. Doesn't lend itself to that kind of racing, but these guys are somehow making it work.
Absolute beast, the Nissan car, doesn't it? Looks like something out of Star Wars, doesn't it? The Nissan car here, but Hot Lappers up into 3rd place then. Hairpin Heroes still 2nd. The LM squad leading the way though. Mitchell doing a good job for them, because look how far back the cars in 7th and 8th are. We'll come back to that though, because there goes the Hairpin Heroes car down the inside. We're on board with the Hot Lappers car, who's going to hold on. So Hot Lappers just about holding on ahead of Hairpin Heroes. The top 2 are escaping out of this your battle for 3rd place.
Yeah, something similar we saw in the first race, wasn't it, where the front 2 get away and then there's lots of battling behind. See tyre smoke coming off. You're basically trying to put 750 odd horsepower through the front tyres as well as getting them around the corner with the front wheels as well. So they're going to be shredded at the end of this race. They're going to be obviously taking care of those with pit stops in mind as they fire it up through Eau Rouge and Radion.
Well, we talked pre-race. It's just about keeping yourself in the fight. Don't do anything silly. But that message has not got through to some of the drivers in the Pro-Am class, with one of them on its roof as we go down towards Lake Arm, this for the 3rd time. So here is a replay of the start then, Harry.
So this is on board the Hot Lappers car, isn't it? So they're going up through Eau Rouge and then Radion. We'll see what happens. Just going a bit too early, and then up ahead you can see the tyre smoke as we then lose it over the runoff area and then in the grass and the wall, just rolling it over, and there's cars in the outside wall of Radion as well. So disaster start, the most dramatic start I think we've seen in the 4 days so far.
Yeah, they left it late, didn't they, to have a big dramatic start like that, but 2 cars I think rolled it there. We didn't quite see the other one, but the other one had gone off in a similar fashion, had left it till they got to the top of the hill to go off. I mean, you're going to take that corner 30 times. You don't want to take too many risks the first time you're going to do it. You've got a big long straight after Eau Rouge. If you go through there a few tenths slower, you'll make up for it afterwards. I think we're going to see a spin from Williams. Now, let's have a look. Oh, yeah, getting it all wrong through Puon, and there we go. Big tank slapper and off.
Yeah, lost the back end through ProAm. Easy to do, obviously carrying so much speed through there, but you're holding on for dear life, and the rear end said no, and then overcorrecting it on the exit and firing it into the wall. So that's why they're down in 9th place and a long way off the back of the field at this point. Still a long way to go, of course, but it's going to be a tough ask for them.
Disappointing start then for the LM squad. He's had a disappointing start. Wesley Augusto has just not been his day at all, but the Hot Lappers team have a car fighting at the head of the field. This is one of the Williams cars. This is the car in 5th place. This is your battle for 3rd place we are seeing on screen now, making its way down towards ProAm. We've got a Lazarus car in this, we've got a Red Bull car in this, and we've got a Williams car in this as well.
So that's Isaac Price holding his own in the lead of Williams, isn't it? So he's already jumped 2 of the Lazarus cars early on in this race, so that's a good job for him. Obviously his teammates almost, I'm going to say letting him down at this point, but they're not on the same level as he is. We saw him have the incident early on in the last race. He came back and fought his way through and caught back up to them, and in this race, without the issues at the start, he's now rampaging off and potentially looking at a podium.
Well, that Red Bull car in 4th could really do his teammates favours if he decides to get involved in the battle. If he can throw one down the inside of that Lazarus car, it's just going to help his teammates up ahead get away. If he can't keep up with that Lazarus car, then we've seen the Lazarus car is capable of closing down the 2 leaders. Tobin Lee, the driver in that Lazarus car, in 3rd place, isn't it? In fact, it's Dan Neiman, apologies, in that. And Dan Neiman was the driver yesterday who we saw at Sebring catch Red Bull. So this is dangerous for Red Bull. They need the driver in the 3rd Red Bull car there to hold him up, but that looked like a mistake from Dan Neiman, locking up the tyres into last source, but makes up for it on the exit and retains a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, Dan Neiman seems to be trying that tactic of going slower at the start of the race and then capitalising towards the end. We've seen them try it so many times, and yesterday they managed to pull off one move on the Red Bull duo that were up front, not quite the other. Obviously, Tobin Lee tried it last race that we've just seen, and he couldn't quite make the ground he needed to get in between the Red Bulls. So they're obviously sticking with that strategy, but obviously Arnu in the Red Bull could do the Red Bull team some favours. We've got some side-by-side action into Lacoum.
Yep, that is Dan Neiman at the head of the field. We've got Williams in 2nd place in this queue. This is the battle for 3rd that we've been talking about for the last 30 seconds or so. We're on board with the car at the back of the train now. It's the Williams car. In fact, this is down the field, isn't it? Now, this is Tobin Lee, isn't it, that we're on board with? So he's doing one of the worst. Oh, there's almost a spin, a half spin for the Williams car. Manages to get going. Oh, and spins it, and round it goes. So the Williams car in a straight line there just couldn't quite recover it, and the Williams car goes round.
Yeah, we said these cars were difficult to drive, and these guys, although they're very, very good, proving that point quite well for us at the moment. Unfortunate incident for the Williams guys. Such a strange place to lose it. It looks like they'd had sort of a half spin, then got the car pointing in the right direction again, went for it, and they just spun off again, obviously overheating the rear tyres under traction. But we heard Tobin talking earlier about how damage can really cost you the race and cost you an opportunity. And when we were riding aboard, it looked like he had some damage to the front of the car. I wouldn't be surprised if the Williams cars obviously now got some damage as well. So these guys are going to have a tough time trying to get around the rest of this race in suitable fashion.
If you saw the last 3 seconds of that crash, how on earth did he manage to just spin it in a straight line? But to be fair, the spin had kind of started about 8 seconds before that. As there you can see another example of how hard these cars are to drive. And just up ahead, that looks like the other Lazarus car slowing down. So that is Lazarus teammates swapping position. So team tactics coming into play here as the 2 Lazarus teammates decide to swap places. Let the other one go through. It's not going to affect their points because they're in those 2 places anyway. And I think that's potentially Tobin Lee has been let ahead. Yes, so Ross May has let Tobin Lee go through and into 6th place. And now they're going to try and work together to close down the top 5. And as we are seeing these guys struggling to hold on to the cars so much, I think it's probably a good time to speak a little bit more about the cars we're in.
Yeah, the reason they're so difficult, as we mentioned just before the race now, 1100 torque, so that's a lot of power. As soon as you look at the throttle, it's going to be spinning up those rear tyres, and you normally look at it is a 4-wheel drive car, but you only get 500 horsepower to the rear wheels and then 400 horsepower from the electrical system from the hybrid, then going to the front wheels. So if you're trying to get the power down at a point in the track where maybe the program isn't set up for the hybrid to kick in, you get 500 horsepower through the rear wheels, and that's why you see them spinning at unusual places. For example, on the exit at No Name and ProAm, of course, you might not be relying on the battery power at that point. You're saving it for the acceleration phases, as we've got the ProAm cars getting lapped already and getting out of the way suitably.
Oh already getting that. I guess one of them was on their roof, wasn't it?
That doesn't help, no.
Yeah, at the start of the race. So Wesley Augusto, that would be at the very back. This is Alexander Arnoux, so this is the third of the Red Bull cars. That ahead is Dan Niemann. So Dan Niemann with a gap now and trying to close down the top two. So we can see the two Red Bull cars up in the distance turning in there. This is Dan Niemann. And then this is the third of the Red Bull cars, Alexander Arnoux. So all fairly close together here. Those two Red Bull leaders certainly aren't running away with this. Early on in race one, they had a 5-second gap. They certainly do not have that now.
No, just 2 seconds between the two Red Bulls and then the leading Lazarus car in third. So keeping them honest, no, they're within touching distance, and any small mistakes are going to be punishable from that kind of distance. Obviously, Red Bull need their third driver to try and put the Lazarus car under pressure, cost them time essentially, so they're not going to be under pressure from the Lazarus car if they decide to get their foot down a little bit more. You'll see the slipstream effect now down the Kemmel Straight, but it's not going to be enough to get into an overtaking position. That's so difficult. Trying to follow cars through Eau Rouge and Radion's a difficult task, but these guys in these cars are relishing the challenge.
I hate to say it, Harry, but I'm going to try.
You're not doing maths again, are you?
I'm going to try.
Oh, no.
There's been so many changes in ProAm, it's all over the place, isn't it? ProAm is the one where it was only 15 points between them. We've got an LM Squad car leading. The other two are at the back. We've got all three teams represented in the top three. Yeah. That is why it was so close in the first race. With LM Squad, who are our leaders, having such a dramatic crash between them at the start, I mean, I'd be surprised if they're still the leaders. There could be a change for the lead here. So
yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And so the two LM Squad cars really do look to be out of contention. The first of them, which is currently in seventh, is 45 seconds behind the next car. Obviously, the hot lap is down in 8th, and the third of the LM Squad cars 9th and a lap down. So I know there's a long way to go, but they're not looking like they're in a suitable state to make any kind of progress in the rest of this race. Obviously, they're relying on Gary Mitchell, Mr. Reliable for LM Squad at the moment, who's currently leading, to do what he does best. But they're not. It's not going to plan for them, that's for sure.
They're scoring 35 points at the moment. I think it's even less than that, isn't it?
They've got some squabbling here, isn't it? Hot lappers are following around two guys in front of them who are side by side through Lacombe, constantly switching backwards and forwards. So we've got a Hairpin Heroes car
Heroes are up to
in fourth, and that's another Hairpin Heroes car that they're battling with. So
they've
they're
swapped places.
Into team battling, but if they're not too careful, they've got a Hot Lappers car right behind them looking to pick them off.
Yep, they're second, fourth and fifth, aren't they, on track? But that might not be for long.
Yeah, no, they've got to be careful. Swapping positions all well and good, but if you've got another car from another team in your immediate vicinity, you've got to do it in a suitable place.
Now, they are there's 1 point between LM Squad and Hairpin Heroes at this stage.
As of this moment.
As of now, LM Squad are on 74 points, and Hairpin Heroes are on 73 points. That is how I have it. 1 point between the top two teams. It's only lap 8 of 30, but that is how close it is, and that is how important that battle is. If those two Hairpin Heroes cars lose that place to the car behind, to the Hot Lappers car, isn't it, behind them, then LM Squad get their advantage back. But there's no way that LM Squad car is going to close down. So it's going to be 33 points to LM Squad. That takes them to 74, but 40 points so far for Hairpin Heroes with where they are.
Yeah, it's Ryan Beale in the Hot Lappers car who's putting the Hairpin Heroes duo under pressure, so he's got to do a job for his team, and obviously you impact basically the other two teams you're impacting despite taking care of number one, your own team. That's how this final day works. Everything that you do for you basically impacts the other two teams dramatically.
It's the final day of the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. We're watching our Pro class, but in our Pro-Am class there is just 1 point between the top two teams at this stage. The top prize, $17,500. That is exactly what they are fighting for. Big money up for grabs. Big tournament, a big competition that have led us to this point. And there we can see the Red Bull car fighting with the Lazarus car. Big battles going on across both classes. This the battle for third place, isn't it? Now we look back at the Hot Lappers car that is trying to get past the two Hairpin Heroes cars. So this is the Hot Lappers car that is in 6th place behind the Hairpin Heroes cars in 4th and 5th.
Yeah, that third Red Bull car that you can see we're on board with now, looking real racy against the back of Dan Niemann, up through Eau Rouge and then cresting through Radion as they now go down the Kemmel Straight, looking to pick up the slipstream, and they'll have to pick a direction. It's probably going to be the outside if he can't get up the inside, but Dan Niemann not necessarily covering that one off. He doesn't seem to be wanting to defend it, but the third Red Bull can't quite get enough of a run to make a move.
Well, Lei Kum is fairly fast, isn't it, as a corner? The braking distance into there is so short that you have to be alongside, really, to make that move work. Because, you know, a dive down the inside around Lei Kum, you can just hold it around the outside there, can't you? It's a really difficult over corner to overtake at times. Through No Name, very quick corner as well, as they now head down towards ProAm. At this stage, the Red Bull driver there doing a great job for his team to make Dan Niemann's task very difficult. Dan Niemann, you have to say, Harry, if you're in that seat that Dan Niemann's in, you're struggling to concentrate on the two drivers ahead, aren't you?
Well, that's exactly it. You know, he wants to be pushing on because he knows another first and second for Red Bull is going to be pretty damning for the championship going into the endurance race. Although there's more points available in the endurance race, it makes that task so much harder if the team at the top has got a healthy lead. And obviously Red Bull coming into this second race have got a healthy lead already, and they're looking to build on it at the moment. But we are on board with Taylor Stormsky, part of the Hairpin Heroes team in Pro-Am, currently in second place, 2 seconds behind Gary Mitchell. Now that's a daunting task trying to catch anyone, but if it's Gary Mitchell out front, you've really got your work cut out because he seems to be just absolutely on it this week.
The last part of Lei Kum now making their way downhill towards Bruxelles.
The graphic in the bottom left, Chris, is going to draw your attention to it. In the top left of it, you'll see that cloud with the three little dots underneath it. So I imagine at some point in this race, in traditional Spa style, we're going to see some wet weather. So I'm sure the drivers will be looking to that and thinking either that's great or that's really not great.
Oh dear.
Exactly. And especially with this circuit, the high-speed corners.
Rain's coming down, I think.
Is it raining already?
I believe so. That's what I'm being told. So we have a man in the game, basically.
There it is. You can see it.
There we go.
And they're in the pits as well, the Pro class.
So is that tyre changes?
Possibly, yeah. You want to get
Williams. Well, Williams have hit the pits at the perfect time there. They're the first one to react to this, and they've come in. This is Nikodem Wisniewski has come in, so this is big, big stuff. If they're out there, if they need to change tyres, then they've got a whole lap to do.
Yeah, I mean, fresh tyres are going to be crucial. If you're running around in wet conditions and on worn tyres, it's double trouble essentially. So we'll see if anyone else follows them in early. But obviously the rain coming down thick and fast, the spray already kicking up, so visibility is going to be pretty poor as the headlights aren't on yet, which is quite surprising. Maybe not quite overcast enough, but you can see the battle is still resuming between, I presume this is third and fourth, isn't it? The Lazarus and the Red Bull car in Pro class.
So this is the third place battle, as you said. You can see the spray coming off the back of the cars. What a chance. This is so tricky, Spa in the rain, isn't it, Harry, particularly in these cars?
Yeah, I mean, they'd love to spin up their wheels at the best of time, throw in some moisture as well, and the worn tyres for good measure. They've got a real handful. They'll be pleased that there's lots of high-speed corners. Obviously, it doesn't mean there's as many traction zones, but as they come through this part of the circuit, they'll be passing through Blanchimont, which is going to be getting oh so tricky in these high downforce vehicles, and then into the slow bus-stop chicane. A good overtaking opportunity if you're close enough. More importantly, in these conditions, the traction is going to be the main thing. You can hear them lifting and coasting, so they're already looking at fuel consumption as they're all coming into the pit lane.
Yep, all of them coming into the pits at the same time. It's what we expected. The rain's coming down, so everyone's going to bail into the pits. I think we'll see the whole field coming into the pits. Now, what has this done in terms of our Pro-Am class? Is this for the lead between the Hairpin Heroes, or is this our two Hairpin Heroes teammates? I think it's the latter, isn't it? The Hot Lappers car has gone through, hasn't it? It's gone past one of them.
That's one of them. We're on board with it, looking back at the Hairpin Heroes car. So, yeah, they've made up one position there, so they're now splitting the Hairpin Heroes. So they're going to have to work together to try and get that position back. Or is the Hot Lap, because Hot Lappers car just going to make its way through both of them and then drive off into the... As we're running wide, are we... And that's the Hot Lappers car we're on board with, isn't it? So leaving a little bit of room for the Hairpin Heroes, but nothing quite coming of it.
Brilliant racing overall. We're on board with the Hot Lappers car once again. There you can see the Hairpin Heroes car, and that's going to give the LM squad a little bit more of a breather. It was 1 point between the two teams. This is good news for the LM squad team. There's only 3 of them, and I forgot what one of them was called. There we go. But this is going to give a couple extra points back to the LM squad, but still it's incredibly close.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Considering it's 1 point, I'm thinking of what happens if we have a tie on points. That is something that I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
But here we go. Are we going to see all the Pro-Am teams into the pits? Let's see. As all the way around the outside goes the Hairpin Heroes car. The Hairpin Heroes car comes in. The Hot Lappers car stays out. Interesting choice.
Yeah, we've not seen anyone else stay out at this point of the race. They've all come in at the earliest opportunity, but they're feeling like on low fuel, they just want to run the car as long as possible. Maybe they're not too worried about the conditions. Maybe they've got a setup that suits it, but everyone else has taken the opportunity for fresh tyres. They look to be the only one who hasn't.
Now, if you're looking at this, you know, the 3 tracks we're going to, or the 2 tracks we're going to, if you're one of the drivers, you would have anticipated rain at Spa, probably?
Yeah, you'd be silly not to. No,
Yeah.
I think anyone who knows anything about motorsport, you go to Spa, you're going to be expecting a little bit of rain at least. I'm pretty sure, I've been lucky enough to go there, and we ended up camping, and we had snow at some point as well, so I don't know.
What year was that? Was that for World Endurance?
It wasn't. That was actually for Formula 1, but that was a good sort of two or three years ago, and yeah, the day we got there was absolutely baking sunshine. The next day we had a little bit of snow somehow. I'm not sure how that worked out, but that's typical Spa, and that's what these guys should be taking into account.
Well, I commentated on the World Endurance Championship race there, and it was the race where it was all 4 seasons in one. So let's have a look on board. This is an on-board lap, Harry. I'll hand it over to you as we go on board with Robin Bechter. This a wet lap at Spa.
Yeah, we've just exited out of turn 1, so that's the source hairpin as you then fly down. You can see the track ahead of you climbing through the forest, so through Eau Rouge, cresting through the left-hander, just about holding onto the car, making sure not to use the curbs or the AstroTurf in these conditions. It will fire you off as we're down the Kemmel Straight heading towards the end of Sector 1. The braking zone of Lacombe is just up ahead, using the curb on the left as your reference point. Using the curbs on the right and the left here, you're going slow enough to be able to use them, that extra bit of space to maximise your time. Swinging it through the right, use a little bit of curb on the exit, but don't be too greedy as you then come down to the turn 10 right hand. 180 degrees, track falls away from you, it's going downhill, a very difficult corner. You've got to be very, very patient, bring the car over to the right as you then go through No Name, the left-hander. Lots of room on the exit if you want to use it, but Becker of course knows better than that. In these conditions, he needs to be staying off that piece of the circuit. Pouon corner, a beautiful corner, firing it through the left, a little bit of a downshift and the lift as well, as you then feed it through the second part of that corner. Fanny chicane now, the right and the left. Got to be patient now, that's the name of the game on this circuit. Hugging the left, or hugging the right and then hugging the left, watching out for any aquaplaning you might find on the curbs. That's lingering around some of these blind corners. Into Stavolo, one of my least favourite corners on the circuit. It always looks a little bit faster until you get there, where it really pinches through the apex. Then the second part of that corner into curb Paul Frere. Now can get on the loud pedal. You can see the graphic, they're 82% on fuel, so they're doing okay on fuel, as they're obviously flat out for quite a long section of the circuit through the left-hander of Blanchimont, keeping it pinned. Beautiful sound of the car, hard on the brakes into the bus stop chicane, turns 19 and turn 20. The track going uphill, very easy to lose the rear end as you climb over the crest of the corners before getting on the loud pedal once again to end another lap of Spa.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Harry. That an on-board lap with Robin Bechter. We're already approaching half race distance. Absolutely flown by, isn't it? So much has happened in this race already. We, in Pro-Am, had our top 2 teams close in by just 1 point. And we will check after the pit stops exactly what we... Look at the speed. You can see them there on your left. 180 in the wet.
Yeah, you're looking on the left, I'm looking on the right. They had a little bit of a lift, so they don't dare go full throttle through there, and I really don't blame them. It'd be absolutely terrifying in these conditions. But 200 miles an hour in the beautiful 2017 Porsche 919 hybrid. Just one of them cars where the top end speed maybe isn't too spectacular, but the way it gets there is just brutal.
And you don't hear it go past you
either,
no. Basically.
No, a V4 hybrid engine in there, isn't it? 2-litre turbocharged engine. So it's just one of them engineering masterpieces of the modern times and modern era that we find ourselves in the world of motorsport.
It was a fantastic car. It's a dominant car. As we now go back to have a look at the Hairpin Heroes team. So this is a real crucial battle in terms of championship. They've got to get back past that Hot Lappers car, the second of those Hairpin Heroes cars in that battle, which is the third on track overall, has to get past the Hot Lappers car.
Yeah, they need to get back on top. Now, they essentially assert dominance at that point of the race, and the drivers you're racing against. Oh, as we've got the drivers getting... And being told that's another disconnect, isn't it?
That's the invisible man driving, isn't it? No, that is Nikodem Wisniewski.
That's sadly the Williams again then, isn't it? It's the other Williams.
Yeah, Williams, it's going from bad to worse. Nikodem Wisniewski has has disconnected from the lobby. Now, if that's an internet problem, if that's a game crash, we're not sure. We'll let you know once it's confirmed. But what we can tell you for certain is Nikodem Wisniewski is going to DNF from this race. A real shame for Team Williams.
Yeah, really not going to plan for them today. They would have woke up this morning feeling good, thinking we've got an opportunity here. Everything is to play for. And then after the first race with the disconnect and the game issue that we saw them have, it really puts a downer on things. And then for what looks to be some kind of similar issue in the second race, it really does. It's very easy to start thinking, well, why are we bothering? Why even bother? But of course, there's still stuff to fight for in the third race.
8th and 9th in this race. A real shame for them, isn't it? I mean, they're still going to take home good money. $15,000 for third place in the pro class. They're going to take home $5,000 each. But it's just not the way that they would have wanted to do it.
No, and that's the thing. It's going to be, they're not going to be upset about winning that kind of money. It's just being upset about what could have been. And ultimately, that's what these esports events are usually like. It's always a case of what could have been, especially when things out of your control dictate what happens in terms of your finishing position and prize money. But ultimately, you can only get on with the job at hand when you're given the opportunity.
Well, we're very closely approaching the halfway stage of this race. And the Hairpin Heroes team performing absolutely brilliantly to close this gap down to just 1 point in the Pro-Am class. That it was 1 point when I worked it out, but the Hot Lappers car since then has made a move, so it's probably going to be a couple of points now. We will confirm that once we've got them all in and back out the pits. We'll have another check-in with the points. But it's so close. After 4 days, of course, the points were reset for this morning, and after 4 days, 2 teams split. Just 1 point, absolutely fantastic. Couldn't be any closer in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final, and it's what we've come to expect out of 54,000 competitors. We're down to the 54 best drivers, separated into 2 different classes. We've eliminated them down from 9 teams in each class to just 3, and all drivers from every team out on track for all 3 races today. We have a look at the Lazarus car making its way out of the chicane and going on to lap number 15. So let's take a look at the order. We have to take into consideration that there is some pit stops going on. Red Bull 1 and 2, Lazarus in 3, Red Bull in 4. Then behind that it's Williams, Lazarus, Williams, and then the third Williams car, which is unfortunately disconnected from the lobby. Reason why will be confirmed for you shortly. The LM squad lead in the Pro-Am class. Then it's the Hairpin Heroes from the Hot Lappers, Hairpin Heroes, Hot Lappers, Hairpin Heroes. The LM squad 7th, and then the Hot Lappers in 8th, and the other LM squad car a lap down. The 2 LM squad cars having a huge shunt at the start. The Hot Lappers car going over on its roof. Now, just hearing, I asked Bryn for us to check the points, and he has it at this current stage. The LM squad on 74, the Hairpin Heroes on 71.
Wow.
And then the Hot Lappers on 55.
And
that's close.
They're still in touching distance as well, so although they're essentially last of the 3 teams, they're still well within touching distance.
Yes.
But two different races going on in terms of the classes. Obviously, the Red Bull team obviously coming into this race leading, looking pretty comfortable, 1st, 2nd and 4th. But in the Pro class, the team that comes into leading, they first, 7th and 9th. So completely contrasting races that those 2 leading championship teams had at this moment in time.
It's just that's how quick we spoke about Eau Rouge in particular to say that can cause a huge shunt at the start, and that's exactly what it's done. Yeah, now we're in the rain, so you can spin in a straight line.
Yeah, it's one of those corners where, unless you're in a really high-performance vehicle, obviously not saying these aren't, but it's just about flat out. But then you add in, a tank full of fuel, and you can see Isaac in the bottom right.
Oh, no.
He doesn't look like he's driving, so he's DNF'd as well. So it's gone from bad to worse for the Williams team.
And that is the 2nd time today that we see a Williams driver climbing out of their rig, and both Williams cars now out of the race. The mechanical problems continue for Williams, and we are down to just 1 driver out there on track for Team Williams. Let's tell you what you're seeing on screen though, because this is a battle going on which involves the Hot Lappers and the Hairpin Heroes. The Hairpin Heroes currently 2nd in the standings, just 3 points back from our leaders. They are in 2nd, 4th. This is the 3rd of the Hairpin Heroes cars, which is in 6th place.
Yeah, it looked like we were about to have a massive accident on the exit of Radion there. You can see the big lift that they had through there and then got a bit shaky over the top of the hill, and then they feed their way through Lacombe. You can see the inputs on the right hand side of the throttle and the brake, so they'll be looking to basically look after the tyres at this point, because obviously they need to make sure that when the rain has disappeared they've got some tyres underneath them to crack on.
There's the Red Bull car, isn't it? That's a they were nose to tail going down the straight there.
Yeah, they're a bit eager. It's probably a nicer way of putting it, to get through the lap traffic essentially. So not messing around and not taking their time. But obviously you've got to be careful, because we've seen over the last few days that when it comes to traffic, and the Red Bull team will know this better than anyone, especially when leading a race, that it can go from 0 to 0.
Yes, I do remember that now. That's you've got to be careful. That was at Monza, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. That was the first race of day 2, I believe, where they were comfortably out front, and then through Curva Grande lost the back end and had an accident all by themselves and involved some of the Pro-Am class guys. So be careful not to do that again, as we've got some bumper to bumper stuff in Pro-Am.
Now points update. Bryn getting in touch with us from our virtual pit lane, and points wise it looks like Red Bull are on 104, Lazarus 64, Williams 33 after those DNFs. Oh, running wide there through Blanchimont. We can see that was the Hot Lappers team running wide there, side by side up ahead as we go into the chicane. Hot Lappers running wide. We've got Lazarus and Hot Lappers, so we've got lap traffic getting involved. Lazarus trying to make their way past Hot Lappers, and this has opened up an opportunity for the Hairpin Heroes to get back past the Hot Lappers. They're going to be side by side into La Source. Hairpin Heroes to the outside, Hot Lappers on the inside. Hairpin Heroes need this to take the fight to the LM squad, and they're going to be side by side now down towards Eau Rouge, and this could be to take the points lead overall away from the LM squad. We go back on board with the Hairpin Heroes. Surely they're going to get the run now up through Eau Rouge. A little bit of corner cutting there for Hot Lappers. They've got to be careful of that they don't pick themselves up a penalty. But this is incredibly close stuff. Hairpin Heroes we're on board with. They're in 6th place at the moment, behind the Hot Lappers there, and fighting for points to try and take the lead away from the LM squad.
Yeah, great example of why the multi-class system works so well. Now, the Pro class cars are obviously faster than the Pro-Am class cars, so when they come to lap them, it creates a bit of a challenge for both sides of the teams and the drivers, and it presents opportunities like that otherwise you might not have got.
They've got so much time over that LM squad car behind them as well. This is real crucial stuff. The Hairpin Heroes need to get this place to potentially take that lead away. The Hot Lappers are coming back through the field, aren't they? The 2 cars they have remaining are making their way back up the order.
Yeah, that's what they'll be looking for. So they didn't have the best of starts to this race, as you mentioned. We had one on its roof, and then on the wheels, and on its roof again on its wheels. So they've had their work cut out, obviously, over halfway through this race. So they'll be looking to see how many points they can take off the Hairpin Heroes throughout the remainder of this. But obviously on the other side of the fence, the Hairpin Heroes want to be getting that position back.
Down towards Blanchimont. Let's have a look then. So, how good is Bryn's maths? Red Bull 104, Lazarus 59, and then 33 for Williams.
Comfortable for Red Bull, isn't it, at the moment?
Very comfortable.
They can't let it get to them, though.
That was on lap 16, so there has been a lap since, but yes, very, very comfortable for them.
Yeah, also there's a lot of points available in the endurance race, let's not forget, but you would need some kind of massive swing and essentially a disaster for Red Bull to potentially open up the door for someone else if it was to stay the way it is. But we've seen, obviously, now you can see how close it is in Pro-Am.
That's confirmation that there's only 3 points in it. Hot Lappers here behind the Hairpin Heroes now, so good stuff that from Hairpin Heroes. This is actually the fight for second, so this isn't the fight we were on board with a few moments ago. This is the fight further up the field, and this more crucial because there's more points going with this. Hairpin Heroes taking 18 points if they finish where they are, but the Hot Lappers are here to try and spoil the party. And as you said, Harry, the Hot Lappers aren't too far behind either. So they've still got something to fight for as we're side by side. Hairpin Heroes go round the outside at Lacombe, trying to take that place away from the Hot Lappers. They're still going to be side by side. Good respectful racing from both teams there, given what's at stake as well. Down to Bruxelles, we've got the Hairpin Heroes trying to go all the way around the outside of the Hot Lappers, and I think they're going to do it, and indeed they do. Hairpin Heroes will now complete the move into No Name Corner, and still side by side they are as they now go down towards Pouon. We go on board now with the Hairpin Heroes into the left. They've got to try and get this move done, but the Hot Lappers are not going to give it up. They stay on the outside, they keep it planted, and they're going to keep the position.
Yeah, beautiful driving. They've got a Pro Class car coming up behind them as well, so they've got to be careful. A little bit of contact into the Fanion chicane, but they're still side by side with the lapped car now trying to get through and make their way past. They've got to be patient because these two are battling on track for position as they now seem to be so that's sideways from the Pro-Am class cars. As the lap car's now through, they can carry on their fight.
Well, the Hot Lappers car there was side by side. Wow. Fantastic racing, isn't it? Through Stavilo there, we had the Hot Lappers car almost going all the way around. It went sideways and then out of vision. And then I held my breath until I saw them come back into vision. But running wide there, Hot Lappers car runs wide through Bonchimon. Hairpin Heroes have to try and take advantage now as they hit the brakes for the chicane. They're going to try and set up the switchback move into La Source, but brilliant driving this from Hot Lappers, and they're going to stay ahead, but they've got 11 more laps of this now to try and hold on.
Yeah, it's a lot of time to try and hold on, but I think they might be the only driver who's thankful of the front-wheel drive design. And we've got a car.
No, we had a car round. We had a car round there, I think. This is the battle further up the road. So, yes, they may be the same cars. It's the two same teams, and Hot Lappers going round the outside. This will be to take second from the Hairpin Heroes, and they have done. So, a brilliant stuff, brilliant driving there. Hot Lappers now taking more points out of the Hairpin Heroes.
Yeah, just being a bit more bold around the outside and making that move stick rather than being side by side like we saw their teammates a lap ago. Obviously, another lapped car wanting to find its way through. That's probably the car that just was battling from the other two teammates a little while back, as they're picking a real wrong time to try and fight their way through the field. But you can see the Hairpin Heroes here is back ahead of the Hot Lappers car.
So as one Hot Lappers car gets past a Hairpin Heroes car, a Hairpin Heroes car gets back past a Hot Lappers car, so yeah, it kind of evens itself out there, doesn't it, points-wise. So this Hairpin Heroes car is through and into 5th place with a gap, already making a gap. So, right, where does that leave them? I haven't really been looking at those positions for a while, so let's see where we are then in Pro-Am. So we've got LM Squad leading from Hot Lappers. We saw that move happen. Hairpin Heroes now 3rd, 4th and 5th, and that's the car in 5th place. So that's good. They needed to make that move once being passed for 2nd place.
We saw this in the first race from the Hairpin Heroes, didn't we? That they were running around the track essentially together as a team, and then they're basically trying to hold those middle ground positions. They don't seem to have the pace to challenge at the very front, but they are very, very good at being consistent in the midfield and working together as a team to try and get a stranglehold on those sort of 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th positions on track. They're trying to make that their own at the moment.
So the points difference will now be 4, basically. That the gap for LM Squad goes up by 1 out of all that, as into La Source. This is the Hairpin Heroes car that is in 3rd, and that is a Lazarus car going to go through and put a lap on them. Now this could come into play for them as they get towards Eau Rouge. If that Lazarus car decides to make a move on the Hot Lappers car, it could help, but they're going to do it down the Kemmel Straight instead. So that works nicely for the Hot Lappers car.
Yeah, sensible driving from the Pro Class Lazarus, making sure not to risk anything silly through, trying to lap a car through a rouge in these conditions is probably the worst thing you could try to be doing. But hopefully for these guys, they'll be left alone by the Pro Class cars and they can continue their battle without having to jump out of the way for the leaders.
Now, is that another Pro car behind? I think it is, isn't it? Yes, it's the Red Bull.
This is the 3rd and 4th placed Pro Class cars trying to get their way through the Pro-Am class cars, which is just a matter of fact in terms of the way the Super Final works. We're going to be running into that probably in the endurance race more than this one with the way the 2-class system works.
Now, Red Bull go past the Hairpin Heroes car, that is in 3rd, sorry. And now could do them a favour by, off there, slot just briefly, the Hairpin Heroes car through Pouan. They rejoin the track again. We're on board with the Red Bull car that is in 4th place overall. And all of this helping them put one hand on the title going into the final race as they now try and get a lap on the Hot Lappers car, which has made its way through to 2nd. And they're going to wait for the run through Blanchimont. And they'll get that lap put on them. But they could do the move at a better place to help the Hairpin Heroes car out.
Yeah, I think we've got the leaders of the Pro Class car in the pit lane. I think that was the Red Bull, and even the Lazarus in 3rd might have been in the pit. So it'll be interesting to see if the other Red Bull dives into the pit lane, which it does. So the leaders of the Pro Class, the Pro Class now coming into the pit lane for the 2nd time, which should be the final time in this race.
Into the pits, as we said. So 2nd wave of pit stops now taking toll. So things are going to mix themselves up for a brief period of time, and then they'll sort themselves out again as through the pit lane they go. So let's look back then, see who we're on board with here. This is the Hot Lappers car in second. So is that the other Hairpin Heroes car that came in?
Yeah.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Yeah, you can see the spanner there. That confirms that they are in the pits. So a good time, I think, for the Hairpin Heroes car to come in. They've been battling furiously with that Hot Lappers car, so they decide to come in.
Yeah, it's Taylor Stormsky, I think it was, the Hairpin Heroes car that was in the pits. So yeah, picking a good time to come in, get a full tank of fuel again, get some new tyres on there, looking to run towards the end of the race.
Well, they're trying to do the undercut,
exactly that. So get some fresh tyres on there again. These conditions, fresh tyres means a little bit more than if it's just purely dry. So they might be looking for that kind of advantage, and they'll see in a lap or two's time when the others start to pit whether it's paid off for them.
There's only 4 points between LM Squad and the Hairpin Heroes. It's incredibly close. That being helped by the fact we may have 2 LM Squad cars off and down the back of the field, but Mitchell, once again, the one carrying the force for them. He's the one that has been putting in the results for them all week. I think all but one race we worked out he'd won, and without this performance here, they'd be going in to that final race second place.
Yeah, he really has driven superbly. So I don't want to put any kind of commentator's curse on him, but he has driven superbly so far up to this point as we ride on board with the sole remaining Williams. Obviously, he'll know that his teammates aren't in the race anymore. He'd have been told of their misfortunes. And unfortunately, I think with some damage that he might have picked up, he's not really in a position to fight for anything higher than 7th either. So a real disaster for Williams in this second race of the final day of the Mon Esports Super Final.
It's going to be a long 9 laps.
It is, especially with the damaged car. Yeah, it's going to be even longer than he would like. But you see 20 seconds off the back of Ross May, and I'm not sure if Brzezinski's made the final pit stop as well. Well, hope for his sake he has, as otherwise that's even more time.
Wow. Now, who is that?
That's a Hot Lappers
car. That is a Hot Lappers car on its roof.
That's out of Blanchimont into the bus stop chicane, isn't it?
Now, that was the one fighting for 5th. So that was the Hairpin Heroes car it was fighting with. And look at, there is a bit of that car missing, isn't there?
Yeah, that's Ryan Beale, I believe, in the Hot Lappers car. So I'm not sure what's happened there, but he's had a big accident in a big way coming out of Blanchimont. You're doing the best part of, about 190 miles an hour. So that'll explain why there's so much damage to that car.
Well, half of it was missing, wasn't it? As it now makes its way back into the pit. So let's just confirm. Yes, that was the one that was putting all the pressure on 5th place. So that basically means that those Hairpin Heroes cars now have a bit of breathing space.
They do. So they're going to have to look to see how that affects them going forward. Obviously, that's disaster. They've got one car out of the race. They've got one car who was putting pressure on the Hairpin Heroes, and now they've had an accident. We'll maybe see if we can get a replay of what happened there, whether it was by themselves or with another car involved. But yeah, disaster for them. Here might be a replay.
Here we go. Harry, talk us through it.
So we're going through Blanchimont, just got a swapper on in the difficult conditions, and then upside down again. We've seen that a number of times, rolling and rolling and rolling, and thankfully landing just about on the wheels again to be able to get that car back to the pits, but disaster for Ryan Beale.
And 9.5 out of 10 from me. That was an impressive accident, that, wasn't it? But the Hot Lappers team were just bringing themselves back into play there, and unfortunately, in the wet round spa, you drop one wheel off onto the rumble strip, onto the AstroTurf, sorry, and next thing you're going for 4 spins before landing with half a car missing.
Yeah, but he did at least get 9.5 from you, so there's something in that. I mean, silver lining.
It was impressive. It was a nice, smooth landing.
What was missing for the full 10, do you reckon? Just a wheel off?
Yeah, I don't know, actually.
No,
he didn't take a bow afterwards.
Yeah, it's not the first guy we've seen do that at this track in these conditions. It's obviously, we mentioned it, how special this track is and how high speed it is. And when you have an off around here, it tends to be a pretty big one. And that's just another demonstration of exactly how you can be caught out.
So the rear. So I'm being told that the rear wing actually came off
before the accident. That's a strange one,
and that's why it flipped.
I'm not sure how on earth that would manage to happen, but that would explain why there was why we saw it struggling on the exit of the corner. Obviously, you lose your rear wing, you lose all your rear downforce, and therefore you can barely go in a straight line.
It didn't look. It didn't look like a. I mean, you could
Let's have a look.
Let's have another look at it. So, here we go. This is in slow.
There it is.
Oh, there goes the rear wing. And that is, well, that's going to be the last of you, isn't it? Here we go. And 1, 2, 3, and 4. And land.
That's extremely peculiar. I mean, there was another car there, but obviously they were ahead of them, clearly. There was no contact involved. That's a scary accident to have, going into Blanchimont and losing pretty much all of your rear downforce. That's incredible.
That's a huge shame. That's bad luck that they really didn't deserve, because the hot lappers were putting in a tremendous performance there. They were last in the points coming into this race, and they were slowly bringing themselves back into play.
I'm hoping by coming into the pit, with it being so close to the pits, they managed to come in and get some of that damage fixed, so it's not going to hamper them for the rest of the race, of course. And we'll see how their progress comes along. So obviously they lost a handful of time. The fact they didn't have to go around the entirety of the circuit with the damaged cars, good for them, but obviously far from ideal. See them in 6th place in it, so 16 seconds behind the Hairpin Heroes. So it would suggest that they lost that time in the accident, but they are at least able to continue the race in somewhat suitable fashion.
Well, I'm hearing that one of the Williams drivers, I think it's Isaac Price.
I think Brzezinski.
It was Nikodem Wisniewski, the first driver to go out, has picked up a shoulder injury, and that has had to retire from the race and might not race in the third. Is that something you've heard of before in esports?
It can happen. That's the beauty of motorsport esports, is you're still using a wheel and the pedals. You still have to have the physical inputs, like the real drivers do. So it makes sense. Obviously, if you're running with a high force feedback setting as well on your steering wheel, then that kind of thing can happen. I mean, ultimately for them overall, I don't think it's going to have too much of an impact on their essentially a 3rd place finish at the end of today. But it's just I don't think today could have gone any worse for them, unfortunately, which is a real shame.
That really sums it up for them.
They've done so well to get to this point. They had the one-off opportunity in the earlier this year at Autosport International to qualify, and they've done a superb job. They took that one opportunity, and they've had some fantastic results over the last 4 days. But unfortunately today, when it really counts the most, they've had some bad luck and some injuries, and of course just the racing hasn't gone their way.
So this is on board now with Hairpin Heroes, and this is the Hairpin Heroes car of Taylor Stormsky.
So they're running 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment, Hairpin Heroes, aren't they? So they're sort of sandwiched hot lappers on either side of them in 2nd and 6th, and obviously Mr. Mitchell out front that we've become so accustomed to. That's almost a given at this point, that the car leading ProAm is an LM squad driven by Gary Mitchell. Doesn't seem to let anything phase him. Doesn't matter what car and conditions and track we throw at him, he just seems to be able to dominate it no matter what.
Now, the battle for 2nd in ProAm is the most crucial, I'd say, because that's the battle that could see the points difference in ProAm come down to just 1. Now this is Red Bull putting a lap on hot lappers. The hot lappers car that's still going around without any problems. The only hot lappers car that hasn't been on its roof, basically. That's how dramatic their race has been.
Yeah, this Becker, isn't it? The Red Bull that is again a bit like Mitchell. We take it for granted that the car in first is going to be a Red Bull driven by Robin Becker. But interesting behind, we're seeing a very similar sequence unfold where Malay's dropped off the back of his teammate and he's being caught a little bit. You can see there in 3rd place, just 2 seconds the gap back to Dan Neiman. So 5 laps to go, 2 seconds gap. That's far from settled.
No, they've just both been, Robin Becker and Gary Mitchell have just both been outstanding performance, isn't it? If we had to give a driver the race, I guess we just say Robin Mitchell. Just a combination of the both of them. They've just both been absolutely fantastic. Now, let's take a look at, we're getting into the final 5 laps. This has been one of the best races of the week, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've had pretty much everything, dramatic crashes, some good overtaking, some fantastic racing, and like pretty much all the races, going into the final few laps, it looks like we've got Lazarus closing in on a Red Bull for a podium spot in 2nd. That might come down to the last few corners of the last lap.
And now I'm going to say that the battle for 2nd is the one we need to look at in Pro-Am, because it's hot lappers and Hairpin Heroes.
They're really close in the championship.
And they're split by 1.5 seconds.
That has a lot more meaning in terms of the table than, let's say, for example, Red Bull and Lazarus in the Pro class. Yes. There's everything to play for, and obviously any points you can make up now could be crucial come the end of the endurance race.
And here it is, just like that, just as you asked for it, there it goes on screen. This is closer than I thought it was actually. It said 1 second.
That's a pro class car in front of him. That's Lazarus. It's the car in front of them. So there's a lapped car in between them. But yeah, that gap is under 2 seconds. They might be using the pro class car to tow them along a little bit down this next sequence of corners to get them onto the rear wing of second place.
There's someone from Porsche very offended that I got their car confused with a Nissan.
That is pretty offensive, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, so but it's fairly close. It's a second and a half, isn't it? The gap. Let's have a look. 2 seconds. So it's gone up to 2. There you can see it just up in the distance.
And you've got a drying track as well, so it's gone from being fully wet to that greasy section of time that we've seen so often in the last few days with the weather the way it's been. So they'll be hoping that we might get a few dry laps at the very end to see who's got what underneath them and who's kept the tyres in best condition. But yeah, a real battle on for second place.
And I'll tell you one mistake. You can see in the bottom of your picture, it had 1, 2 and 3, the graphics, which shows where they are on track. The leader has just gone up Eau Rouge. It's about halfway down the Kemmel Straight. So one mistake from Gary Mitchell. I know that's the odds of that happening would be pretty high, but one mistake from him, and all of a sudden it becomes a 3-way fight.
Yeah, law of averages would suggest that he might be due something to happen to him soon. Obviously, we don't wish that upon him, but law of averages is a thing. He'll be doing everything he can to just keep calm and drive the way he has. He doesn't need to change anything at all. He's driven superbly from pretty much the first race he took part in, and he's not let himself down, not let his team down in any way. And obviously, in this race of all races, they needed him to turn up, and he has done exactly that with his teammates struggling. He's doing the perfect job for the team as a whole.
Now we need to see points again, don't we? Because the points, since that Hot Lappers car had that roll, I wonder what the points is now. That's what we need to see. The battle for second, then that'll tell us then how crucial that battle is for second, because 15 for third, 18 for second, so 3 more points is in that battle. As there you can see how close it is. You can see the number 1, that shows where the leader is, and then you've got second and third, which are in vision for you. Third is the car we are looking at. Yeah. Very close.
Just outside that slipstream range, so frustrating as a driver to be sat there just willing the car on just a little bit more. He'll be doing everything he can to just gain a tenth or two, maybe up to half a second. He'll then get into that slipstream range, and every time they go down the straight, he'll be gaining tenths of a second just by being in that position. But it's so hard to get into the range you need to get that extra bit of boost down the straights.
We'll come back to that. So this is points as of lap 25, so 4. So if they get second, it goes to 1.
Yeah, everything to play for, isn't it? And obviously we mentioned that more points available in the endurance race, but you're not going to say no to an extra 3 points here.
That's close. That is very close. In terms of the points they get in the endurance race, you get 38 for the win, 27 for second. Now, that is the points in terms of pro. They're going to be some 40 clear. In terms of whether they could wrap it up early, I'd say we would have to go to the final race still, but it will be something of a, all they need to do is make it home. And Harry's trying to find out where he, in his pages of notes, where he had written down.
I'm going to take some inspiration from you and try and do some maths on the fly, so bear with me.
Okay, that's no problem at all. So Harry's going to work out whether Red Bull can win it here.
I've got it. Don't quote me on this, but this is what I reckon. So first, second and third in the endurance race is going to be a maximum of 88 points. Okay. And if you come 7th, 8th and 9th in the endurance race, you get 18 points. So that's a swing of 70 points on offer.
So basically, yes, it can be, but it would need some DNFs.
Yes, we need to see some cars upside down again, I think.
I think we'd need something like what happened to the LM squad. 2 cars upside down at least, and then 1 more with a rear wing falling off the back of it.
Yeah, still thinking back to that, still just a strange accident. I don't think
well, I'm going to ask if we can see it again. It's because it's weird how it just fell off on its own.
Yeah, I don't know if they've had contact early in the race. That's maybe unsettled it, and then obviously as it's taken more wear through downforce, of course, it's just finally given up the ghost and thought, I'm out of here, and I'll leave you to your own devices. See you later.
Yeah, exit stage left, basically. We'll hopefully get one more look at it before the end of the race, because it was a real big shunt, wasn't it? Now this is the battle for second, so this is the big battle on track This is the Hairpin Heroes car. We can see that is third. And they're just trying to, and that is the car ahead of them now. That is the car, the Hot Lappers car in second. And that is 3 more points, which will bring the gap to the LM squad to 1 point going into the final race of the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final.
They're inching closer, but I think they're going to run out of time. I mean, they gained, what, two or 3 tenths on that last lap. We've only got...
There's no traffic either, is there, coming up? You can see there's one pro car.
It's down to them to make the difference now, isn't it? They can't rely on anything else, and I think the battle for second in pro class has settled itself down as well, 2.2 between the Red Bull and the Lazarus cars. So unless traffic comes into play for any of them, they're going to have to put in a couple of laps of their life if they want to get anywhere near second places.
They've got something big to fight for. Very big to fight for. It's the prize, the top prize in ProAm, which is $17,500, over $5,000 each. Not a bad bit of cash to take home with you at the end of 4 days of racing. Into the chicane they go. This is now looking back at the Williams car, and it's just been a race to forget, isn't it? It's been a day to forget for Williams. They came into today as the lowest point scorers, and although the points were then wiped clear, it kind of gave them a fresh start. But unfortunately, it's just not worked out for them today. They don't deserve this at all, but someone has to have it at times, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they've showed glimpses of spectacular driving and racing results over the course of the 3 days before today. And it had us thinking, if things go their way, then there's no reason why they can't challenge the likes of Red Bull and Lazarus to the top spot. But unfortunately, I think pretty much anything that could go against them has gone against them. A few driver errors in there in the first race as well, which wasn't ideal, but ultimately, I wouldn't say they've let themselves down, of course, because they've done superbly well, but things just haven't gone their way. And a 7th place finish in DNF in 8th and 9th as well is not what the doctor ordered.
Penultimate lap of the race, so we're at the end, and I have to say, I know I brought this up a little earlier, Harry, but this has got to be the best race we've had so far this week in terms of the drama, in terms of the action that there's been as well, crashes. We've got the points getting so close. We've had rain as well. We've had cars on their roof. We've had rear wings falling off. We've had drivers picking up injuries as well. Huge drama off the track as well as on it. It's been a real good race, and it's come at a very good time as well.
Yeah, had pretty much everything that you could ask for. And of course, you throw these drivers into these types of cars, they're so high performance that's when the mistakes can easily creep in. In the cars we've seen over the last few days, you make a small mistake and they're somewhat manageable to gather it back up together. You have a mistake in one of these things, and as we've seen a couple of times already, you could end up on your roof. They are that punishing, and that's the fine lines that they're playing with and the limits that they're pushing to. But one man who doesn't really seem to have to push too much to the limit, and the only mistake he needs to make is if he misses an apex by about 5 millimeters, is Robin Becker out front in the Red Bull.
Can Robin Becker go the whole week unbeaten?
Yes, he can. That's the simple answer, is he can. He's won every race he's done. He's got one more to go, and I'm sure his teammates, you think, would help him along the way to achieve that, because that would be some achievement, wouldn't it? That would be the headline.
All right, so there we go. If you're Aurelian Mallet, you're leading the next race. Going into the final lap, Robin Becker is 2 seconds behind you. Do you pull over and let him go through, or do you take the win?
It's a team sport. No, ultimately, they're not representing themselves. I know, obviously, there's driver ego and everything involved, but ultimately, I think for the good news story, especially with your team getting the accolades for it, I think you have to let him through, and he picks up a win in every single race he's taken part in, and that's the news story in itself for the team and the attention they would want.
That's the headline, isn't it?
Exactly that. Obviously, you'd want to be the driver winning, and
but you'd want to be the one that crosses the line first for your team.
Of course,
takes the win, right?
Yeah, of course. But whether he gets the opportunity or not is another thing to be seen. He's obviously managed to hold on to Becker's coattails every now and then, but when it's come to crunch time, Becker seems to have an extra % or 2 in his locker, which we're seeing now. He's able to pull away and dominate, and he's going to take another race win in just a few corners' time.
Who'd have thought that would be what we'd be talking about? Which one of them is going to win? Gary Mitchell, likewise, he could be the one that takes the win for LM Squad. However, they're only going to be 3 points ahead of the team in second, which is the Hairpin Heroes. We are set up for a real grandstand finish in Pro-Am, but in Pro, This is one hand on the title, surely, for Red Bull Racing. They cross the line. Robin Becker winning once again as he crosses the line to put the team just one step away from winning the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. And in Pro-Am, well, they had two cars flipping over at the start of the race, but Gary Mitchell is going to take the win in Pro-Am there and just about keep LM Squad ahead in the championship by 3 points only. What a crucial performance that has been from him.
That's probably the biggest performance we've seen from him so far. You know, when his teammates have faltered, he's the one they're relying on, and he's done exactly that. He's brought the car home in first, dominated proceedings, not let his teammates' worries affect him as a driver, and just cracked on with the job at hand, got the win, and his teammates will be very thankful, and hopefully for his sake they'll be able to come back in the endurance race and give him a bit of support at the front of the field.
Brilliant race, wasn't it? Overall race of the week so far. I know we've said it a couple of times, but it's set up. I know in Pro we've got a team that's running away with it. However, in Pro-Am, how close is that? 3 points in it. It's going to be kind of who makes it to the line first wins, isn't it? It's going to be as simple as that.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. And to say, hopefully they all behave themselves at the early part of the endurance race. Obviously, we've mentioned it before and we'll say it again. That's the best time to make up overtaking moves and positions on the cars in front of you, especially if you're starting behind 1, 2 and 3. Obviously, that leading team has everything in their disposal to use for you. But yeah, they just got to get on and see what they can do against the likes of the LM Squad and Gary Mitchell. If anyone can get in front of him, it will be interesting to see how he reacts to not being out front from the very start. But that's a tall order.
A real shame that we had, misfortunes for both the hot lappers there. They were going quite strong, and then they had the rear wing come off. They had problems for Wesley Augusto once again. But then we also had the problems for Williams. They had an injury for a driver. They had a technical problem for another driver. And then their third driver, Kuba Brzezinski, just going around at the back of the field, really just making up the numbers with the damage he had.
Yeah, a real shame for Williams. Obviously, we mentioned it in the middle of the race that they would have been hoping for so much more. But ultimately, all they can do is try the hardest endurance race. They at least go out with a bang in terms of just give us a good performance in the final race, and that'll keep them happy for now.
Well, we're going to take a very quick break here. When we get back, Bryn is going to be here for some driver reaction, and we're going to confirm the points going into the final race. Make sure you stay with us because it's going to be a close one.
Position is good in the as you can get. Just under 10 minutes. Together.
Right then, how about that for a bit of a race? That was one of the most exciting ones so far. I ranked that in my top 2, I think, of the races we've had so far in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. 11 races in, one more to go. The endurance race back at Le Mans. What a race that was. Love to hear from you. Use the hashtag LMES on social media. We'll keep an eye on it and see what you say. Hopefully you've been enjoying the coverage all over the place, the coverage. Hopefully you've been catching up with it. Don't forget, if you want to get any of that Thrustmaster stuff, the racing equipment, you can take advantage of a 15% discount using the code TM-LMES. You'll see it throughout the course of the race on the bottom of the screen. As a bit of a reminder, it's the last day of that promo code bonus. So if you want to get 15% off, use that discount, use it quickly, use it wisely. Now, highlights in that race. It started with a bang, didn't it? It went absolutely crazy from the off, as you can see just here, twitching all over the place. Up the hill, up the Rouge, round it goes, and then, how about that? Absolute carnage, flipping the Hot Lappers car over. And if you look to your right-hand side now, 2 other cars going, yeah, we did exactly the same, mate, you're not alone. How about that? Williams, well, we've had a lot of problems with Williams, haven't we, with their spins. We've been focusing a lot on the fact they've had a few issues over the course of the week. They made it to the super final, if that makes sense. Here's a couple of them. The Williams spin just here. Around he goes, and yep, around he goes. A real tank slapper smashing into the wall. You don't want to see that happen, do you, too much? And then another spin, this time with Lazarus behind. I wasn't sure whether Lazarus got a little touch on him, but I don't think it actually happened. Bit of a weave, bit of a twitch. There you go, eased off, cut across, little tiny touch, but then, well, straight into the wall, wasn't he, really? There wasn't anything of a touch, really, from Lazarus there. And then we go back to Hot Lappers. Hot Lappers did such a great job and ended up on the roof twice in this race. And here's another one. I think this is even more spectacular than the first. Here we go. Very, very wet out there in Spa. Around he goes. Red Bull going through. Got a little bit wide, and you can see actually a bit of a wing comes off. They lose complete downforce. Around they go. And look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Almost 5 flips there. Wow. If they had a martini for James Bond in that thing there, he'd be very, very happy, because it certainly was shaken, wasn't it? There you go. And no stirring happened. I like that one. There you go. Great one. Now, we've got a couple of interviews coming up from the drivers that raced in that last race just there, and we'll see where they are in the points first. So if we have a look at the points for the Pro team, because the Pro team and the Pro-Am team, remember, they are starting on the same grid but slightly behind each other. I think the points are in right now. Here you go. The Pro team, Williams Esports, 32 points. 2 disconnects. Actually, an injury to bring you on that one. Nico from Williams actually injured his shoulder and had to pull out of that race. Hopefully, Nico will be involved in the next race, even just to start to get some points. But you could see how close it is there with Williams on 32, Lazarus on 61, and Red Bull on 104 points. So it's still going to go to the next race, to the final race. Apparently I'm hearing that Nico is going to try to race, so good on you, Nico. Let's catch up with Lazarus again then. We've spoken to Tobin earlier on. They were saying what their position was when it comes to this final day of this event, but I've got Dan Nyman here, LZR Force 1. Dan, from your point of view, how's this event been going? Have you been enjoying it? Has it been stressful?
This event's been amazing for our team so far. We've had maybe not the best performance in all of our races, but there's been a lot of bright spots for our team, and I'm really proud of how we've done so far.
You've really started to show how good you are in the last day and a half or so, really. You've really come to the forefront, haven't you? When it comes to the tactics for this one-day event, really, that leads to a huge amount of money, because ultimately you had to get to today, what are your thoughts ahead of the last race? What are you trying to do? You're quite a few points behind Red Bull, so presumably you need to get ahead of them as quickly as you can.
Yeah, there seems to be a pretty low chance of us getting Red Bull, but we've been strong all week long. So I think the key here is to get our cars up front early and then just defend as hard as we can. I think we've shown we have really good racecraft as a team, so if we could get the position on Red Bull, anything's possible.
Yeah, we have seen a few mistakes from Red Bull, not really from Robin Betka, he's been pretty much unstoppable, but certainly from Aurelian as well as Arnaud. They've made a few mistakes, more Arnaud than I suppose than Mallet. So you're going to be keeping an eye on this, thinking, well, if we can get ahead of one, perhaps 2 of them, then you could use your car that's got ahead to actually back them up slightly, try and get your other 2 drivers past, and then the points might swing in your favour.
Yeah, I think one thing that we've done really well as a team in this event compared to the past is just keeping the pressure on Red Bull. We might not have them covered in terms of victories, but we've always been there in the conversation. And when you have a team under that much pressure, they're eventually going to crack. So hopefully we can keep on pushing this race and make it happen.
Yeah, well, very best of luck to you for this next race. Thanks very much for chatting to us there. Dan Nyman from Lazarus. They had a really, really strong performance. They're going to get ready for that 2-hour endurance race. Remember, all drivers racing in every single race. Let's have a quick look at the points for the Pro-Am then. Different class, of course, so a different points table for these guys. Here it comes. Well, you've got the Hot Lappers on 56. This is mighty, mighty close. Hot Lappers 56, Hairpin Heroes on 70. LM Squad 74 points going into this final endurance race. This is anyone's game. If you think about it, really, the endurance points are worth more than the sprint race points, and there is quite a big swing that could happen. All really, when you think about it, if Hairpin Heroes can jump above LM Squad early doors, they could secure this race. And we have got one of the drivers from Hairpin Heroes here. Let's have a chat. Who have we got? Hey, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm not too bad at all. Tell us a little bit about the race from your point of view, and where you think you're going to be coming into, say, the first couple of laps at Le Mans.
Yeah, so crazy last race. Car is quite tricky, and the track is also unforgiving, especially in the wet. That first lap was, yeah, you could probably see the leaders, LMS, they were all like sideways through turn one, and then through Eau Rouge. There are a few deaths, unfortunately, which I think played to our favor, though. So, yeah, going into this race, I mean, I think we've seen throughout the past two races, all three of our guys are really strong. I think we have the most depth, top to bottom. I guess the issue is, though, is that we just, one, don't have the grip position, and two, unfortunately, we're not getting those top points. And they're slightly weighted more, obviously, for the higher positions. So, yeah, it seems to be hurting us in the standings going into this endurance. But, I mean, we got to still fight. Anything can happen. It's going to be a long race. Yeah, so we just got to hang in there and see.
I'm just having a look at the points here, Kurt. If you guys can get the jump on straight away and get into, say, second, third and fourth, all you really have to do is, if you can get into second, I say all you have to do, if you can get into second, you could hopefully back them up slightly and get your other drivers into third and fourth, and the points would then swing in your favour. So it isn't something you necessarily can't do. You could achieve this, but you've got to act quite early on, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I think anything's possible. But again, like the Hot Lappers, we can't count them out. I mean, with Wesley and Venom, I mean, that team's just been really unlucky. The first race with Wesley disconnecting, massively unlucky, because I think Wesley would have been a real force to be reckoned with. So, I mean, yeah, I think the Hot Lappers will definitely have a say in this. They're definitely not out. We can't count them out. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really hard to predict just with the endurance points and the fact that basically any team can win this at this point.
Yeah, especially with, as you say, your guys, the Pro-Am. It's so tight between all three of you going into this final round, and because there are three drivers in each class, it really is open to anyone. But we wish you the very best of luck going into the final race, Kurt. Thank you very much for chatting to us.
Thank you.
There you go. Nice to hear from Hairpin Heroes going into that final race. Now, one man who knows what it's like to win, Le Mans winner twice, no less. 2014 WEC champion, raced in the Ferrari 458 as well, and that car is going to be featuring in this next race, the AF Corsa 458 Italia GTE. And we caught up with him. It's Tony Verlander.
Our final race for our competitors is going to be 2 hours on the Le Mans circuit, and one of the cars they can compete in is the 2014 Le Mans winning car, the AF Corsa Ferrari 458. And one of those drivers from that winning car was Tony Verlander. Tony, what can you tell us firstly about the 2014 Le Mans?
No, first of all, it feels like it's been so many years ago. I mean,
it is quite a few.
Yeah, time goes by so quickly. But obviously, I think the history, or as we mentioned, when the year goes by, those memories, you don't remember all the details, but just the highlights and the team effort, and what a fantastic driver lineup we used to have. Me, Jimmy Bruni, and Giancarlo Fisichella. We won the Le Mans twice together, and we were another 2 times on our way to victory, and then something prevent that happening. But anyway, together with AF Corse, Michelotto, who prepares the cars together with Ferrari, we definitely had, at that time period, we had something special going on, and we had like a special friendship combined with the professional way of dealing things. And we did some training camps, we did spend some time together with families, so it was a little bit more than just meeting the week of Le Mans and then going for the race. So I think that period probably highlights my career, because I believe 2014 I also won the WEC championship with Bruni.
Yeah.
So I think, as I said, between 2012 to 2014, those were the best years, performance and results-wise.
So what I really like about that interview, I've watched the entire interview. It's about 8 minutes long, that interview, maybe 10 minutes, something like that. Just after that clip there, Tony has to get up because his daughter is acting up, so he has to go and move something and start talking to his daughter. So you get to see up his nostrils for about 30 seconds. So we've cut away from that point there, but great to hear from Tony Verlander. Now, another man who knows exactly what it's like to race and win is three-time Le Mans champion, once in GTs, two in LMP1, WEC champion as well, raced Formula 1 too. And he was here with us in Le Mans last year. Alan McNish, he's got to say quite a few exciting things. Let's find out.
Joining me next is Alan McNish, and of course, Alan, you competed in the 2011 Le Mans. Tell us about that year.
Yeah, it was certainly quite an explosive race, that's for sure. 11, and that whole period, Louise, between sort of 2007 and 2012 was really, really competitive. We had a very strong battle between Audi and Peugeot. Every race we went to, it was extremely aggressive, extremely fast, but the differences were absolutely minuscule. But the 11 year was actually the first time we as Audi had gone with a closed cockpit car. The regulations had changed. It meant that aerodynamic efficiency was the most important factor. And to be honest, you could only be competitive with a closed cockpit car. And from that perspective, it was the start of a next generation of, I would say, Audis, if you like, because clearly from the R8, when they entered back in '99, all the way through it, pretty much been open top and a different philosophy. So we're learning a lot about it. Audi did win. It certainly wasn't our car, because that was the year I had the big shunt with Beltoise going down through the S's. Principally because we were both, I was fighting for the lead of the race with Timo Bernhard in our sister car, but didn't see the Ferrari at all, because that was one of the things that was quite clear. And the regulations actually changed after that, where the wheel arches, because of the big front tyres that we were using to get the grip from the Michelin on the front axle, were so high, but also with the big A-pillars as well, your narrow view was just straight out the front. So view to the side was extremely limited for everybody. And ultimately, they changed the regulations after that. But I have to say, I've got a very, very small memory of that particular race itself.
It's great, isn't it, Alan McNish? He's got so many great things, so many great stories involved in a absolutely magnificently humongous crash at Le Mans, and he still talks about it to this day. He can't remember much about it, but he likes to talk about it. There you go. Thanks very much to Alan McNish for giving us some of his time as well. Now, Chris is back in the studio, and we're getting ready for the final race of this entire event, this entire competition. We've been here for 3 and a bit days, and we're coming to the end of it, and it could go any which way, really, couldn't it? Let's have a look at the pro team standings first of all, and we can pick through this one, see who we're expecting. Red Bull by far and away ahead, and remember, this is all down to points. They'll have a 1, 2, 3 on the grid as well. Lazarus behind. It's going to take quite a bit of a swing, isn't it? But you've put your calculator to work, haven't you? And you've come up with some stats for us.
Yeah, I can't claim it was my maths, and I'm going to say that.
So we can trust this then, because it's not yours.
Yeah. And I'm also going to say that in case it's wrong.
Yeah,
it's not my fault, basically. But no, we're hearing that if Red Bull finish 4, 5, and 6, and Lazarus finish 1, 2, and 3, then they will be tied on points, supposedly. Wow. So yeah, so that's incredibly close. Basically, Lazarus need to, finish first, second, third, and either they will then tie on points or they'll win overall.
So how are we looking at this one then? Is it going to be send it straight away, try and get one of your guys in front if you can possibly do so, and then use them to back them up and try and get your other guys through?
Well, if you do that, you
essentially delay yourself. Red Bull have kind of 2 drivers they can use to hold up Lazarus, and they haven't played that tactic so far, but now they
haven't needed to, because Robin Betker's been off like a rocket.
That's the thing. Robin Becker, they know he needs only 1 or 2 laps, and then he can build up 2 seconds or so. Once he has that, he's pretty hard to catch, isn't he? So they're in a strong position, a comfortable position, and they now are, they can now use different tactics if they want to. For Lazarus, I think for them to get 1, 2, and 3, they're going to need a little bit of luck.
I think they are. They're racing in the Ferrari, remember the 458. That's a beautiful car. ProAms, a quick look at the standings for the ProAms. You can see their LM squad leading the way, 74, Hairpin Heroes 70, Hot Lappers 56. This one is open to all. They're racing in the Dodge Viper, the GTS R. I love that car, 8 litre, naturally aspirated. It's a beautiful, beautiful car, 475 brake horsepower, something like that. That one could go anyway, couldn't it?
It's wide open, isn't it? This is what we want. It's what we were expecting. We said it at the start of the day that Pro-Am could go anyway. It still can go any one of 3 ways, really. The Hot Lappers are still in this should something happen to the top 2. However, you'd have to say it's a race to the line between the top 2. 4 points in it is absolutely nothing at all. When you consider that the difference between first and second is 11 points, it's nothing.
I wouldn't write anybody off in that one, because it could go either way. A disconnect here, disconnect there. It could be the end, couldn't it? I've just been hearing, by the way, that Nico from Williams is going to be racing in this race, is going to start. What we may see, though, if his shoulder, he's got quite a bad shoulder injury. I think he pulled a muscle or something. If he cannot make it through, you might see him pull the car over and leave it to the side to prevent that disconnect from happening. But there you go. We'll keep you up to date with that one. We're getting ready for the final race then at the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. Here are some highlights from the last race. We'll be back straight after.
We started the race with a roar and we pretty much ended it with a roar as well there in the highlights. A real dramatic race. It was hard to cut that one down to just a few highlights. I'm sure we're going to have more of the same into this last race, because at the end of this next race, we're going to be crowning our champions for the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. And joining me in the studio is Harry Jacks. Harry, welcome back. We've been out there doing a little bit of maths. We've worked out that potentially if Lazarus can finish first, second and third, then they'll take the battle to Red Bull. They'll be tied on points with them, or potentially even win the overall championship as well. But in the Pro-Am class, absolutely wide open, isn't it? It's going to be a good one, this.
It really is. I'm expecting some seriously feisty driving going into, especially the first couple of corners of the Le Mans circuit that we're heading to. All the cars are going to be pretty evenly matched. But yeah, there's a lot on the table for these guys. Early doors, you've got to get your elbows out, but obviously stay out the steward's room as well.
Now, if you're the Lazarus team, you're racing in the Lazarus team now. What's your thoughts going into this one?
I mean, I don't want to say banzai, but it's something similar to that. Where you've got to get ahead of Red Bull early on. You can't let them do what we've seen so often, where the first couple of laps they just go and they stay gone for pretty much the rest of the race. So if they can get maybe one or two of the Red Bulls early, then they can fight the lead Red Bull maybe by themselves. That might be the way forward. Because at the moment, every time they've progressed through the field, they've always found themselves behind usually the Malay Red Bull in second and Betker's long down the road. So they've got to make something happen early on. That's essentially what we're looking at, and the Le Mans circuit is a good opportunity for doing just that.
And LM Squad Hairpin Heroes, 4 points between them. That's nothing, considering there's 38 points up for grabs for the person who wins the race. If you're either of those teams, Harry, what's your thoughts at the moment?
I mean, you're probably nervous, but also excited to just get out on track and do the business. Now's the time to make a name for yourself and be the guy who, when the pressure is on, you came out on top and you helped your team win overall. Now, that's what it's all about. So, yeah, hopefully they don't go over the top with it, of course, but they've got to rein it in a little bit and drive to the best of their ability, and hopefully they just do lots of scrapping on track. That'll be awesome.
Well, the track we're going to be going to is the Le Mans circuit, the modern version. Let's take another look at it. It's where we started today. It's where we're going to finish today as well. In this one, though, we're going to be in different cars. We're going to be in GT cars, Harry. So the challenge of driving this track in GT cars, tell us about it.
Yeah, so they're going to be pretty nose to tail. Now, we've seen that plenty throughout the last 3 days and even earlier today as well. And these cars don't really lend themselves to that kind of racing. So you've really got to make every opportunity count. Now, we've already seen into turns 2 and 3 the chicane, great opportunities. The 2 chicanes down the Mulsanne as well, great opportunities. Mulsanne corner itself, another great opportunity. And they even try it into Indianapolis and Arnage. So plenty of chances for them to make something happen. They've got to be careful, not trip over each other. But then, ultimately, this is the last race of the Super Final. So if they're going to do anything, now is the time.
So are you expecting that we'll be seeing a lot of close racing? Because we had the Audis out earlier, and I'd say in those cars, once you get a gap, it's hard to close it down, isn't it? But in these GT class, close racing is doable.
It is, and I think mistakes are really going to be punished now because they're going to be so evenly matched. If you run wide, snatch a break, lose the back end, it's going to be so hard to make that time up again because, as we say, the balance of cars is really even, and the drive's obviously at the highest level. It's so difficult to pull a tenth or two, even over a track as long as Le Mans. So they're going to be on the top of their game, and we'll see how that unfolds throughout a 2-hour race for them to deal with.
And this is why these guys are the best in the business, isn't it? Because I'm sure you at home are thinking, if you were going out there and you're fighting for 35,000 or 17,500, this is the race where you're going to do it all. You're going to be incredibly nervous, aren't you? But these guys, what are they going to be feeling? I'm sure once they get out there and they get past that first lap, you're just going to be settled down and in the moment.
Yeah, you got to get through that first lap though. That's the real trouble. We've seen so often in these races, the first lap, even the first corner, can be the scene of many an accident. So yeah, you just got to try and survive that as best you can, and then really push on from lap 2 onwards, and just drive as if drive like you stole it basically.
And if it comes down to that final lap, what about if it comes down to that? Because of course, if we tie on points, we have a 1-lap shootout as well at the end, which could be really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be beyond words if we end up with that kind of situation. I think secretly we're hoping for that to happen because that's going to be absolutely incredible if we had a 1-lap shootout at the end of this to decide who finishes where. So we'll keep our fingers crossed for that, but obviously we'll keep our fingers crossed so the drivers just had a nice clean race and made the best man win.
Well, as ever, 3 teams in each class. The grid goes by teams. So the team leading the points going into this has the first 3 slots on the grid. And let's remind you of the points and who is going to be starting where. So Red Bull it is, once again, who are going to be at the head of the field. They have 104 points, and they will be starting on the first 3 positions. Robin Bechter, unbeaten. He's going to be first. Alexander Arnoux will be third. Lazarus, well, they have to finish in the first 3 places. Tobin Lee's going to be hoping to lead the charge for them in 4th. Behind him, his teammates Dan Neiman and Ross May. And then the last of the teams, well, Williams, very difficult race for them so far. They're going to be finishing 3rd most likely. They're just going to be hoping to get round clearly Isaac Price, Cooper Brzezinski, and we hope Nikodem Wisniewski can make it to the end carrying a shoulder injury. And in ProAm, it's anyone's 4 points separating the top 2. Gary Mitchell will be leading the charge for LM Squad, hoping to get away up front. Alex Harrison will be hoping to support him. Likewise, Johan Bagheera. Taylor Stormsky will be hoping to get up into the top 2 for the Hairpin Heroes. John Jung, likewise, he's going to be starting on row 3 with Kurt von Autenried. And then behind that, the hot lappers, they still have an outside chance. That Taylor, Wesley, Augusto, and then behind that we have Ryan Beal. Let's get straight down to the circuit then. We are just moments away from the race. Any final thoughts, Harry?
It's just going to be a cracker. Stay with us the whole way through, the whole 2 hours. It'll be worth it.
It will indeed. It's an endurance race. It's a long one, but if it's anything like the last one, it's going to go by very, very quickly. I can't wait for this one. There's going to be a lot of strategy involved as well. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. All it is, get through that first lap safely. It's a long, long race.
Yeah, that's the main goal. No, early on, no first lap, first corner, get through there and then settle into your rhythm and then just go for it.
Who's your money on? Let us know. Hashtag LMES. Get in touch with us throughout the race. If you have any questions for Harry, send them to us. But who's your money on? 4 points between the top two in the Pro-Am. It's anyone's game. And the winner, $17,500. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Here we go. 30 seconds ahead of the Pro-Am class. It's going to be the pro drivers, and on the front row is the Red Bull racing cars. They are 1, 2 and 3 on the grid. After 4 days of racing, Red Bull are going to lead us off in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. Red Bull leading us down towards turn number 1. Robin Becker hoping to continue his unbeaten runs. They go in formation through the Dunlop curve. Robin Becker on the inside. Let's hope we can get them all through nice and safely. Lazarus need to be making positions quickly. Running a little bit wide there was Robin Becker, but he's going to lead us under the bridge for the first time. The Williams drivers trying to make some places. Any seconds now, the Pro-Am drivers will be set off. The LM squad lead the way, and there they go in the final race of the week. Gary Mitchell leads us down towards turn number 1 for the LM squad. They are 4 points ahead of the Hairpin Heroes. The Hairpin Heroes behind in formation in 4th and 5th, and already trying to make places. The third of the LM squad cars just getting a little bit out of shape, but Mitchell leads us through the Dunlop chicane and underneath the Dunlop bridge.
Yeah, it looks like they've all just about survived the turns 1, 2 and 3 complex at the start of the race, and yeah, he's absolutely clear at this point. So dream start for Gary Mitchell, and this is why, because this lot can't sort themselves out.
That's one of the LM squad cars ahead of us, so the Hairpin Heroes have made places. You can see one of them just up ahead in the green and silver cars in the colours making places as we go through Tech Rouge for the first time. It looks like LM squad are 1 and 2 in terms of position. We're on board with the Hot Lappers team, who are in 7th and 9th. The first of their cars a little bit further up the road as we go down the Mulsanne Straight for the first time. We'll check in with the Pro class in just a second, but in the Pro-Am class, things very, very close indeed as we ride on board with the Hot Lappers, who are still not out of contention at all. They are just 18 points behind in terms of overall points, so they can still do this as well. They just need to try and... Oh no, they've been turned round. Hairpin Heroes car turning round the Hot Lappers car. One of the Hot Lappers cars going through, the Hairpin Heroes car having to back off there to let that Hot Lappers car go back through, and that could put them in danger of a points penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. The last race of the day and of the series, so any kind of penalty is going to be even more harsh for these guys to deal with. Disastrous start for Wesley Augusto. He was looking to just build on essentially a strong start. He's had a disastrous day so far, out of his control, of course, but unfortunately getting turned around on the first lap, but still a long way to go, still in touching distance of the cars in front, so he'll be looking to just get his head down and get back into the rhythm.
Real shame. That was Kirk von Alton Reed we saw in view. That was the Hairpin Heroes car that turned round Wesley Augusto as they make their way down towards Mulsanne Corner. This the Ferraris we can see in the Pro class. Some changes in the Pro-Am class. The second of the LM squad cars has been passed, but we see the Lazarus car here leading us through Indianapolis, leading this queue of cars. Of course, the Red Bull car off into the distance as the Williams car now trying to get down the inside into Arnage, and through it goes. Good move there from Williams to get ahead of Lazarus. They're spoiling the party for Lazarus with Red Bull 1, 2 and 3 out front.
Yeah, Brzezinski with a great move up the inside of Arnage, just spotted the gap and was late on the brakes, got it slowed down just in time to nick that 4th place, but dream start for Red Bull out front. 1, 2, 3, there they go.
It really is, isn't it? The Red Bull cars charging away out the head of the field. There may be a 2-hour race, but the thing about this, it's a team game, so they will not overtake each other unless they let each other through, so they're not going to delay each other up. All they are going to do is push each other down the Mulsanne Straight and extend that lead. 4-second gap they had already. Right, Hairpin Heroes, they are one of the 2 teams in this big fight for the lead, and this is a Hairpin Heroes car making a place out of Arnage. Let's find out who it is. We can see the hot lappers have just gone up to 4th. We can see that at the top of screen. But this is the hairpin Heroes car trying to recover. Kurt von Altenried trying to get past Wesley Augusto here, going in towards the Porsche curves. And I think he's going to make that move stick. So that is Kurt von Altenried up into 8th place now.
Yeah, learned his lesson from earlier on the first lap of tipping around one of the hot lappers cars, making that one happen smoothly. So he'll be looking to crack on and get onto the back of the car in front of him as we hear that lovely, naturally aspirated V10 engine roar. And now we're back to the V8s of the Ferrari.
Yeah, brilliant stuff here. The Ferraris heading down the hill. This for the 2nd time. Here we can see 2 of the Lazarus cars, as we said. If they could finish 1st, 2nd and 3rd, then they would be giving themselves a chance to take the fight to Red Bull, but that looks very unlikely to happen already, as there goes a move into Tech Rouge, an attempted move at least. Williams are going to run wide as a result of that, and Lazarus are going to stay behind. So 2 Lazarus cars fighting with 2 Williams cars.
Yeah, not what they had planned at all for this final race. They needed to be making moves on Red Bull early, and they've let them get out of jail free, basically. They're up the road and almost long gone at this point, and they're battling Williams, which is far from ideal. They need the clean air to try and get onto the back of the Red Bull cars, but you can see 4 seconds the gap to 4th, and then you come to the 2 Lazarus cars, and they've got their 3rd car down in last place.
Look at Red Bull already running away with this. You can see that gap. That's what 4 seconds look like around here. As for the LM squad, they are 1 and 2 in the Pro-Am class, so a decent start for them. For the Hairpin Heroes, a mixed start to say the least. They are in 5th and 8th, and then have one of their cars up in 3rd place. So Hairpin Heroes doing okay so far, but they need to start getting past some of these LM squad cars. He'll be right on board with one of the Hairpin Heroes cars now breaking down to the chicane. This is the one that is in 3rd. So important battle this, because they need to get past that LM squad car ahead.
Yeah, so settling into the race now. They got through that chaotic first lap. Now they're just looking to pick their lines and settle into the zone, into the rhythm, pick up the slipstream where they can to stay within touching distance. But as you say, they want to be making progress forwards, not looking backwards.
Down towards Mulsanne, the 2nd Mulsanne chicane, and it looks like Hairpin Heroes have a bit of company here. They're just weaving around slightly, so definitely a little bit of company. Maybe someone trying to get down the inside of the Hairpin Heroes car, but they're going to keep the position. And there you can see it's a hot lappers car in 4th place that's either giving them a bit of a helping hand or trying to get through.
Yeah, Zach Taylor in that hot lappers car, looking feisty behind the Hairpin Heroes, having a look at which way he might want to go. So you've got to pick carefully, because coming up is Mulsanne corner. It is possible to go around the outside, but you've got to trust the driver you're overtaking to give you enough space on the exit. We'll see how they go under brakes. They're going to try it round the outside. Will they look to go all the way round? They are. They were going to be given the space, and it looks like they're going to get the drive at the corner as well. Pick up the slipstream from the car ahead if they can, and see if they can gain that position.
Now Hairpin Heroes need to use hot lappers to their advantage. They need to start pushing them along maybe to then catch the car ahead. 2 cars working together is better than 1 down that Mulsanne straight.
Of course, yeah, you've got to really sort of look at your allies going into this race as to who you might be able to work with for your own benefit, and see how that might impact them as well. But ultimately, they're all out there for themselves in terms of the teams.
Into Indianapolis, and there is the move complete around the outside. Hairpin Heroes run a little bit wide, but they would have needed to do that anyway to give the space. So not disaster. The Hairpin Heroes car at the back really suffering for the team in the early stages, needs to start making back some places. That's the Hairpin Heroes car of Kurt von Altenried we saw at the start make that mistake and that bit of contact.
Yeah, you can see John Jung in the bottom right of your screen, concentrating as ever, even this early in the race. Now, 4th place at the moment, so Zach Taylor ahead of him, so he'll be looking to try and get onto the back of those guys as quickly as he can as they fly around the Porsche curves in this Viper.
Head down for the Teddy there. It's not been a good start to the race, is it? Not the best start, so hopefully we see some more smiles coming from the John Jung camp a little bit later in the race, as they're going to head now down to the 4 chicanes. This on lap number 2. They're just about to complete lap number 2 and start lap number 3. We go on board with the hot lappers car, and already it's starting to close down that LM squad car. So for the Hairpin Heroes team, almost letting them by was a good thing, because that hot lappers car is absolutely flying in the early stages and is about to take the fight to the LM squad.
Yeah, Alex Harrison in that LM squad's got a key role to play now behind his teammate. Currently sat in second. Obviously Gary Mitchell up the road doing what he does best, leading the way comfortably. And he's going to rely on his teammate to just try and hold the field up just a little bit. Although it must be said, if he's got the pace, Alex Harrison, 6 seconds behind his teammate, he might as well just go. He hasn't got to play the holding up game if he doesn't want to. But ultimately it might not be a case of that. He might just not have the pace to keep the Hot Lappers car behind.
I'd say so far it's looking good for the LM squad. They've got themselves into pretty decent positions. This is Wesley Augusto, who has been impressive so far this week. Anytime he's had bad results has usually been out of his control, or he's had mechanical issues. But Wesley Augusto tucked in behind one of the LM squad cars here now as they head down the Mulsanne straight on lap number 3 of 30. A long race. It's going to be around 2 hours, this one, so there is plenty of time for things to change. We're just currently settling down into this race.
Yeah, you can see in the bottom left the leader of the Pro-Am class in number 1 there streaking away, and then you've got two cars, the red dots on the map as well of the Pro class struggling at the back, and I believe that's a Williams and a Lazarus car, so not ideal for them, but the Hot Lappers looking to try and set up a move on the exit of the first chicane as they run down towards the second one.
Here we go then. This looks like a move about to be on here for Hot Lappers, and this isn't good news for the LM squad at all. This is going to lose them some very valuable points, and they don't have many they can afford to lose, really. So Hot Lappers of Wesley Augusto just trying to make the move before we reach the second chicane. He's going to be on the outside here, Wesley Augusto, but really he has got nothing to lose. The Hot Lappers won't be looking to help anyone out, and there's a bit of contact. Oh no, and the LM squad car's gone round. LM squad car spinning round there. Is he going to lose any positions? That was one of the LM squad cars dropping down into third place as well. So two LM squad cars suffering there, and he's dropped all the way back down to 9th place. So the LM squad car, after that contact, dropping to last place.
Yeah, absolutely a disaster. We didn't quite see it from the camera view. We had whether it was a turn in from the Hot Lappers car off, or if it was just a late, desperate lunge back up the inside to try and regain the position from the LM squad car. But ultimately, it's a disaster for them early on in the race. So there's still a chance. They are still in third. So I'm wondering if they did manage to still just hold that, and it's the third car that was down there. But ultimately, they have lost that position. Hot Lappers up to second.
Yeah, it was Wesley Augusto we were on board with, wasn't it? That's another change. I think that's happened off screen at exactly the same time. So let's have a look at the replay then. Here we can see what happened. This is Wesley Augusto on the outside.
Yeah, it's on the outside. They're still side by side.
And he's turned in.
I think he's turned in a little bit too early. The other car, the LM squad car, had every right to still be there. And unfortunately, once you get turned in on that kind of angle, the back end always tends to come round and overtake you. So disappointing for them, but I think the stewards might be having a look at that. And of course, we don't want things to be decided in the stewards room, but unfortunately, if you're driving like that, you're asking for it.
Well, it's there's going to be plenty of maths to be done throughout this race, and I think we'll give it a few laps before we start to decide to attempt to do that, basically.
That's going to be fun watching you do maths again. That's my favourite part almost.
Well, I've already asked Bryn to help me out with it, so so I don't have to look a complete fool. Williams now we go back to. This is coming down through Dunlop chicane. So this is a Williams team with nothing to lose. It's highly unlikely for them that they're going to win this. However, they do have a chance to get third still, to get second still. They're only 29 points back from the Lazarus team, as there is a change, and that's Lazarus going past the Williams car.
Yeah, so Lazarus, rather than looking forward at Red Bull, they're actually having to watch their mirrors with Williams perhaps coming back at them. Obviously, we'll have to see how the championship plays out, and if Williams as a team can dispatch Lazarus as a team, then it might get a bit interesting.
Now, two of the Hairpin Heroes cars have swapped round in 4th and 5th, so one of the Hairpin Heroes cars moving forward, but that's a team tactic. They're in formation and they've decided to swap places.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of information coming to them as drivers from engineers and their friends to basically say, this is the situation as it stands. We need someone to defend, we need someone to go and push on and try and catch the cars ahead, and obviously they've got pretty dedicated roles within the team as to who's better at what in terms of pushing on, defending, that kind of thing. So we might see a lot of that over the course of the 2-hour race in terms of teammates swapping positions.
At the moment, the LM squad are going to win. I don't really think you need to do a lot of maths to figure that out. First and third, they're taking big points there. So those Hairpin Heroes cars in 4th and 5th need to close that LM squad car in 3rd place at least down.
Yeah, that's the main goal for them. That's the immediate point for them to. Is that Brzezinski in the bottom right-hand corner? Is that?
Yeah.
So he's currently, 4th behind the Red Bulls. So he's basically the next car behind the Red Bull team, looking to do the work that we thought Lazarus would be taking over, but they're having a difficult start to this race.
And this is the
was
driver
Newski,
we
isn't
saw.
it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so this is Nikodem carrying a shoulder injury and is just going to basically do his best to get to the line.
Yeah, I mean, you can't fault the effort. Even with
Yeah.
an injury, it's easy enough to say, well, obviously they weren't looking ideal in terms of championship position, but he's given it a good go. And of course, with the adrenaline that starts pumping when you're taking part of these events, you'll hope it'll act as a painkiller to allow you through the 2 hours.
Have you ever had to race with injury yourself?
Nothing as major as what it sounds like Wisniewski's having to deal with, so all credit to him for getting back in the seat and giving it a good go. And at the moment, he's doing an all right job there.
Right, let's check in with this battle then that we have on screen for you and bring you up to speed with where we're at as we're heading down towards Mulsanne Corner. So this is the LM squad car in third. Now this is the crucial one because he has 2 Hairpin Heroes cars behind him. As we go in towards Mulsanne Corner, in the back of shot very shortly we will probably see those Hairpin Heroes cars come into vision, and there they are. So the 3rd and 4th cars in those queues are the 2 Hairpin Heroes cars that are trying to work together, that have swapped places. So the car 3rd in the queue, that Hairpin Heroes car, clearly has the better pace and is slowly closing that LM squad car down. But
Yeah.
speaking of LM squad car, the car we did just go back to, we've got a Ghost out on track again. But those Hairpin Heroes cars are trying to work together to close that LM squad car down.
Yeah, we've seen that a bit of sideways action, and we're going wide into the left hand, just about gathering it up. But a near miss and a big scare there for the LM squad car? Is
it was.
Just about holding on to it through Indianapolis. And obviously, the 2 Hairpin Heroes cars, as you mentioned, waiting in the wings for any kind of mistake to happen, and they can pounce on it. But at the moment, we've seen it over and over again today. The Hairpin Heroes team working well together as a squad to move their way through the races, and they're looking like they're going to pull off the same trick in this one.
They need to drop that LM squad car back down to 5th. They really do. If they can get into 3rd and 4th, then they'll be scoring some pretty big points between them. That's basically me saying I can't work it out off the top of my head, but they'll be scoring some decent points there. And that would be enough to hopefully keep them within touching distance. But
speaking of touching distance, this is Isaac Price and Dan Nyman, by the looks of it, going down under the Dunlop bridge through the sweepers, and they'll be looking at potentially getting a run down the Mulsanne, if not before that point, because Nyman's car looks a little bit all over the place, a little bit skittish as the rear wing off the back of the Williams. So they're both off into the wall on the way to Tete Rouge, and very strange that they're both of them doing the same mistake.
Well, one of them has a rear wing missing, so one of them has a better excuse than the other, basically. This is not... I mean, this is just a day going from bad to worse to even worse, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's going to actually impact the performance of the car, or if it's just cosmetic. Potentially, it might still handle okay. We'll see as he goes through. I mean, I wouldn't want to be barreling down here at a couple of 100 miles an hour to work out if my rear wing's going to potentially give me the downforce I need or not, but he looks okay.
For now.
Yeah, struggling a little bit. The Lazarus car struggling just as much in front, even with a rear wing, so not making too much sense there. It must be said the car with rear wing struggling more, but still just about together as we're on the loud pedal, obviously building the res and the speed between the 2 chicanes down the Mulsanne.
Well, like I said, they both made the same mistake, one following the other. But as you said, one missing a rear wing. We'll see how long that's. It just has to try and get back into the pits. There's going to be a few stops in this race, isn't there, between the 2 classes, and running a little bit wide out of the chicane, but that's something we tend to see anyway. And the gap between the LM squad car and the Hairpin Heroes car is almost nothing in that battle for 3rd.
It's really intensifying, isn't it? So every lap that
really
goes by is going to be painful for those guys behind, because it's just a lap that they've lost. So here's a replay as it coming through the left hand, and you'll see as they flick to the right, the rear wing of the second car here falling off, and then they both end up running wide into the grass and into the barrier as we cut through. There they are, grazing along the barrier, so not too much damage done there, but far from ideal.
Far from ideal at all. So this is that battle between the Lazarus and Williams cars. But with a battle in the Pro-Am class, I'm sure we'll check in with that soon. And just like that, here we go. And this is the battle for 3rd place, a crucial battle in terms of the overall points. The Hairpin Heroes car will be desperate to get past that LM squad car. Coming down towards Mulsanne Corner now. And I wonder if they're going to be close enough for a look at the inside. They definitely will be close enough to feel the mirrors of that LM squad car as they hit the brakes. This for the 5th time down into Mulsanne corner and almost running into the back of the LM squad car, and on the exit couldn't be any closer, almost pulling alongside there, and I think just giving a slight tap to the LM squad car, maybe even trying to push them along to the car in 2nd place.
Yeah, risky tactics and getting that close in the braking zone. It's so easy just to snatch a brake and run into the car in front, and obviously if you do that you either have to give the position back or have a talking to with the stewards, but just about getting by as they're now heading down towards Indianapolis. Not necessarily an overtaking spot, but these guys don't tend to take too much notice of your usual overtaking spots. They're looking through the right and the left, and then we've got Arnage on the right coming up. We've seen a few overtakes already into this corner. We'll see if they fancy anything, the hairpin heroes on the LM squad, but nothing doing this time round.
No, not on this lap. They're going to save it for another day. Very close though. It's incredibly close in the Pro-Am class in terms of on track and in points as well. Williams and Lazarus have just swapped places, by the way. That is a change for 6th place. So rear wing missing and on the move basically. So I'd say your point of, is it more cosmetic damage? I'd say it probably is. This is the LM squad car trying to recover and get into 8th place.
Yeah, it'd be helpful for his team if he can. They're 10 seconds off 7th place, so at the moment it's a private battle between the two of them at the back of the Pro-Am class. So it's going to be, every point matters, of course, for these teams. So even if it is battling between 8th and 9th, basically 2nd and last, it's still going to be useful for your team to gain every single point you can, just to feel that a little bit safer.
LM squad car really needs to get this battle. In this format, this battle could be just as crucial as a battle for the lead.
Yeah, as I say, because
that's
they're looking,
the beauty of this format.
Because they're looking at it as a team perspective and not driver perspective, then yeah, you need all 3 drivers to be delivering results and gaining the points they can. So you can't just always rely on one driver to do the business. You need all 3 of you to be pulling your weight.
We may have a battle for the lead later, but it could be this battle is the one that could decide the points, for example. So it's going to be battles all over the track that are going to be worth keeping an eye on and could have the same impact on the overall winner. It's going to be a great race, and we're only 6 laps into it of 30. Plenty of time remaining, plenty of time for things to change. And our battle for 8th place in Pro-Am we follow between the Hot Lappers car and the LM Squad car. On board now with the LM Squad car as we make our way downhill.
Yeah, last time we had 2 cars going through here, we saw the mistakes and the rear wing failure of the second one. We'll hope these 2 get through with a bit better performance than they do, so they'll be heading through Tech Rouge in just a second before onto the Mulsanne straight, and that's where the slipstream effect that we keep talking about will come into effect and potentially give an overtaking opportunity into the first chicane. As there's a move at the top of your screen there, you'll see the Williams car, Brzezinski, overtaking Arnu in the Red Bull for 3rd.
Yep, change for 3rd place there, as Williams getting past, so trying to end on a high. You know, they could do with just at least one of their drivers getting a good result out on track to help them end their week on a high. I think we're going to pick up the battle that we saw between Lazarus and Williams, which involves a Williams that's missing a rear wing. And there is confirmation, but indeed it is that battle. And are you working out points over there, Harry?
Yeah, I was just looking, obviously we've mentioned Williams going out on a high, and I'm just wondering if there's any way they've got something in terms of fighting with Lazarus in terms of 2nd place. So, obviously Red Bull looking pretty strong, but they're down in 4th place with their 3rd car. Williams getting ahead of them and splitting up that Red Bull party at the moment.
There's only 29 points between Williams and Lazarus. It's not
that's
not a lot.
what I'm looking at. So I'm thinking, so if it was to finish now, for example, still a long way to go, of course, but they're 3rd, 7th and 9th, isn't it, at the moment for Williams, I believe. So we're looking at 23 points, 9 points and 3 points. So you're looking at 35 points in total there. And then obviously the Lazarus cars are down in, I presume, what's going to be 5th, 6th and 8th, I'd imagine, is where they currently stand. 5th, 6th and 8th for the Lazarus cars. So you're looking at 15, 12 and 6. So you're looking at 21, 33 for them. So not enough of a swing there, but it's just where the Williams can get, and their other 2 cars up.
If they go to 1st,
potentially, and if the other 2 Williams cars that are languishing down the order can maybe get onto the back of Arnu's Red Bull in 4th, for example, or maybe start looking at a 3rd, 4th and 5th, And if Lazarus are struggling so much that they're down in, let's say, 7th, 8th and 9th, whether there's any room to manoeuvre in the championship. But obviously we'll have a look into that a bit later as the race goes on and it starts to unfold and give us a better picture.
And that our first visit over to Dictionary Corner we'll be back over there plenty of times throughout the race, I'm sure. But Hairpin Heroes battling for LM Squad. This is crucial, isn't it, in terms of points. Battle for 3rd place on track. Hot Lappers not too far up the road either.
No, they've made good distance. They all sideways from the LM Squad. That's the place you don't want the car to be going sideways, and that's going to compromise their run and give the Hairpin Heroes a chance to try and manoeuvre their vehicle into a potentially undercutting position down into the final chicanes potentially, but it looks like they've just about stemmed the tide of LM Squad after that hairy moment.
I'd say Hairpin Heroes have a little bit of a run down to the chicane. Not quite able to do it. You've got to be alongside going into that chicane really to make a move. Hairpin Heroes in the background getting a little bit out of shape as well. They're doing the best they can to try and push and keep up with the second of the Hairpin Heroes cars. And here we go, up towards Dunlop Curve. Are we going to see a move from this Hairpin Heroes car? The LM Squad car isn't really defending, not from what we've seen at least. Maybe taking a slightly tight line through there. I think that's running wide. That could compromise them, and there goes Hairpin Heroes. So this could be the move done now as they make their way down through the curves downhill. Hairpin Heroes trying to get through. They're going to be on the outside though for the left-hander, and it looks like the LM Squad are going to hold on, and a block there from the LM Squad car, just parking it on the apex and giving the Hairpin Heroes nowhere to go.
Yeah, a real good attempt there. So it's just set the move up through turn 1, and then turn 2 and 3 was always looking on the alternate line to the LM Squad car and got the run down the hill, but unfortunately them being on the outside for the left couldn't quite get the position nabbed from the LM Squad, and they'll have to sit back into the slipstream and see if they can go later on in the lap. We've got a Red Bull replay.
Here we go. So I'm assuming this is our 2 leaders. Let's hope that this isn't them tripping over each other. This is them coming through the chicane, and that's Robin Bechter making a mistake.
Yeah, so he's not
not invincible.
No, it's a little unforced error, you'd have to say.
Yeah.
Obviously, thankfully for him, in a part of the track where he's not been punished for it, but it's just showing the first signs of the pressure and what's at stake affecting the guys who are looking comfortable at the moment, but obviously still susceptible to making errors.
Here we go, on board with LM Squad. We're looking back at Hairpin Heroes in 4th place. And Hairpin Heroes in the tow there, coming up to the 2nd chicane, trying to look down the outside. They just can't quite get the run down the straight. It's not seen it. Oh, but they're going to push into the back of the LM Squad car. Not enough to push LM Squad car wide, so I think that's good for both teams there, because if you do that, you could be picking up a points penalty. That's how the penalties are awarded in these races. And now we head down to Mulsanne Corner, and what is the... Well, they're going to push the LM Squad car. Okay, that's interesting. So their message to LM Squad is, don't defend, get on with it. Let's go after Hot Lappers.
Yeah, the problem they've got is Hot Lappers. You can see the car in the distance is that Hot Lappers car, and only a few laps ago they were battling and making their way through these two, and they've obviously disappeared off into the distance. So they've also got some great pace underneath that car in 2nd, and these guys in 3rd and 4th haven't been able to live with it. You see they're 4 seconds behind the Hot Lappers car, and if I was the Hairpin Heroes, I'd be trying to get on with it myself, I think, rather than trying to request help from the LM Squad.
Hairpin Heroes just behind us. We ride on board with this Hairpin Heroes car now that we were looking at a while ago into Indianapolis now. This is a good place to make a move into Arnage, and they've got the run. The Hairpin Heroes car has the run. It's going to pull to the inside, and surprisingly, the LM Squad car isn't going to defend. And there go the Hairpin Heroes car. They're going to have to run them wide. Oh dear, almost running into the barriers there, and just about getting the move done. We're still side by side, and the LM Squad car is going to hold on. I thought the Hairpin Heroes car would be a little bit more aggressive in their move there, but they might just have the inside for the Porsche curves. That might give them an opportunity to get past. Into the Porsche curves we go, and the Hairpin Heroes car goes through. Nice move there from Hairpin Heroes. They're now into 3rd place.
Yeah, brilliant move. They forced the error there into Arnage, putting the car up the inside, then got side by side down the run to Porsche curves, and then with the inside line managed to make the move stick. So brilliant work there from the Hairpin Heroes.
Right, so they're dropping that one LM Squad car down the field. Oh no, but they're running wide themselves. They've got to get settled in now here, Harry, haven't they? They've made the move. Now they've got to try and get a gap through these chicanes.
Yeah, the problem they've got is whether they concentrate on going forward or do they concentrate on trying to get their teammate through as well, because obviously they're just lingering in the background. There you can see them in a right sandwich, so whether they can try and play the team game and get their second car through as well, obviously it's a risk because you might even then go about losing the position you just gained if you're not too careful, but they look okay for now. But they'll be looking to see if they can get the 5th place car through into 4th.
Where's the other Hairpin Heroes car? It's not that far behind either. It's the other Hairpin Heroes car is 4 seconds back from this. This is a really, really crucial battle in terms of the overall standings. Hairpin Heroes car ahead of us has got to get a move on though. They've got to try and get after that Hot Lappers car, which currently sits in 2nd place as we come downhill, and that Hairpin Heroes car looks a lot more settled through the curves there than the LM Squad car, which is now in 4th place as they come through Tech Rouge. And have Hairpin Heroes car done enough? Well, they made a gap, Harry, then they run wide at Tech Rouge, and now they're going to be under pressure.
They are. We're going to see what the setup's like on that LM Squad car with its downforce and aerodynamic efficiency being in the slipstream for the first time on the Hairpin Heroes car on the run down Mulsanne to the first chicane. You can see them tucked in nicely, see if they can gain enough speed to launch something under the brakes. They might have a look if they feel brave. They're a little bit too far back, I think, to make anything happen this time round.
Doesn't look like they even want to go by. It looked like they had a run there, but they decided we're going to either wait for the next straight or we're just going to sit behind. It would be strange if they were happy to sit behind, because either you're going to hold that position for your team or you can defend that position, right? It's something you'd want to do for your team.
Yeah, you'd always rather have no track position in terms of just feeling a bit safer, rather than having to rely on having to make a move. You then at least saying, well, if you want to get past, you've got to make the move on me. It's easier to defend sometimes than it is to attack, of course, and sometimes it's always the other way round. But at the moment, they look pretty evenly matched. So I think the car with track position is going to be rubbing their hands with joy at the moment. So we've got a Red Bull car, and I think a Lazarus car goes side by side. So this is the battle for 4th place, isn't it? So that's Arnu in the Red Bull struggling, and I believe that is Tobin Lee in the Lazarus trying to put him under pressure and nick that position from him.
That Lazarus car, Red Bull car, is really struggling. And, for the Red Bull team, they would have been looking at this at the start finish thinking 1, 2 and 3, what a way that would be to finish the event. But sadly, that's not going to happen. They're in danger of dropping to 5th place here is Alexandru Arnu. Lazarus doing their best they can to try and keep that 2nd place. I think for Lazarus, it's more about holding on to 2nd now than challenging for the win. They've got to be careful of Williams.
Yeah, it was a long shot for Lazarus in the first place, and they needed to basically make lap 1 count, and they punished Red Bull on that first lap and the first opportunities they got. But unfortunately, they went completely the opposite direction and started battling with Williams. And thankfully, for them, they've managed to push on a little bit. But of course, let's not forget there's a Williams car still sat in 3rd place behind the leading Red Bulls. So great drive by Brzezinski, and it's now totally looking to the inside of Arnu through turn 1. He's not going to be able to make that one work. And then obviously this is another good overtaking opportunity into turns 2 and 3. We're not close enough to go up the inside, so they'll fall down the hill. And next in mind, we'll be thinking about the Mulsanne and the chicanes.
Yep, better to wait sometimes at this stage of the track. Just keep them behind. Wait for your opportunity. Still a long way to go. We're only approaching the 3rd race distance. Lots of things can change in 20 laps in these cars around Le Mans. There's a long way to go in this race. Hope you're enjoying it so far. Send us your messages. #LMES. Let us know what you're thinking of the action so far. If you've got any questions for Harry Jacks, who sits alongside me, do send them in using that hashtag, and we'll get them read out for you throughout this final race of the week. But this is Tobin Lee. Now, Harry's pulling out of the slipstream, which would suggest to me that he doesn't actually want to go past.
Yeah, although you would think that maybe he's
there we go.
He's being let through, is he, by Arnold? Is he just that late on the brakes and that confident? They are side by side and not being let through at all. Bit of contact as he's still hanging it around the outside, and as they got the power out the chicane, he makes the move stick, and that's Arnu down to 5th, Tobin Lee up to 4th in the Lazarus.
Good driving there from Tobin Lee to get through, and has made that move stick as we now make our way down towards the next chicane. Just behind Arnu, who's going to try and fight back, going to try and return that favour on Tobin Lee. Very close out front. I've got to say, Kuba Brzezinski has brought that gap down to the Red Bulls to just 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's a common thing we've seen, isn't it?
A mistake there, yeah.
Losing the back end a little bit. That's going to cost him all the way down towards the Mulsanne corner. He'll pick up the slipstream, of course. But yeah, Brzezinski just 2 seconds behind the lead of the race, and it's a thing we've seen numerous times with the 2 Red Bulls out front, and they slowly get reeled in by a car behind them, whether it's a Lazarus or on this occasion it's the Williams, and we'll see how they get on if and when they start battling each other.
Great driving here from Lazarus. Now, is this Red Bull? We go on board with Williams now, so there's a look at the gap. We did say it's close, and yeah, it's close. Is this Red Bull saving the fuel? Is this them, you know, surely this is, we know the pace they have. Is this just the Williams, you know, with nothing to lose, driving the wheels off that thing, or is this Red Bull taking it a little bit easy and saving themselves a bit of fuel?
Oh, I wish I knew the answer, but I think all of those are all very plausible, aren't they? I mean, the Williams drivers, doing, or Brzezinski in particular, doing a fantastic job of catching the Red Bulls. But again, we've seen the Red Bulls just go off into the distance like a missile, and as the race progresses, they start to get caught by the guys behind. They just back off the pace a little bit. But yeah, it would be interesting to see when they're looking at making pit stops, how many. I think we're probably looking at 1 at this stage, and lap 9 of 30, so not near half distance just yet, but no signs of pit stops either. No signs of tyre wear coming into action, but it'll be interesting to see what the Red Bull response is to this charging Williams. Yeah,
we'll know, right? Won't we? If they're saving fuel, then the message now will be, right, enough of that, get your foot down and let's keep this gap, or let's extend this gap again. There's the fuel.
Yeah, so there you go. It's only 12%, so we're going to be looking at a 2-stop race if they can make it. Obviously, it's going to be very tight to make it another lap, isn't it? Obviously, you're looking at...
that's close, isn't it?
You're looking at almost bang on 10% a lap at this point, so they'll probably try and get 1 more lap out of it, I'd imagine, because obviously if you don't make it 1 more lap, then you're going to have to make another pit stop. So you have to get to the end of lap 10 to make it a 2-stop race.
There's our answer. That's why Red Bull were backing off. That's surely the answer, because they were clearly concerned there that if we have to do another pit stop, then that's game over. Potentially, that's game over.
Absolutely. You can see they've got 12%, so they've got just a couple of percent more than the Williams car behind, so all 3 of them should be safe. And I think what the Williams car might be doing is obviously just pushing it now to help get into the slipstream range, and then they can save a bit of fuel if they need to on this lap before they pit. But yeah, we're cutting it fine, and we're looking at a 2-stop race then, perfectly matched of 10 laps, and another 10 laps at the end.
Now, in terms of Pro-Am, where are we in points? Let's try and... we're getting a bit sideways. And Robin Bechter yet again. He's feeling the pressure in this final race, isn't he? He's made another mistake there out in front as we go through Tech Rouge. His teammate a little bit unwilling to try and make any contact or get past. And now it is Stream for the lead as we approach the first stops.
Yeah, really fascinating in terms of what's going to come up now, because obviously the Williams car mixing it with the 2 Red Bulls. Melee not interested in passing Becker, interestingly enough. That would have been a good opportunity to do so. Obviously, he doesn't want to risk any kind of collision, but in doing so, they brought the Williams even further into play, and that gap is well within slipstream range now.
Let's work out where we are. In terms of Pro-Am, Hairpin Heroes, we're third, and then we're 5th and 7th. So I'm going to leave it over to you this time, Harry. 3rd, 5th and 7th. What does that give them? That's 23 and 15 and 9 in terms of the points that they're going to score.
I reckon about 47.
About 47.
About 47. I don't know if that means exactly 47 or around there, but yeah.
Okay. And the LM squad, they're 1st, 4th, and then behind that they are 8th.
About 62, I make that, I think.
Okay, so
still a hefty gap.
So far, so good.
Yeah,
Squad, basically.
Not comfortable, but this definitely what they would have been aiming for, if not a little bit more, to make it safer for them. But ultimately, they're in the pound seats at the moment, and obviously they've got drivers in positions who can make a bit of time in positions if they need to push harder.
And you say the Hairpin Heroes are scoring 47 points, but Gary Mitchell is scoring 38 by being out front in the Pro-Am.
Yeah, that's why we mentioned the endurance race is so key, because there's so many points on offer compared to the sprint races, of course.
Yeah. And that is a driver that has done a superb job for his team so far this week. Here we look at one of the LM squad cars, just making its way through. This is the one that was passed for 3rd place, and you can see it's dropped away since. That Hairpin Heroes car doing a brilliant job. Now, the gap between Hairpin Heroes and the Hot Lappers is about 4 seconds, I think that was. They'll get an extra 4 points if they take that, which will bring them up to about 51. So then they'll be about 15 points off of the LM squad.
yeah, it's going to be crucial when we get to the pit stops now in terms of who's going to be pitting when and who's going to be helping who essentially in terms of slipstream for the next stint with fuel saving. Obviously, it's a thing we're seeing quite a lot through this super final, and especially today as well, with just eking out as much fuel as they can to try and make it as far into the race. And obviously it's so important in this race because otherwise they wouldn't be making it into a two-stop. But this is the front three of the Pro class who are going to be peeling off into the pits in just a second, and we'll see if anything changes in the pit lane itself.
They're all going to come in. Williams have done a great job and they've kept enough fuel to go in, so they've timed this to perfection, haven't they? They're all going to get a full tank of fuel. Williams might take a second or so longer, but in they come in formation and all into the pits, and we're basically going to see all, oh no, and then into the air, and the two Red Bull cars are going to come in almost side by side. Now, have either of them picked up any damage there? And oh yeah, Williams returning the favour. Get out of the way as they come into the pit lane. Oh wow, a bit aggressive.
It was all a bit friendly, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They're obviously very pleased to see each other in the pit lane, but I mean, I wish they do the fighting on track, but not literally. As the Williams now into the lane.
Another shunt. Wow, it's all going off, isn't it? Wow. Take it easy out there, guys.
Yeah, it's not pretty, is it? But I think they're just about going to return out on track in the order they entered.
Somehow.
With a lot more scuffs on the cars. We're
pushing Williams are pushing the Red Bull along, and they're still doing it through turn one. Get out of the way. And Red Bull is somehow still going to hold on to that second place, but Williams are going to try and get through on the exit. Well, there's somehow one of the Red Bulls is still leading. This is still the fight for second place, and they are, well, the gloves are now off, isn't it, between these two as they come through up towards Tech Rouge.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see because the Williams was pushing the Red Bull, and you can see the gap between the two Red Bulls now. So it's almost like the second Red Bull wasn't going out of the pit lane. It was essentially holding the Williams back. I mean, they've got throttle input traces. Whether they'll be able to look into that,
that's not good.
I don't know.
They don't need to do that. Why, you know?
No, I mean the Williams. That shows you how worried the Red Bulls are there about Brzezinski's pace. He is probably the fastest car out there on raw pace, and Mallet doing everything he can to let Becker get away in the lead, and now he's going to play second fiddle to his teammate and basically act as a blocker, quite literally.
But I mean, Brzezinski, he was fired up already. You want to make him even more fired up, then don't go out of the pit lane, basically. I mean, they're gonna. I mean, I wonder if the Red Bull car think, well, he launched into us coming into the pit lane. That was because they spun going into the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much control they had in the pit, that part of the pit entry, though. I'm not sure if that's the actual driver input or not. But
well, they spun though going in.
Yeah, certainly on the exit though. I mean, it was ready to go, and for some reason the second Red Bull just didn't seem to go because that's how physics work. The car in front is always going to accelerate quicker than the car behind. It's always going to take off out of a corner. But for some reason, it was the Williams who got a better run. But this is a bit bold as well, isn't it? This is the Hairpin Heroes and the LM squad battling on the way into the first chicane down the Mulsanne.
Here we go. It's going to be it's a right-hander entry, isn't it? The first one, and Hairpin Heroes, that leaves them on the outside, but you can hold it around the outside and up the inside for the left. Through they go, and that's exactly what Hairpin Heroes are going to do, and that's a textbook move there from Hairpin Heroes, and through they go, and that's a big move. That gets them past the Hot Lappers car as we now go down towards the second chicane. On board we go with the Hairpin Heroes car. We've got one of the Hairpin Heroes cars up in third place chasing a Hot Lappers car, but this is the Hairpin Heroes car going into fifth place past Wesley Augusto.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Wesley Augusto coming back through the field and trying to get past the Hairpin Heroes car rather than the other way round. So I noticed he was obviously down the order early on anyway, but I'm wondering if this is the Hairpin Heroes car falling backwards towards the Hot Lappers car rather than making progress.
Well, we don't know what they've done in terms of pit stops. I don't know if we're in a phase of getting towards the end, low tanks of fuel and so on, but it's impressive stuff either way, isn't it, from Wesley Augusto. And the Hairpin Heroes, they need every point they can get. They can't afford to lose any. With LM squad out in front, they just can't afford to be losing places here as we go back to the Williams car. And yeah, well, you can look at Kuba Brzezinski. There you go.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be the car in front of him holding out, would you? Think if he's getting even just a whiff of an overtake, he's going to absolutely send it and lick the stamp on the way, I imagine, as well. So we'll see if he gets an opportunity to make any kind of moves. Obviously, at the moment, he's just too far back to get anything done under brakes, but he can stay this close and force the error from Mallet and the Red Bull team.
Yeah, he's fired up, isn't he? someone walks past and sees, I think they will shut that door for him, because Kuba Brzezinski, I don't think you won't want to come across him after this race. He doesn't look too pleased, does he?
You can see how hard he's working as well, though. His hands soaring at the wheels. He's trying to tame the Ferrari car. But I say that's how on the edge they are. No, it's not necessarily a too difficult car to drive, but when you're pushing it that hard, you really are having to balance it on a knife edge.
And here we go. This is the Hairpin Heroes versus Hot Lappers battle that we are going to revisit now, and this is not what the Hairpin Heroes need at all. They can't afford to lose any positions at all, but round the outside goes Wesley Augusto. Is he going to be able to pull it off all the way around the outside? He gave it a good go, but just about the Hairpin Heroes hold on.
Yeah, good defensive driving, good squabbling between these two. You feel like something's going to give eventually, though, and the Hot Lappers car, I think, is generally looking like a bit quicker than the Hairpin Heroes car ahead of it, but obviously he's got to make that move cleanly and then set off down the road after anyone else he might fancy catching.
Well, so far, the LM squad look good in terms of points. Not a lot in it, but they do look good. Now, have we had any stops? I don't think we have as of yet.
Not for the Pro-Am class, I don't believe.
They're going a little bit longer. They're going to try and stretch it out to a one stop. Now, we're on lap 12, so it would make sense they all go to lap 15, stop, and then come back out.
Yeah, that would be the goal. Obviously, they'll be they would have worked all this out in the hundreds of hours of practice they would have done before this event as to how far into the race can we get, how many pit stops do we need to do, and what kind of condition do we want the car in. Do we want a lighter car at the end of the race or in the middle of the race? That's what they'll be working out. Obviously, a lot of it changes on the fly depending on the race circumstances. We can see 12% of fuel, so they're not going to make it.
No.
They're not going to make it on a one stop. They'll be looking to pit most likely at the end of this lap, I would imagine. And you can see the pounding the front tyres are taking as well. Nearly, over 60% wear on those front tyres, so they're not going to be worth too much when they take them off.
He's had a case, though, of Wesley Augusto pushing harder than everyone else. I wonder, is this the situation for all of them? Is this a Hairpin Heroes car that's trying to do the opposite and make it the 15 laps? I mean, you'd expect if they were, they'd just let him go through, but...
No, I don't think you can make that much of a difference. No, obviously Le Mans being a very long track, to even make it one more lap than someone else is pretty skillful driving, and setup-wise, it's a bit of a guru to make that happen. But ultimately, there's a bit of contact into the chicane. They're side by side. The Hot Lappers going off the track, but they're going to keep the position ahead of the Hairpin Heroes.
They'll have to let him back through, surely.
Yeah, there's a bit of contact. Obviously, they might argue the point, but I think you're right. They have let that position go, and they'll have to fight back down into the next chicane if they get the chance.
I think sensible driving, and for a driver that's had so much bad luck, often you don't see that when someone's had all the bad luck. They decide that, if a little bit of good fortune comes their way, then they're just going to take it. Wesley Augusto doing the right thing there. Good driving. Overall, I mean, I know we saw, we've been seeing crashes coming in and out of the pit lane in this race, but overall throughout the 4 days, mostly we've seen these guys racing sensibly. Given what's at stake, that's been impressive to see.
Yeah, and of course, racing, driving etiquette and respect between the drivers is one of the most crucial things you can have on a racetrack. You need that between drivers, otherwise you're never going to make overtakes work. And you can't just push to pass someone, because as soon as the stewards first of all will be knocking at your door after the race. But then, as soon as that driver is behind you in the same position, he's going to do exactly back to you. It's a little bit deep into the corner against the Hairpin Heroes, almost a run for the car behind that we're on board with, but nothing doing as they head down towards Indianapolis once again.
Now, we know what fuel percentages they're at, 12. Well, it could be about 9 now. But what does that mean in terms of strategy? Are we going to see them do short runs in the next run, or are they going to try and go as long as possible? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they've obviously gone long now. We haven't seen anyone go for the serious undercut to then basically run on fumes for the next 2 stints to the end of the race. So I'd imagine they basically go long again in the middle, as we've got side-by-side action for second place in the Pro class. This is Brzezinski up the inside of Melee down into turn 1. Move done.
There goes Brzezinski. I don't think he'll be waving on his way through, will he, as he goes in towards Dunlop chicane, and through he goes. So Brzezinski is now through, and with a gap. So good driving that from Kuba Brzezinski. 1 down, that's 2 down, isn't it? 2 Red Bulls down, and now 1 to go for him as he now tries to set off to break this 100% record that is currently being held by Robin Bechter as he now comes up to Tech Rouge. Good driving this from Kuba Brzezinski, but you have to say Aurélien Mallet is going to make that very difficult for him now as they come out of Tech Rouge.
Yeah, that's what Becker will be hoping, because we haven't really seen him under too much pressure from anyone from another team in any of the races he's done. He's always been so far ahead he's not had to worry. But obviously, Brzezinski gets onto the back of him and somehow managed to pull off a move and even go on to win the race. I imagine he'll find himself off Becker's Christmas card list, I imagine.
Yeah, I think so. As here we go. So we're in the Pro-Am class. This is Gary Mitchell. He into the pits now. And back out again. So Gary Mitchell. Oh, there we go. Oh, wow. Gary Mitchell. He doesn't seem to be fazed by it, does he?
No, he seems cool, calm, collected at pretty much any scenario, whether it's being hit, doing the hitting, or just driving out front. It doesn't seem to change anything for him. But ultimately, he's away again at the pit lane, and carry on as you were, Gary. You're doing a fantastic job, and this race is yours if you can hold it together.
I hope he at least smiles if he wins. Gary Mitchell.
He deserves to. He's been probably arguably one of the best drivers we've had, along with Becker, of course. I think in terms of the Pro-Am class, he's been the man to beat, of course.
Now,
and,
that's the difference, isn't it? That's how you should come out of the pit lane.
Yes, exactly. That's what we'd normally expect, not for the car behind to be pushing the other car into turn one, essentially. So, yeah, it'd be interesting. We've not heard anything on that. We're not obviously too sure if anything did happen, but it just seemed particularly odd, didn't it? But obviously, the set of the differences on track. Brzezinski has got ahead of Mallet, as you can see it on the screen, into second place that we saw. So, at the moment, that sort of dubious driving out of the pit lane hasn't cost him anything at the moment. He's up into second and seeing what he can do about Robin Becker ahead of him. But at the moment, we're on board with the hot lappers chasing the hairpin heroes.
Here we go then, on board with the hot lappers. This is Wesley Augusto trying to get himself up into 5th place. They still have a chance, an outside chance here, if anything went badly wrong for the LM squad, to take the win, but then also to fight for second, whether there's any bad luck or not for the hairpin heroes. They still have a chance here. They're in a fight for second place as they head now down to the chicane, approaching half race distance, and so far an intriguing race, you have to say. There hasn't been cars on their roofs and things like that, but very intriguing. What we would expect from a final race, people just trying to keep themselves in the fight. You can tell there's some nerves out there. But also there's been a few elbows out as well.
Yeah, it's one of them races where you think it's going to be won sort of via tactics and strategy rather than brute force. Of course, yeah. I say that, and we'll watch the last couple of laps and we'll see what kind of brute force we're talking. But
here we go.
There's a lot on the line for these guys, though. I'm sure they'll have someone working out the points for them in their rear, so they know if they need to be aggressive with the car in front to get that position because it means something. Then we might see something happen later in the race. But for now, Wesley Augusto biding his time, and we've seen these guys side by side on a number of occasions, very respectful, the pair of them, in terms of their driving etiquette, and we'll see if any move unfolds in the next few corners as they head down towards Mulsanne corner itself.
Oh yeah, it's been great to see the respect shown across the field so far into Mulsanne corner, and just an ever so slightly defensive line being taken there from the hairpin heroes, just enough to convince Wesley Augusto to stay behind rather than go for a move. But the hairpin heroes, they could just do with one more car up in the top 3-4 positions, really. They've got that one car down in 7th, and that, for me, is costing them a chance at fighting for the overall win. They really need a bit of luck here. They need a big strategy change or something like that to just change things around. But this is a great battle that has been continuing now for a good few laps as we go down towards Arnage. Are we going to see a dive down the inside from that hot lappers car? Not quite yet. Well, Harry, if you're the team boss here for Hairpin Heroes, what's the message to the team now at this stage? I mean, I know the usual things, you've got to stay calm and those things, but strategy-wise, what's the message?
I mean, it is just all about encouragement. I don't think you can ask too much of the driving. You can't be as blunt as saying you need to hold up that car for your teammate to get involved, or drive faster. Of course, it's one of those where you've just got to say the right words for the driver to have that belief in himself that he can go 5 meters later on the brakes, pick up the throttle a little bit earlier, carry a bit more speed through the corners, just to try and improve the driving and the lap times they're achieving. Because John Young, that we can see in 5th place, holding up the whole lap, making a mistake. Wesley Augusto getting wide into the wall, and that is going to allow the other Hairpin car through. But a disaster for Wesley Augusto there.
What a shame for Wesley Augusto, and that has helped the Hairpin Heroes massively. Now that's more points on the board for them, and Wesley Augusto, he now has a task on his hands and just seemed to lose the rear out of the final part of the Porsche curves there. Very easily done.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a car yesterday flying through the air out of there, didn't we, as they
Yeah.
ran over the rumble strips, and maybe the same kind of thing, just losing a bit of traction on the exit and spitting him into the wall on the inside of the circuit. Thankfully lives to fight another day, but a disaster. No, that battle was shaping up nicely, and unfortunately he's lost that time, but he's shown great pace. I imagine he'll be pushing on to try and get back onto the Hairpin Heroes cars. Obviously it'll be a different one he comes up to first.
Yeah, well, we pick up the Lazarus car now. This is the one up in 4th place. Good 8 seconds back from the 3 leaders, but has built 3 seconds gap over Alexander Arnoux as Tobin Lee. Tobin Lee, with some of the results he's had over the years, we wouldn't expect him to be the Lazarus car a little bit down the field, but doing well to hold off, to get past Alexander Arnoux. It's going to be a real difficult task for him now to go and make 8 seconds to make any more places.
Yeah, I mean, they're such a high level, these drivers, that making any time is an achievement, let alone 8 whole seconds on arguably the best team in the championship. Now, it's a real tall order, but no, Tobin Lee's an experienced driver. He knows what he needs to do. We've spoken to him a few times over the last few days after races. You can see how sort of cool, calm and collected he is, and what how his race went, what he needs to be doing, what the process is for the next race. So he'll be getting his head down, just concentrating as hard as he can, trying to get the job done. But speaking of getting the job done, this is Brzezinski in the Williams in second, still between the 2 Red Bulls, but Becker is just there in front of him.
This is fantastic stuff from Hugo Brzezinski. What a performance he is putting in, and it's come out of nowhere, isn't it? In terms of today, they've been making up they've been down the order in both races so far of Williams. It's been a while since we've actually seen a Williams car at the head of the field. I think Isaac Price a couple of days ago maybe was the last time we saw it as we come out of the final corner. And Kuba Brzezinski on fire here. He arguably has a chance to take the lead on this lap now as we head up towards the Dunlop curve. Kuba Brzezinski in the tow now, and he's going to have Robin Bechter looking in his mirrors all of a sudden, and Robin Bechter's going to be thinking, where on earth did he come from? A Williams, they were starting down in 7th, 8th and 9th, and now he's having to defend from 1, and we're on lap 15.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. And say, I don't want to sound too harsh on the Williams team, but it's almost like a typical performance from them over the last 4 days, where they have some solid but not spectacular results, apart from that one spectacular result that they have. It's like they're not being the most consistent team, but they have stood out on a couple of occasions, and this is going to be another one of those occasions where they're out of the blue. It seems like they've actually got some fantastic pace and potentially could be the fastest car out there.
Here we see that Williams car of Kuba Brzezinski, and Kuba Brzezinski trying to get the run on Robin Bechter, and he's getting closer in the tow. Are we going to see a dive down the inside into the first chicane? Certainly pulling out of the tow there is Kuba Brzezinski. He's getting ready for a lunge down the inside, but Robin Bechter very late on the brakes, and Robin Bechter is going to hold on. One more chicane to go before we head down towards Mulsanne corner. And still though in 3rd place, Aurélien Mallet keeping close as well to that Williams car. So 3 drivers incredibly close together on circuit, all fighting for the race lead as we now come down towards the 2nd of the chicanes, and we are on board with Robin Bechter, who's now having to deal with that pressure from the Williams car behind. Into the 2nd chicane we go, and a Williams car just getting a little bit of a poor run, and on the exit is going to lose a little bit of time. Kuba Brzezinski, and now in danger of dropping back down to 3rd.
Yeah, we've just seen how hard Becker's working behind the wheel of that Red Bull just to keep it on the track, let alone going as fast as he is. But Brzezinski, it's a difficult one because he wants to attack the car in front, but any line he takes differently to try and gain some time. He's under pressure from Mallet in the 2nd Red Bull. That's the benefit of having 2 cars in a battle, especially at the front of the field. That's why Red Bull are in the position they are in the championship, let alone this race, as they've always had 2 cars at the front, although the 3rd one struggled a little bit in the races. But as the races have gone on, we've always had at least 2 of them up there. So they're able to fight a battle 2 against 1, which is always better. But Brzezinski's got nothing to lose. That's the thing for Williams at the moment, isn't it? So he's basically going to go hell for leather and go for anything he can to upset that 100% record of Becker's.
Yep, on board we are now into Indianapolis corner. And are we going to see a potential move on during Larnage? It's going to take a lot to get past Robin Bechter. He's made a couple of mistakes in this race, though, mind you. So we have seen that Robin Bechter in this race is certainly feeling a little bit of pressure, and I wonder if it's the 100% record that's maybe playing on his mind slightly.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I would question if both Red Bulls or he was driving way off into the distance and his teammate was languishing behind, but they're both there on pace now together, so I think it is just a limiting factor of the current setup they've got isn't allowing them to dominate as much as they have done, and obviously the setup on that Williams car is just suiting Brzezinski down to the ground, and he's obviously enjoying himself and loving driving that car around this track, and although they might not necessarily have too much to fight for, it does take the pressure off and take the weight off the shoulders and allows him just to think, well, it's just another race, let me try and win it. He's a little bit sideways through the left hand about holding on to it and just carrying on as if it didn't happen.
Well, we're about to go into the second half of this race. So the order is Red Bull, and they're just ahead of us. Williams, Red Bull, Lazarus in fourth. Then it's Red Bull, Williams, Lazarus, Williams in eighth place. And rounding out the field is the Lazarus car of Ross May. And in the Pro-Am class, leading the way is the LM squad ahead of the Hot Lappers. Then it's the Hairpin Heroes, the LM squad, Hairpin Heroes, Hot Lappers, LM squad, and rounding out the field, the Hot Lappers.
Still all to fight for in Pro-Am, of course, as Malaga's a little bit deep in the background, so he's going to be out of position to help his teammate defend the lead. So it looks like we might have a one-on-one this lap between Becker and Brzezinski.
That's going to just take the pressure off now, isn't it, of Brzezinski. Gives him a chance to just focus ahead. Now we're checking back in with the two Hairpin Heroes teammates. Of course, they were split by Wesley Augusto. He spun. So now they kind of have the track to themselves a little bit and can just focus on putting in those lap times. They're no longer having to defend or attack, so to speak. They're just able to focus on themselves, as we have Ross May moving up to 8th ahead of Nikodem Wisniewski. And Nikodem is the one struggling, so I wonder if that injury really starting to take its toll with him.
Yeah, he's in the pit lane, I believe, so he's getting a little bit of a breather at least. But obviously in the pit lane at this point in the race is a bit off strategy, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've seen that they're running the field dry just to get to a third distance, so interesting to see him in the pits at this point of the race. But yeah, the Hairpin Heroes look to be okay from behind. Obviously, Wesley Augusto had great pace early in the race. He had that small incident, hit the wall, and he's now dropped to 7 seconds behind. So I'm wondering if he's just having to nurse the car a little bit, and he's not as quick as he was. So Hairpin Heroes can relax a little bit from behind, but so they need to get on with the job at hand and look forward and see what they can do there.
That Hot Lappers car in third is, that Hairpin Heroes car in third, sorry, is starting to show some good pace, because the gap to the Hot Lappers car is now only 2 seconds.
Yeah.
That was once 4 or 5, wasn't it? So it was basically once a gap that we weren't paying any attention to. Now, you see on the ticker at the top of the screen, as it will switch round to the Pro-Am, look, there you can see.
Yeah, about 2.5 seconds,
Two and
isn't
a half. It is not a lot. That's close enough for them to see the car ahead.
Yeah, that's Taylor Stormsky behind the wheel of that third placed Hairpin Heroes car. So we spoke to him yesterday. They had a real nice chat with him, though, in terms of what this whole Super Final means to him and how his performance was going. And I said the key for them was getting the setup right, and it seems that today they've got the setup right for themselves. And speaking of getting the setup right, here's Brzezinski in the Williams once more.
Here we go. Kuba Brzezinski trying to take the lead away from Robin Becker, a driver yet to be beaten so far this week. But is he going to be beaten at the final hurdle? Round Indianapolis we go. And Kuba Brzezinski in this Williams car, the team with nothing to lose at all, trying to go out of what has been a real disappointing day for them on a high, and Kuba Brzezinski could do that for them as they now head up towards the Porsche curves. This on lap number 16 of 30, and just as I say that, Bryn is bringing in the points for us. So let's have a look at where we are. Now the LM squad have 136 points and the Hairpin Heroes 120 points. Now for Hairpin to win, they need to get both 5th and 6th ahead of 4th place, and the LM squad must fall back to 7th. That's what Bryn is telling us in terms of what needs to happen.
It's a great insight as to where things stand at the moment, so obviously our thanks to Bryn for working it out for us. But so that's a tall order, isn't it, for those guys to, it's one thing to control your own race, but then to rely on other things outside of what you can do, having to play into your hands. That's where you're relying on good fortune to show its face and smile down on you. But yeah, they've just got to concentrate on their race, do what they can and hope everything else falls into place.
Let's have a look at the gaps then. So we'll change to that gap in just a second. We're on board, by the way, with 2nd overall in Pro class, so we'll keep you on board with these while we just quickly have a look at the positions. So They need to get to that LM squad car in fourth. As, a tap up the rear. Kuba Brzezinski there trying to get through. We're right nose to tail now, coming downhill. Look, all three cars right together in the lead for the Pro class. Through the left-hander they go, and now up towards Tetruge. We'll come back to Pro-Am in a second, because this is for the lead in the Pro class in this race. It won't change the fact that Red Bull are going to go on to win this if they stay where they are, but this is going to be a fascinating battle from the second half of the race, as Robin Becker pulling over to the right-hand side to defend this position, and Kuba Brzezinski there in second, trying his best to get through.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's any kind of deliberate blocking going on, but it seems like odd that Male's so close behind these guys going down the Mulsanne. Obviously, Brzezinski fighting the battle by himself. He might as well just try and send it as soon as you can to get to the front of the train, and then makes his lead from there, because at the moment he's going to be under pressure from the second Red Bull, let alone attacking the one in front of him.
Very small mistake from Aurelian Mallet in the back, and that's going to lose him a little bit of time. Back on board with Kuba Brzezinski, who's in second place. Ahead of us, our race leader, Robin Becker for Red Bull Racing. There is the Williams car doing the best it can to try and end with a win. It won't gain it any positions in terms of the championship, but it will give it something to smile about when they leave this event at the end of the day, as well as leaving it with $15,000 as they now come through the second chicane and make their way down towards Mulsanne corner. We remain on board there with Williams. Past the curve they go, and now down towards Mulsanne corner, and so evenly matched are these three. Anytime one of them makes a mistake, the other one will make it, or they'll gain that time straight back again, and just nothing Kuba Brzezinski can do so far to get that place ahead of Robin Becker.
It's almost just a case of surviving this part of the race for Brzezinski. I think, he doesn't need to be risking anything against the two Red Bulls, because even if he manages to get ahead of Becker, I don't think he's going to have the pace to pull away from the two Red Bulls. They're so evenly matched, so at the moment he might as well stay where he is, continue saving that fuel, of course, which is number one priority for most of these drivers in this race. And then basically once they've made that second pit stop and they're back on track for the final 10 laps, then you can start playing your cards and laying them down, and working out where you want to start attacking and where you might be thinking about making your moves. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with putting the frighteners onto the car in front at this point in the race, but I think anything in terms of an overtake is only going to come through forcing an error.
Duran Arge for lap number 17 of 30. They're going to make their way up towards the Porsche curves. In this battle, for feeling it's going to stay like this for potentially the remainder of the race. Very close, isn't it? It's when they get to the pit stops now. We're only two or three laps away from the next pit stop. It'll be on lap number 20 that they all come in. No one can do the undercut or overcut. They're all going to have to come in at the same time, because 10 laps is the max you can do. So coming on lap number 19, you won't make it to the end of the race, and it's impossible to make it to lap 21. So you'll all have to come in on lap number 20.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, because obviously we saw them come into the first round of pit stops and get a bit friendly with each other on the way in, but that was with two Red Bulls and then the Williams. I wonder just how friendly they're going to be if they come in Red Bull, Williams, Red Bull in that order. It's going to be interesting to see, isn't it, as to how that works itself out. Because I don't think we'll be seeing a repeat scenario of the car in front exiting the pits, somehow not getting up to speed. Yeah. But it'd be interesting, because these three, they're not necessarily battling on track. They are nose to tail, and the pace they're going at is just scintillating. I'm just wondering, I'm trying to keep an eye on the ticker at the top, whether Toby Lee in fourth place is able to make any inroads to these guys while they're battling, because the gap's around 9 seconds, I believe. So you see 9.1. It'd be interesting to see if he's able to make any kind of inroads while these guys are battling on that track.
Right down the hills they come, down through the curves. Williams there in second place, doing the best they can to try and catch the Red Bull car as they make their way now up towards Tech Rouge. Through Tech Rouge we go, and now on board Kuba Brzezinski trying to get through, Harry.
Yeah, coming down the Mulsanne, it'd be interesting. Obviously, we've been in this position many laps in this race so far, as they still nose to tail. You can see the slipstream effect will eventually kick in, but in these cars you don't tend to get too much of a tow, and now is the transitioning point between accelerating earlier in the car in front and then getting the slipstream as the car behind to close in to the braking zone. Doesn't look like he's going to be close enough to try anything, and he isn't on this time around, much like we've seen in the previous laps, as they'll be looking to see how they get out of the first chicane, and it's going to be as they were again, not quite close enough, not able to get the power down as well as he would like, but he is at least safe from melee behind as well, so they go down towards the second chicane as they were.
On board we are with Kuba Brzezinski. Brilliant stuff this. It's going to be in the next round of pit stops. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I just want to make a point and say how pleasing it is to see Brzezinski up in second place now. They've not had, obviously we've seen good results from Isaac Price in the Williams team, but it's great to see another driver in the team though performing at the very front of the fields. It just shows the depth and quality of drivers that are on show for you guys today and have been over the last 3 days as well. They on their day any of them can take it to the front of the field, and they put a good show on for us, and hopefully we'll see the best of these three come out on top at the end.
Now, Brynner did work out for us, didn't he, what we need. So we need those Hairpin Heroes cars, if we were the Hairpin Heroes team boss, that is, to close in. They've got about 6 seconds to do that. It's a big ask, that, isn't it?
It is, and I say we're not. I mean, we might get to a point where lapping takes place, but it's not like a lot of races we've seen so far where the traffic and the constant lapping of pro cars against the Pro-Am cars makes a big difference. Now, you can lose a couple of seconds a lap when you're being lapped sometimes, but obviously with these two cars, the Dodge Viper and the Ferrari, they're quite evenly balanced, and of course the drivers are evenly balanced as well, so we don't expect to see too much of that. But at the moment, Brzezinski's getting a bit feisty behind the back of that Red Bull, just squirming away for Betka.
And Brzezinski had to slightly defend into Arnage there, just got it a little bit wrong through Indianapolis, put a wheel on the gravel, as now they go down towards the Porsche curves. Kuba Brzezinski in second place, trying to spoil the party for Red Bull. Already in the middle of the two Red Bull cars, it's not going to be the formation finish that they may have been hoping for on the first lap when they were 1, 2 and 3 and cruising away in the distance from the very back of the field. Kuba Brzezinski has worked his way through the order, and now he is just a car length away from taking the race lead, as out of the Porsche curves they go, and down to the Ford chicanes. There's going to be 2 more laps before we see them in for their second and final pit stop. Is that what Kuba Brzezinski is waiting for, I wonder, or is he going to go for a move? Oh, he's run a little bit wide there, taking an unconventional line through the chicanes, and that is going to give Robin Betka a bit of breathing space that I think he would have been hoping for.
Yeah, just a small mistake through that final chicane. They just picked up a little bit of understeer, so you've got to try and sort of thread the needle essentially through there with these cars, but they just got a little bit offline, picked up a bit of understeer, and obviously that then compromises the next few corners. Thankfully he's not lost too much touch, but obviously he's going to be under pressure from Melee. He's obviously pushing the limits of the track and his car to try and get onto the back of Brzezinski, but in doing so has now lost touch as well. So it just shows you how hard they're pushing, that they're all making little mistakes here and there, which is costing them time, but obviously at the end of it they all end up concertining back together.
Up towards Tech Rouge, and it looks like already I think this is showing us just how fast he is, because look, he's already closed that gap back down in the space of what, 4 corners? Yeah,
and he's not got to worry about Melee behind for the immediate future, so if he fancies going for anything, then he's got no free rein to do so without a worry from behind. But it's just, again, whether the thing we've seen, I think we've seen Betka sort of playing that, I'm just going to delay the throttle a little bit to hold the Williams up a little bit. So we'll be interested to see if we see any more of that again, or whether they're just going to keep going hammer and tongs, and whether Melee can get back onto this duo.
Out of the chicane, and Kuba Brzezinski back on board with him. Going along very well so far, and something we saw at the Le Mans Virtual as well. It's brilliant in that race was Kuba Brzezinski, a race that will certainly be remembered for a very long time. The Le Mans Virtual. It's a real pleasure to be there for it as they come out of the second chicane.
He's close, isn't he? He's really close this time round.
Yeah, this is it, isn't it? Kuba Brzezinski, I think he's about to do this as they go down towards the Mulsanne corner. Kuba Brzezinski right in the toe and trying to get himself, but I think he's going to go for the outside here as we go down through towards Mulsanne corner. They're about to hit the brakes any second now, and this is going to be a dive down the inside, maybe even the outside as through Mulsanne corner, and Robin Betka is feeling the pressure, running just a little bit wide there, and Kuba Brzezinski trying to get to the inside as they go down towards the Porsche curves. Kuba Brzezinski tucked into the toe now, as up towards Porsche curves we go, and Kuba Brzezinski, I think he's going to have to wait for the chicanes maybe to try his move.
Yeah, so heading down towards Indianapolis. No, not really your regular overtaking position. But obviously, we'll see if he fancies doing anything. Obviously, now going into the left hand, having a look up the inside, just filling the mirror of the Red Bull in front. And of course, all this little looking around has now allowed Mallet to get back onto the back of Brzezinski as well. So, as they were first, second, and third, heading down towards the Porsche curves, again, you're going to have to be a brave man to try and make the move stick if you're going through there. But they're going to be nose to tail as they have been for what seems like forever. So we'll see how they get on with it for now. Brzezinski just following in the wheel tracks as they were going through the Porsche curves. First, obviously, through the right-hander, getting on the power. Make sure you feed it through the double left. And say Beck's in a great position here because he could just sort of almost lose a little bit of time through these corners. So he's off the throttle to bring his teammate right back on the rear wing of Brzezinski if he wanted to, of course, but if he's doing it too obviously, the stewards might be having a word with him as well about his driving standards if he was to do that. But at the moment, it looks like they're carrying on as they were. They won't be pitting it this time round. It should be one more lap, providing they've saved enough fuel to do that extra lap they need to complete the two-stop race. And there's the picture on the right. We are bypassing it one more time as we file through the final few corners to start lap 20, which should be the 2/3 point of the race, where we'll see the pit stop at the end of the next lap. There they go, 1, 2, 3, your leaders in the race. Brzezinski second place, Becker in first in the Red Bull, and Mallet bringing up the rear of this trio in the other Red Bull. Heading through turn 1, down into turn 2 and 3. No moves being pulled there, just following the wheel tracks once more as they squirm on the exit, getting the power down in these beautiful 4.5 litre V8 engine Ferraris, going through down the hill. Now filing through the left, just following the wheel tracks of the car in front. Very easy to make a mistake on the exit. There's right-hander. We've seen cars before just getting caught on the grass, making contact with the wall, but all three of them through there with no issues this time around. Tech Rouge has come and gone as we're back onto the Mulsanne. A bit of a mistake, I think, from Becker, and that might be Brzezinski going up the inside to take the lead of the race, and he's going through on the right-hand side, so Becker getting out of shape through Tech Rouge. Brzezinski on the inside, the car you're looking at, the white-fronted car. The Red Bull car's on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left will be the outside going into the chicane, so Brzezinski up the inside into the first chicane. Can he get it done under brakes as they're obviously flat out? Now down onto the brakes. Becker trying to go around the outside. Brzezinski makes it work. So Brzezinski in the Williams car takes the lead. Becker down to second. Mallet third. And it'll be interesting. They've got a bad run out of that corner, have the Red Bull, so they're not able to fight back immediately. And Becker and Mallet will have to work out what their plan is to get the lead back. But for the first time in a long while, we see another car. Brzezinski in the lead, but he's being overtaken by the Red Bull again down towards the second chicane. And he's actually dropped to third. So both Red Bulls somehow have managed to pass the Williams. I'm not sure what's happened to Brzezinski on the exit of the first chicane, but he's down to third. So as quickly as he went up to first, he finds himself now back down behind the other two Red Bulls and into the slipstream. We tuck once more. We'll see if we can of what happened. I don't know. He was a bit wide out the first chicane, but he's gained the lead and now finds himself down to third.
Yep, Kuba Brzezinski. We look at him now. He's down to third place there. So Kuba Brzezinski now tucked in behind the two Red Bulls as we go down towards Mulsanne corner. Kuba Brzezinski, is he going to try and fight back immediately through Mulsanne corner? They go, and a lock up from the Red Bull car ahead. Aurélien Mallet having a little bit of a lock up there as we now look at Kuba Brzezinski looking at that Red Bull car just ahead of us. Kuba Brzezinski heads down towards Indianapolis corner. Are we going to see an attempt? Brilliant to see Kuba Brzezinski going for the lead, but it was only a brief lead, wasn't it? And now he finds himself down in third place as we head down towards Indianapolis corner, and already the lead Red Bull just getting a little bit of a gap, and this is going to be real frustrating times for Kuba Brzezinski because we're about to come into the pit lane, and well, are we going to see a slowing Red Bull coming out the pit lane? I wonder. I certainly hope not, but we've got a Lazarus car about 5 seconds back from this as well. So if we see any more battling going on in the next 10 laps, then Lazarus might just come into play here as we head up towards the Porsche curves. This on lap number 20 of 30. Second and final pit stops about to be made. We'll see all three leaders coming into the pits. Red Bull 1 and 2, Williams second, Lazarus in third place. We wait to see the pit stops, and let's see what antics happen this time when they go through into the pits. There we can see Kuba Brzezinski in third. He's done a brilliant job. He's had one attempt to get him through to the lead. Got through briefly, but now he's going to have to try again. And we're going to have the pit stops first. So in we go, 1, 2, 3. Let's see what happens this time. Let's all hope we get in nice and safely. Through the pits we come. On board we are with Kuba Brzezinski, and that time we looked at... Oh, wow, there we go. Have some of that, says Kuba Brzezinski. Into the pits they go. And there we go. That would have hurt a few people if that was at Le Mans, wouldn't it? Into the pits, Kuba Brzezinski coming in. Now, let's see who's going to come out ahead. They should come out in exactly the same order. Let's just hope that they don't. Oh, there you go. Oh, sorry. And yeah, out the way, please. Now, let's hope that Red Bull actually goes this time. Yeah, the one in second place as they come up to pit exit. And again, it's happened, isn't it? Again, the second Red Bull being pushed. It hasn't gone out of the pits. And Kuba Brzezinski trying to get through, and I think there's more contact there. Kuba Brzezinski now down the inside. What on earth is that Red Bull car doing? Kuba Brzezinski's going to get the switchback out of the corner, and Kuba Brzezinski is through into second place. Well, once again, the Red Bull car just not going out of the pits, and Kuba Brzezinski quite literally having to push him out of the way. Looks like the Red Bull car just didn't go. Wasn't putting the throttle down on the exit, and was having to be pushed out of the way. I have to say, I don't think that that's something that Red Bull have done intentionally. I just think that maybe that was just something that, that Red Bull that was trying to get his foot down, and maybe just a temporary glitch in the game that has caused that, because Red Bull have raced fairly all week, and there's no reason for them not to do so now. So, unfortunately, a little bit of a glitch in the game there has seen two cars affected, both Red Bull and Williams affected in that, and confirmation that that was a glitch in the game. So, if you are watching that, there wasn't any antics from the Red Bull team. A little bit of a glitch in the game, sadly. We had the two cars nose to tail coming out of the pits, and I think that may be what has caused that. But Williams now past Red Bull, and we're off away once again in this battle for the lead. Williams running a little bit wide out of the second chicane, and that glitch just breaking up the battle for the lead a bit. Red Bull in the end not fighting them too hard to get through into second, so Kuba Brzezinski is back into second, now has a second and a half to the leader. Through Mulsanne corner we go, and a little bit of a lock-up from Robin Bechter up ahead, but a glitch in the game there, sadly, seeing the Red Bull car just freeze coming out of the pit lane, and that meant the Williams car had nowhere to go. Was having to push the Red Bull car along, and then once Red Bull were allowed to get the throttle down, they had a gap of around a second and a half to the Red Bull car up ahead. So Harry, a real shame to see that, but it's I'd say just giving us a half-time break in this battle for the lead, because I'm pretty sure we're about to have another battle coming into the final few laps.
But yeah, this is it now, isn't it? To the end of the race, no more pit stops. They're going straight to the checkered flag on this tank of fuel, so they can basically give it everything, not have to worry necessarily about the tyres or the fuel. They've got to make sure they can get to the end of the race. And it'll be interesting to see what Brzezinski's pace like. Obviously, he's 1.4 behind Betka now, so we've seen him tucked up behind the rear wing and not really able to go anywhere. Now he's got a bit of clean air to catch back up. How quickly, if at all, can he get on the back of Betka's Red Bull? Obviously, he can't be too comfortable. He's got Mallet pushing hard behind him as well, because Red Bull obviously want their 1-2 finish.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted a 1-2-3, didn't they? But a 1-2 wouldn't be too bad. Betka wants that 100% win. I think his teammates do as well, like you were saying earlier. They'll want him to get that 100% win record, because as a team, that would just be a great effort, won't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I can't quite put into words now how special it is for a driver to achieve that, because obviously we've had the cycle of the maximum 10-hour driving limit. Of course, now he's at that at the end of his race, as well as Mallet. They'll be both at 10 hours each. So obviously they've had to cycle through drivers and categories of cars that they've been using, and every time he's had to jump into whatever car is necessary, he's not just won, but he's just controlled it so calmly from the front, never looked back. And this is really sort of the first race we're seeing him under quite a bit of pressure, and he's withstanding it for now, but obviously we're running into towards the end of the race, and it's not his teammate directly behind him. It's a Williams car that's got nothing to lose, so they might even be a little bit more aggressive than you might imagine, as everyone wants a bit of glory, and especially when it comes at the last race of the super final, the 2-hour endurance race at Le Mans. Now, if you can get your name on that winner's trophy, then so be it.
He's pulled out some magic and given his driver graphic. I think that's quite suitable, isn't it?
Absolutely. I say it's just he really has driven so well, and say race far from over on this one, but every race he's done up to this point, he has been absolutely faultless. But this is the first race I think we've seen errors from Betka creeping in. Now, we've seen errors from the other Red Bull drivers throughout the races, but Betka seems to have been so flawless up to this point, but the pressure just getting to him a little bit, a few errors creeping in, especially when he's going to be under pressure from Brzezinski up to the checkered flag, then we're going to see what he's made of.
Well, Brzezinski is starting to close this gap down once again. In terms of your battle for the Pro-Am, let's revisit where we are in the Pro-Am, because Hairpin Heroes are trying to chase down LM Squad when it comes to points. Now, LM Squad have a car in the lead. Mitchell took advantage at the start, got himself a gap. He's now built that to 11 seconds. Hairpin Heroes are then in third, but Hairpin Heroes need those cars in 5th and 6th to pass LM Squad. This is their car in 8th. That could do with getting past the LM Squad car up ahead.
Yeah, they've done well as a team, Hairpin Heroes, today. Now, whenever they've been out on track, there's always sort of been roughly together in a clump, but this race, of all races it could happen, they seem to be spread out quite a bit, and unfortunately for them, they're going to be struggling to pick up the points they need to make a difference. But I say sometimes that happens in motorsport. You can't always predict what's going to happen. They would have gone into this race with high hopes, but unfortunately it just hasn't worked out the way they would have planned it.
Around the Porsche curves then, Hairpin Heroes just, this was the car, Alton Reed, that had that instant at the start, and since then it's not gone well for him, is it? And I don't think that would have been the difference, but it could have been a difference because of the time he lost there. You know, if he'd got a clean start and that move he was trying to make made it cleanly, and you never know, he might have found himself in a much better position. Now, this is Lazarus and Williams. Williams the one with no rear wing, so quite easy to pick out who they are, even if you're far away. And it's the battle for 6th place.
That's Isaac Price, isn't it, in the Williams, and then we believe that's Dan Nyman in the Lazarus chasing him. So 6th and 7th on track, and you can see the difficulties that the Williams car's having, trying to get that car slowed down through Indianapolis.
And look at the car up ahead. That is Alexandre Arnoux.
So they've got almost a three-way fight going on, haven't we? Just these two almost need to work together to try and get onto the back of the Red Bull, and then they can have a proper scrap all the way to the end, hopefully.
It's going to be pretty disappointing. It's going to be, I mean, I know Arnoux's part of the Red Bull team and has helped them score the points to get through and win, but I think he'll be slightly disappointed to end with a result like this.
It's a little bit demoralising as a driver. You know, you see your teammates constantly up there, 1st and 2nd or 1st and 3rd, and it seems like whenever he's been in the car, he has struggled, I think, compared to his teammates. Obviously, he's still put in a solid performance, don't get me wrong. There's still a very high level of driving from all these guys, so to pick up some good results like he has done is no mean feat, but compared to his teammates, they do just seem to be on a little bit of another level compared to him, unfortunately. But as a team, they're obviously working very well, and that's what it looks like. I don't want to speak too soon, but they're looking very good and tidy for an overall 1st place.
Yeah, it's hard to see them not winning now, isn't it?
Yeah, no, something catastrophic would have to happen to them in terms of potential disconnects or hardware issues or whatever it might be. We've seen it throughout today. We've seen it over the course of the last 3 days as well, so we can't rule that out, although we don't obviously want that to happen to anyone, don't wish it upon anyone, but that's always a feeling, especially when you're in this position where you're on the verge of winning something. Those thoughts can sometimes start creeping into the back of your head about how there might be something going on behind the scenes that you can't control and can't help, that might take things away from you.
Here we go on board with Lazarus. Williams' car just ahead of us. No, we've lost the teddy bear. There we go. It's not. Have we lost?
It's 2 Pro-Am cars, isn't it, that we've lost? So we'll wait for the ticker to come up at the top of the screen to cycle over. This is the end of the Pro class cars you can see at the top. So
let's have a look.
We'll have a look.
Lost.
I think it might be Taylor Stormsky in the Hairpin Heroes car. Hopefully it's not two Hairpin Heroes cars. Is it 8th? It is.
Oh, no, it is.
Two Hairpin Heroes cars. So that's John Jung and Taylor Stormsky of Hairpin Heroes. They've had a disastrous lap, and those looks like they've basically DNF'd at the same time.
Oh, what a shame that is. Hairpin. There's the one remaining Hairpin Heroes car. Now, reason for it, we wait to get confirmation, but two Hairpin Heroes cars out of the race. Now, that means that they might not even finish in second.
Unfortunately for them, it was the two cars that were basically the front two out of the three as well. So the one car that's remaining is, I think, Von Ortenried, who is at the back, unfortunately. Obviously, he's benefited from his teammates dropping out, so and they'll still get points scored, and he'll pick up a few from taking over. But yeah, that's going to make things very interesting for us to have a look at as to how that affects their championship position and their points total. But obviously, with the front three, that's the Lazarus car, isn't it? And the Williams car again that we were looking at before, still battling away, and I think that might be Nyman now ahead of Price on track, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but I mean, there's a battle going on between Lazarus and Williams, but just reflecting further on the Hairpin Heroes team, they fought so hard, came into this race 4 points away from taking the overall win, and through no fault of their own, they've had two drivers DNF, and they're now out of the race, and well, they're going to score. They're 14 points ahead of Hot Lappers coming in, but Hot Lappers are actually having a good race, so it looks like Hot Lappers are now going to finish second and Hairpin Heroes third. And what it does mean is the pressure is now completely off the LM squad, and they're gonna take the overall win here. Yeah,
such a shame for it to end that way for them. They've given it their all. They've driven superbly throughout, not just today, but all 4 days, of course. They've delivered every single time they needed to, and it's such a shame that on the last race, with just a few laps to go, they've had it taken away from them. The opportunity to, there's going to be an overtake there, isn't there? There's a car off, so that is the Le Mans squad car dropping down, running wide. So a little bit of good news to happen here. They've gained one position on track for Von Ortenried, but unfortunately for the other car, they were running wide into the barrier and gifting that position to their rival.
In terms of Hot Lappers, let's have a look at their points. They're going to finish. They've got second, fourth, and then behind that, as we tick over, it's seventh. So second, fourth, and seventh. So I'm going to ask you to do the salary. So that's 27, 18, and 9 in terms of their points.
54
points. So that gives them 110 points. Hairpin Heroes, well, what are they going to get? As it's the three-way battle, which we'll pick up in just a second. But Hairpin Heroes, they're now going to score. They're going to score hardly anything, aren't they?
He's got the run. The new car, the Red Bull car, will slow off the final corner, and that's going to be Nyman through. And Price is going to try and follow him through on the inside as well. That might be 2 positions lost in one straight for Anu, and it is. So he's shuffled down the order as Price locks up into turn 2, just about gets it slowed down. Anu trying to fight back. But ultimately, that's 5th, 6th, and 7th on screen for you.
That's the second time he's made that mistake at this track. He did it yesterday, and Alexander Ali once again making a mistake out the final corner, and it's cost him 2 places. So Lazarus car and the Williams car both gaining positions here. Here is the battle for the lead as Kuba Brzezinski has the run on Robin Becker. Is he going to be able to get the move done into Mulsanne 1? Not quite. They've got a slight gap over the Red Bull car in 3rd place as they come out of the Mulsanne chicane. And now side by side we are for the lead. We go on board. Well, it could be either of them. I believe we're on board with the Williams now as they're going down to the chicane. Completely side by side is Kuba Brzezinski and Robin Becker down towards the 2nd chicane. We will go next. Left-hander entry. It looks like the Kuba Brzezinski car is slightly ahead. He's on the left, and to the right is Robin Becker, and Robin Becker looks to have backed out of that one. Kuba Brzezinski running just a little bit wide, and Kuba Brzezinski is through. Kuba Brzezinski of Williams Esports takes the race lead in the final lap with just over 5 laps to go, and the 2 Red Bull cars now side by side on the exit, heading down towards Mulsanne corner. Here we have a look at Kuba Brzezinski hanging on to that lead. Going into Mulsanne corner, all he has to do is hang on, and the 2 Red Bull cars almost side by side with each other, hits the brakes, and that should be the lead confirmed there for Kuba Brzezinski as the Red Bull cars run side by side.
Yeah, brilliant move by Brzezinski into that corner. Just went late on the brakes into the left-hander, came to the apex, the right-hander, parked on the apex, so the Red Bull couldn't get the run. They tried to go around the outside, he blocked that one off as well, so into the lead. The two Red Bulls struggling behind, so it's a great opportunity for him to try and even build a gap if he can.
Brilliant stuff here. He's got the Porsche curves to try and build this gap, as he's got the Indianapolis first, and then Arnage, of course, into the left-hander, and then the right, and brilliant driving this from Kuba Brzezinski, doing a great job to hold on into the lead, and this is chance to capitalise. Oh, that was close, wasn't it, coming out of Arnage. The rear of that car approached those tyres very quickly, but just in time managed to get the car in a straight line.
Yeah, he's pushing real hard to try and build that gap to the Red Bulls. Now he wants to basically lead from the front now and just drive away and basically show everyone what pace he's had this whole time. Obviously he couldn't make the move stick before this point. We've seen him into the lead before and then he dropped down to third, but he made it stick this time with the bold move, and now looking to get the pedal down to the metal and see if he can pull away from those two Red Bull cars. But it's still Becker behind, Malay in third. They'll be looking to work together to see what they can do in response to this now leading Williams.
When was the last time we didn't have a Red Bull win? It's been a while now, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, you're not wrong, and say it's refreshing to see at the very least know that we've got another car potentially looking to take a win. Obviously Becker's not going to be too pleased about his 100% record possibly going down the drain, but he's still got plenty of time to try and make a move. At the moment it doesn't look like he's got a response, and might even be almost holding his teammate up at this point. It'll be interesting to see if there's any team orders at this point, if Malay wants to go through and see what he can do against Brzezinski.
He's got to let him through, I think, because the gap is almost around 2 seconds here. You can see it growing quite quickly, and that is the Williams car leading the way. Kuba Brzezinski has hit the front with 5 to go now, onto lap number 25 of 30. Red Bull in second and third. They will work together to do the best they can to try and keep Kuba Brzezinski within distance, but Kuba Brzezinski, it's to any time that he dropped around a second back, he closed that gap in within 3 or 4 corners. So given what we have seen, Kuba Brzezinski should be able to go on and build a gap here, but this is really what we're going to see what Robin Becker's made of as we have a look at the LM Squad car leading the way. They are on track to take the win. Hot Lappers are going to steal second from Hairpin Heroes after their bad luck.
Yeah, it's Gary Mitchell we're looking at, isn't it? The LM Squad car. No other car around him on track at all. It's just him and the race circuit essentially at this point, just driving around as smoothly as he likes. 11.5 second lead, and then back to third is another 26 seconds. So just shows you how dominant he's been. Though it's such a long circuit, it's such a demanding circuit. 2 hours of racing we're demanding from these drivers at the highest level, and he's making it look so easy.
He's done a fantastic job, just like Robin Becker has done. This will make their record the exact same, won't it?
I believe so.
It
Yeah,
will
I
be
think
all but one win.
Yeah, and I think that one was a second, I think, for Gary Mitchell, if I'm not mistaken. So it just goes to show that he's in the pit, so that's, I think, to be expected. We'll see the rest of them following him in, if not this lap, the next one. But yeah, great driving though throughout all 4 days, including today as well, by Gary Mitchell. Deserves as much praise as Robin Becker does. But obviously at the moment, Becker's still trying and has got a good shot at that 100% record, but he's got a problematic Williams in front of him.
Yep, he's starting to recover now, isn't he? He's taken him a few corners just to settle himself down, but now he's coming back at that Williams car. Of course, we have to take into account the long straight that they've just gone down. But Robin Becker now back into play after that Mulsanne straight. So Kuba Brzezinski, this is going to be his chance now. The Porsche curves, Indianapolis first, Arnage, and then the Porsche curves to see if he can build a gap before they cross the line for the next time. And there is Gary Mitchell out of the pits.
Yep, so pit stop complete, no issues at all. Returning to the circuit,
in the lead,
might even be still in the lead. I think everyone else probably pitted behind him. We'll have a look as the ticker will go through at the top of the screen in just a second. But yeah, faultless drives, just looks so smooth and calm behind the wheel of the car, doesn't he? So yeah, you can see still in the first.
Yeah. Everyone's in, I think. Yeah, well, most of them came in.
Absolutely. So just basically got to bring it home for these last 5 laps for him. So they're going to be potentially at risk of being lapped, aren't they? I think possibly by the pro class leaders, but obviously that shouldn't cause any issues for any of them. Obviously, it depends how complicit the pro-am cars are at getting out of the way of the leaders when they come up to bypass them. But at the moment, Gary Mitchell doing a superb job.
Yeah, we hope they get out of the way at least, as this is Gary Mitchell. If any of them are not going to get lapped, it's going to be him, isn't it? He's driving absolutely superbly, is Mitchell. But this is your battle for the lead in the Pro-Am class in terms of points, because that's how it works. Just to remind the viewers, we work off points. The points leaders are Red Bull. Second in the points are Lazarus. Third in Williams. That's in our Pro class. In our Pro-Am class, it is the LM squad leading from the Hot Lappers and then the Hairpin Heroes. But pride at stake here. Rowan Becker hasn't been beaten up until this point, but Williams looking to end their week, which has been filled with bad luck at times, particularly today. They've had so much bad luck today that they've hardly finished any races between them, really. It's just to get to the line has been an achievement for them in a way, of the luck they've had. To end with a win would be a turn for the books, I tell you that. And Kuba Brzezinski proved his talents at the Le Mans 24 Virtual just a few months ago, is now out there trying to end the week on a high with a victory. And just like he did on the last lap, through the first section of the track, that's where he seems to be quickest, and he's getting some time on those Red Bull cars.
Yeah, so that might be a setup thing that he's obviously got a little bit more downforce on to look after the car through the second half of the circuit in the first few corners. And obviously when we get to this point, the Red Bull cars probably working together to try and close as much of a gap as possible. But I don't want to tempt fate, but there is a fourth place car that's not too far off the back. They're only 5 seconds behind the 2 Red Bull cars. I think it's Toby Lee's Lazarus. So there's plenty of time if there's any more shenanigans going on that Toby Lee might be able to join in and potentially not even have 2 Red Bulls on the podium, but we'll see how that gap fluctuates over the next couple of laps. You can see at the top there, 6.7 behind the leader, 1.7 behind the leader is Mallet, so 5 seconds between third and fourth. So Tobin Lee, we've seen it before, and this might be another case where he's looked after his car and his fuel early on in the race, so when it comes to the last half dozen laps, he can go flat out and not have to worry, because obviously these guys have been doing an awful lot of battling and probably using quite a bit of fuel in the process.
Yeah, you're right, he's done that pretty much every race, isn't he? He's been so quick in the latter stages. We'll see if that happens again, but this is on board with Aurelian Mallet, tucked in behind his teammate Robin Becker here. Out of the first of the chicanes, the second one, sorry, down to Mulsanne corner, and brilliant racing going on towards the end of the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. Get in touch at Le Mans Esports, let us know what you thought of the racing so far. What have been your summaries of the teams? Who's been your drivers of the week? I think that's what we want to hear as well. The teams of the week, of course, are the ones that are winning the big prizes, but drivers of the week, isn't it? It's another conversation that we look forward to having.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be necessarily a driver who's here today. It could have been someone who's eliminated from a team from day 2, day 3, even day 1, if you feel that's appropriate, because ultimately they've all done a super job. They can't all win, of course.
Yeah.
So some unsung heroes might get some recognition from you guys, the fans out there. So that'd be nice to have a catch up on if we get the chance.
For Indianapolis up towards Arnage, and I think with what could be that setup, as you talked about, Harry, this could be this Williams car now off into the distance through this lap.
If you were Mallet, would you want a lap or two ahead of your teammates to see if you've got any pace that can... I don't think he's gaining much just by sitting behind his teammate and then watching the Williams drive away, is he? But that might be some kind of team orders imposed, or that's the best way they feel going about the race. But at the moment, neither of them have an answer for the Williams in the lead of the race. There's a little bit of traffic coming up, so it's going to be a little bit of an awkward position for Brzezinski. He'll be hoping it doesn't cost him too much time at this part of the circuit. He might just get away with it into the final couple of corners if he's lucky. Otherwise, he might... this is the part of the race where if there's traffic about, it can ebb and flow the gap by a good couple of seconds, depending on how fortunate you are and where the traffic falls for you.
But sometimes, surely you got to put your foot down a little bit and say, if you're Aurelian Mallet, if you think you have the pace, surely he's got to be there going, look, just give me a lap and let me show you what I can do.
I would be, especially if I was looking at the gap behind me and saw Toby Lee take a second out of me on that lap alone. So that gap's gone from 5 seconds to 4 seconds, and we've got 4 laps to go. So that's going to get real spicy towards the end of the last couple of laps in particular. And Toby Lee will have his eyes firmly set on a podium finish if he can.
Through the chicane, and as you said, it's that gap now we're watching, and it's coming down, isn't it? This is the moment we see the Lazarus car, it's always in these last few laps where it gets its foot down and all of a sudden starts charging hard towards the leaders. Is this I mean, would you say this is just a driver preference thing, or is this just a skill that Tobin has to save the tyres to the end?
Yeah, that could be it. It could be as much as driver skill. No, he doesn't take as much out of his tyres during sort of the early and mid phase of the stint. Therefore, he's compromising his lap time. But then, obviously, come the last few laps of the stint, like now, he's able to go a lot faster than everyone else around him. It's just working out that fine balance of, is it worth giving up the time early in the stint to have it back at the end? They've obviously stuck with that tactic through pretty much every single race we've seen. We haven't really seen them sort of lead from the front or anything like that. They've always been playing catch-up, tortoise in the hairstyle, and sometimes they've been the tortoise at the end, and sometimes they've sort of had a little sleep and not quite taken it from Red Bull. But see, Toby looks to be I'm not going to say bored, but he looks to be he's obviously working hard behind the wheel of that car. You can see how much focus and concentration there is in his face to see if he can get onto the back of those two Red Bull cars as we head down towards the second chicane on the Martin.
In the zone, isn't it? I think that's what it's all about. In esports, it's different because you actually see the driver, don't you? Motorsport, you don't really see that because they got a crash helmet on.
No, and you can't go 30 laps in this kind of competition whilst also keeping something in your mind on the fact that there might be a camera looking at you at some point, and you've always got to be looking smart and looking like you're really investing what's going on. Sometimes your concentration face isn't the prettiest one.
What are you saying about Toby?
They say he's concentrating hard.
Okay. Well, we'll leave it at that, shall we?
He's doing a good job though. What's the gap now? So he's still 6.1, so he's not made any inroads.
So that time it went up a little bit, didn't it?
He's not made any inroads yet, but it might be the final third of the lap where he's making up the lap time. We'll keep an eye on it as they cross the line again when they start lap 28. But it'll be disappointing if he's not able to quite close up enough, because he's driven pretty much a race of his own, not really been back in too many battles that we've seen. But it'll be a nice reward for him if he can have maybe a last lap shootout with the couple of Red Bull guys ahead of him.
It's a shame really that we had that moment for the Hairpin Heroes in Pro-Am, isn't it? I think we always knew the Pro class was pretty much wrapped up, but in Pro-Am it was a shame that we had that for the Hairpin Heroes. But what that has done is, if you're a Hot Lappers fan, that means they're going to be taking second place, and well, in terms of prize money, second gets $10,000, third $7.5 grand. So if you're the Hairpin Heroes, as a team, you've just lost out on $2.5 grand. It's a hard one to take, that, isn't it?
It is. They seem like, especially today, in this race, it seems like if they didn't have bad luck, they'd have no luck at all, of course. So, yeah, a shame for them. So they were doing superbly well, almost doing everything they could at that point in the race, and then to have it taken away from them, they threw no fault of their own. To say is so cruel and harsh on them, but those are the risks involved with esports and virtual racing, of course.
About to go into the final 3 laps of the race now. They come through these chicanes, and Kuba Rzyński out front, just making their way out of the chicane and down the start-finish straight. And Kuba Rzyński crosses the line to go onto lap number 28. So we wait to see whether Red Bull are able to close this gap down. Likewise, are Lazarus able to close the gap down to Red Bull? And while we're letting the last 3 laps play out there, we can see our leader. Let's talk about the 3 teams in each class and how they've performed over the course of the week and what's got them to this point. So if we start with Red Bull, they came into this race with a big advantage over points, and they've 43 points in total, but all week they've been fantastic.
Yeah, they've been very, very quick. We have seen the odd error from them in certain races, which maybe cost them results that they otherwise should have had, and it would have made them look even stronger going into the final day. But ultimately, that's part of endurance racing and Le Mans racing, is you've got to eliminate those mistakes and errors, be focused for the hour and 2 hour races that we have to maximise your results. But obviously, they've done more than enough to qualify for each day. And obviously, coming into today with that 1, 2, 3 grid slot they carried into the first race, they've made it count, and they've basically got the points on the board early and essentially made their marker early in the day, which is what's carried them through. Obviously, they're having a good result here, but if it was, if they hadn't had the results they had earlier in the day, they wouldn't have been in this much of a comfortable position.
Would you say it's been for Red Bull, it's been a case of that they've performed when it counts?
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I think they've never really been under pressure, have they, in terms of elimination and qualifying for the next day. They've always been, from the very first qualifying session on the first day, they put it on pole position, and basically that set the tone for pretty much every race from that point, where they're always at the front. So yeah, it's just one of those where they've got great consistency, great fast drivers who always seem to be able to deliver at least the bare minimum.
Yeah, it's almost like you don't need to finish Q1 and Q2 in first. Yeah, as long as you're doing Q3, then that's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've always, the races they have struggled at, they've not been in any position where it's cost them anything really. They've always got the job done elsewhere. So that's the benefit they've had throughout pretty much every day of the Super Final this year.
And Lazarus, we look at them now. They're in this fight for 5th. We looked at them at kind of half time of the competition, if you like. And they were the highest point scorers at that stage. Look, we say again, we reiterate that points didn't matter at that time. It was just about survival until you get to the final day, when the points were reset every day anyway. But they were the highest point scorers after 2 days, 144, quite comfortably as well. They were about 20 points clear from anyone else. They were technically the favourites, going into that point. Their worst result was 2nd.
Yeah, they had 2 firsts and 4 seconds throughout day 1 and 2. So heading into day 3, you would have been silly to write them off as anything other than favourites at that point. But obviously we saw them had that front row lockout, and from pretty much the first corner of the first race of day 3, it went downhill, didn't it, for them? And they obviously they got through.
Quite literally, yes.
Well, yeah, they got through to today, comfortably. But I think the performances yesterday, they would be a little bit disappointed in maybe what they were lacking or what the others sort of found from day 2 to day 3, especially the Red Bull team. We knew how strong they were before the tournament started, and then Lazarus, always a bit of an underdog, I think, in this kind of the Le Mans Esports series. They were looking really good for the first 2 days, and then unfortunately day 3 didn't quite go their way, and today again they struggled. They gave it a really good go. All 3 drivers have really given us a good show when they've been out on track, but unfortunately they've not just had the ultimate pace.
I mean, it's weird, isn't it? Because Red Bull, they've kind of done the opposite to Red Bull. Red Bull, might have started slow, but they perform when it counts. Whereas Lazarus, took advantage of the Red Bull mistakes in the first half, but then when it's counted, they haven't, outperformed Red Bull.
No, they obviously got on top of the years of cars, for the different days that they were using. So they really got on well with the 60s and 70s cars that they were using, and even the 80s cars. And obviously, as we've moved towards the more modern eras over the last couple of decades, they've maybe struggled in comparison to the other teams. So that's just part of the competition, the nature of the competition, and the format that we've got here, that you have to be so versatile across a wide range of cars if you want to make it all the way.
And Williams next. I mean, it's, Williams we've always kind of seen them, maybe not on day 1, but we were always looking at them. They always fell into the category of, are they going to survive? And that was mostly through no fault of their own, but they were just about getting through sometimes. Even on day 1, actually, I think they were sort of 6th or 7th. They sort of just snuck through in a way, and that's kind of never changed for them, has it? It's always been a case of they were just about surviving, and they came into this the least favourites and kind of lived up to that reputation, sadly, mostly through bad luck.
The performances really ebbed and flowed, didn't they? As you mentioned, they were always more towards the bottom of the drop zone instead of at the top, but they're putting in performances where they're also winning races. So it's a case of we were questioning, why are they down there when they've obviously got the potential to win races? Why are they not able to keep up consistently? And today's proven that. They've got a car there with a fantastic performance, currently leading the race, and there were 2 laps to go, or a lap and a half to go, looking reasonably comfortable out front. But then we go back to the end of yesterday and even earlier today, they were absolutely nowhere. And also, I know they had errors in the last race that weren't allowing them, but even before those issues occurred, they weren't at the front of the field or anything. So they really have been up and down, and unfortunately when it comes to Le Mans, consistency is the main thing you want, and when you're only picking up the odd race win here and there and then struggling throughout the rest of the races, that's why you end up at the bottom.
It might sound strange, but it's almost going to be a shame for them to win with a win, because that's going to make it even harder to finish in third. If you finish in 3rd, 7th, 8th and 9th, then you go, well, we got as far as we could have got, simple as. But they've just proved that on their day they could have won.
The potential was there, and I think a lot of them, I mean, everyone apart from the winners are going to look at that and go, the potential was there to have a better result than what we achieved. But ultimately, potential is one thing. Actually putting it onto the track and giving your all and having those races unfold for you is what matters. And ultimately, those are the best drivers. They end up winning.
And here's the LM squad leading the way. Gary Mitchell being one of the best drivers of the competition. They were the first team to take the win in day one. And since then, they were challenged. It took them until the end of day two to win again. So it took them a really long time to get back onto the top step. So they've been highly challenged, but they've essentially fought off any challenge that they've had, and they've kept consistent. I think that's what's been the most impressive thing from the LM squad. They haven't made too many mistakes. I mean, that Spa race was a little bit bad, but I think you said it earlier. They've took advantage of every opportunity that's come their way, and now they find themselves leading the way.
Yeah, I mean, all credit to the three drivers in that team, but in particular, you look at Gary Mitchell and the results he's achieved, and you think it's no wonder they are where they are.
Yeah.
He only took part in, I think, one race per day for day one and day two, which is maybe why they seem to struggle a little bit. And then ever since he's been in the car, they've looked formidable. So obviously he's had good backup from his teammates at times, but in terms of individual performances, he has been pretty much head and shoulders above the rest.
I mean, he scored for them today 88 points.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Maximum points, isn't it, for him? So
he scored 50 points for them up until this race, out of 74.
Yeah, just an incredible performance. That's the kind of driving, because obviously these guys have all been sort of put together basically out of a hat, haven't they? The Pro-Am guys. So they've all had to come together and work together, and especially when you've got a drive like this, it breeds confidence into the team, and they've basically done what they can to make it work for them.
And we'll quickly go through the other teams in Pro-Am. We've got Hairpin Heroes. Got stronger. It looked like they'd hit their form at the perfect time. It almost looked like they timed this competition to perfection, and then two DNFs in the final race, and chance gone.
Yeah, it's such a shame for them, isn't it? They've done such a good job to get to this point. Also, we've heard from a few of their drivers about how they didn't expect to be here on day 4, but they earned their way here. They put in some fantastic performances, and then unfortunately things just haven't gone their way on the final day of the super final. But unfortunately, that's just the way things go sometimes.
And as for the hot lappers, they've been fighting at the front in every race, pretty much. And the hot lappers, bit of bad luck for them today, but overall they kept themselves in that fight. 56 points was a good score for them. They kept themselves in that fight, and now they're going to take advantage of some bad luck for Hairpin Heroes, and they're going to walk away in second place, and I think they'll be delighted with that.
Absolutely. I'm going to go back to a phrase I said in race 1 on day 1, where you rolled your eyes at me. You've got to be in it to win it. Essentially, they've stayed in the races. They've managed to capitalise on the errors and unfortunate issues that other teams have had, and that's worked to their benefit. And you can't fault them for that. They've been driving fantastically in terms of outright pace, but obviously they've had a lot of fortune go their way.
Well, we come to just half a lap now in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. Harry, what have you made of the overall competition? It's been brilliant, hasn't it?
It's been superb.
It's a shame we're at the end, really.
It really is, because these drivers, they've driven so well and they've been asked to do so much. Every day is a complete factory reset for them. So it's one of those where you can't rely on what you've done on day 1 and day 2 to carry you through to day 3. You have to turn up on every day that we've had here, the 4 days, and deliver the results you need to qualify, because there is no resting on your laurels. So for these guys, it's been absolutely fantastic, and for us to watch and for you guys at home to watch, it's been brilliant too, I imagine.
Well, let's call them across the line. The LM squad are going to come across the line, and they are going to take the win in the Pro-Am class. They're still going on to their final lap, but that'll be the win sealed for LM squad pretty much. Fantastic driving from them in the Pro-Am class, but now we have our pro leaders coming through the final few corners up towards the Porsche curves, and well, they're not quite the guys that are going to take the points lead. There are the guys that are going to take the points lead. It is going to be Red Bull Racing Esports, and they only have just a few corners remaining now. Since the first race, Red Bull Racing have been on top form. They got off to a winning start, and since then they have been winning all the way throughout, and they're just a couple of corners away now out of 54,000 drivers over 4 days of racing, and Red Bull Racing Esports are about to crown themselves the second champions in the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. But how about this? The last race win of the competition is going to go to Kuba Brzezinski for Williams Esports. A brilliant drive from him, but behind that, Robin Becker is going to lead home the Red Bull Racing team. They are crowned your champions in the 2020 Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. Fantastic performance from Red Bull Racing. They come across the line in formation and they take the overall victory. They will bring home $35,000 with it. What a performance from Red Bull Racing. They are the champions.
Yeah, thoroughly well deserved. They've driven superbly. All three drivers now across all 4 days. All the cars and tracks and conditions we've thrown at them, they've mastered them to perfection, and they're fully deserved winners.
Yeah, fantastic driving. Yeah, all three drivers were out there on track today. They all put a shift in, and to have two of them come home second and third, not quite the win they would have expected, but hey, Kuba Brzezinski, he was unbeatable in that race.
Yeah, no, it was a fantastic performance from him. You know, it was somewhat under the radar. No, I don't think anyone would have expected it, maybe apart from himself and his team. But, you know, he snuck in there. No, he made his way through the fields. Obviously, Williams starting down in 7th, 8th and 9th in that race, so he had to work for it. Then all of a sudden found himself on the way, on the back of the Red Bull cars, and then managed to, after a period of time and some kerfuffles in the pit lane, managed to get past them and then just drove off into the sunset.
An LM squad. How about that? The LM squad, Gary Mitchell, all but one race he won. Gary Mitchell just was almost unbeatable this week, wasn't he? Throughout 70 years of cars, every time Gary Mitchell went out there, he was taking the win. He's took 88 points for his team today. A huge significance on the overall standings. He helped his team get into a comfortable position going into this final race. Even when they had 2 cars off on the first lap at Spa, Gary Mitchell managed to still come home and take the win. And without the performances he'd been putting in, you'd have to say they would have had it close going into that final race. I mean, they did have it close, but they probably wouldn't have been leading going into that final race.
Yeah, I mean, it always helps to have someone in your team that you can basically nickname Mr. Reliable. You know, no matter what happens to your other drivers, if you've got one guy you can count on who's always going to be there at the front, or at least on the podium positions, which is what he was. I think it was first in every race and maybe a second place just once outside of those wins. You can't ask for much more than that as a lead driver. And then for the other guys in the team, they just got to do their bit and then sort of contribute when they can. But yeah, you've got the man out front doing the business, and at that point, the team's pretty much set.
So pretty much the order is going to be Red Bull, Lazarus, Williams in that order in Pro, and then in Pro-Am it is going to be LM Squad from Hot Lappers, who steal that second place from the Hairpin Heroes at the end. Fantastic week, isn't it? It's been brilliant.
Yeah, I've loved being here. I love watching on the race. These guys are such a high level of drivers. So for us to see them do what they do best has been great, and I'm glad that we got to see them do that.
Well, we got lots more reaction coming up. We've got confirmation of the results as well. We're going to be having reaction from our champions very, very shortly. It's going to be great to hear what they have to say. Don't go anywhere. Bryn is back in the studio after this break.
Good in the prices you can get. Just under 10 minutes. No problem. Together.
Porsche coming on strong. The 9th comes a knocking.
Any other series if you had
Well, what about that? Not too bad at all. Chris has left the studio, so has Harry. We'll get Chris back in very, very soon to go through some of the points from the last 4 days. But what a 4 days we have had here with the Le Mans Esports Series Super Final. Last year, it was absolutely incredible to be at Le Mans for that 24-hour broadcast, 25-hour broadcast that we brought to you. This time round, over 4 days, a very, very different event and a different winner as well. So 2 years we've run this now and 2 different champions. Veloce winning it last time, but we'll confirm the winners this time in just a bit. Before that, though, let's go to the race winner for the Pro class from that last race. What a great performance from Kuba Brzezinski. Kuba, great to have you along. Thanks for sticking around and chatting to us. Well done on that win. It was hard fought, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting it at all. So obviously, the first 2 races didn't go to plan. That's mainly because we didn't prepare well enough for day 4. Our main target was to make day 4, and then hope for other people to make mistakes. But I guess that car suited me really well, so I was able to push really hard. Didn't really have to save any fuel, and that is what got me the win.
So really for you and the team, it was a case of you weren't expecting necessarily to be at the top at the end of this event, and you're actually just trying to get to day 4.
Yeah, it's because we don't do Forza regularly. We race on other sims. So I have to thank my team, Williams, because the guys that race regularly on Forza really helped us out, gave us tunes and explained the game quite a bit. So we knew we wouldn't be like close to the top. You can't just show up and beat the top guys in a game. Like, it's not possible. So we were aiming to make day 4 and then see what happens. Thankfully, we were able to win 2 races. So because Isaac won 1 in day 1, so I guess it wasn't too bad.
No, not bad at all. And given what you're telling us, it's even better, even more impressive maybe, that you just took on Robin Betka, Mallet as well in Red Bull Racing. You took them on and you beat them at their own game. You must be pretty pleased with yourself there.
Yeah, honestly, it feels so good. Like all the previous races, like the Red Bull guys, Bugs and Co, were so quick. Like they could spin out and still catch us and get by us. So for once to be able to catch them and overtake them on the track and pull away, I mean, that felt really good. Just need to figure out how to do it more often.
Well, I'll tell you what, Williams as a team, all 3 of you gave us quite a lot of excitement, especially a lot of spins, a lot of moments as well in the previous few days. It's great to see you guys in the final, and you've walked away with, I believe, $15,000 for your team. So I don't know how your team work it out, I don't know what your pay structure is or anything like that, but just on a person-by-person basis, that's $5,000 each. That's not bad going, is it, for 4 days worth of work? Or is it work?
Yeah, it is work, but I mean, it's a really cool and enjoyable work. So, I mean, obviously, we will get really well paid for that, and for 4 days of work, as you said. Obviously, it doesn't happen every week, so you need to be smart with that money. But yeah, I mean, it's awesome. Hopefully, more tournaments like this to come.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to see Williams, on the top of the pile, isn't it, really, when we think of Williams and esports and motorsports too. Will you be taking a few days off now and having a look at the TV and watching Le Mans?
Well, I have another race tomorrow, so it'll be a tough one. Obviously, preparation wasn't great for that one, so... but yeah, 1 more race tomorrow, and then I'm taking a week off. That is for sure. Yeah,
and whereabouts are you based, Kuba? Which part of the world are you in?
I'm in Poland, in Warsaw.
In Poland. So you're a few hours ahead of us, not that many. So the time is getting on. What time's your race start tomorrow?
I think around 8, so in like 22 hours, something like that. So
well, listen,
I'm for sure not practicing today. Gonna have a good night's sleep and start tomorrow.
Fair enough. Look, we'll let you go, but congratulations on that last race. What a win. Thanks for chatting to us as well. And thank you very much to Williams and, of course, all the other teams for entertaining us so much over the last 4 days. So I think what we should really do is have a look at the points, shall we, for the pros, so we can actually get proper classification of the points to see who has won, who has come third. Well, we know who's come third, of course, Williams, but who has come second in the Le Mans Esports Series Super final. Now remember, we do have prizes all the way down, so every one of the 9 teams has won some money. You see Williams there on the final day, 88 points, Lazarus on 100 points, 163 points there for Red Bull Racing Esports, and I have got ready for us another chat with Robin Betka, a player, a driver, a racer, a competitor that did so many good things over the course of the last 2, 3, 4 days. And now we caught up with him yesterday, but we got him again. Robin, thank you very much for sitting around. And how are you?
I'm great. I mean, how am I supposed to feel? We just won the World Championship.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You know, I think what you should do first thing is take your thumb and your finger and just pinch yourself.
Like, all of my fingers, they're already in pain right now, like driving so much over the days.
Yeah, you must be quite sore because you've raced yesterday, you've raced today as well. And I think we're getting a second person through at the moment as well on the Zoom call at the moment, so we're getting 2 people having the chat. But for you and your team, you were unstoppable, apart from that last race where you got taken at the end. But are you happy with your few days worth of work?
I'm definitely very happy. Like, I was confident that we have what it takes to win, but I did not expect like at all what was going to happen, because our original plan was that Leitch was going to try to lead all these races, but we had to adjust on the fly because Leitch sometimes had trouble with the wheel, and it was simply safer to choose me as the lead driver.
Yeah, it's so impressive, isn't it? It's for us watching you, it was so amazing how you as a team, you know, Red Bull Racing Esports as a team, managed those races. You both, actually all 3 of you out at the start, and then, you know, Essex had a few problems along the way, if you think of Arnu having a few problems, but yourself and Malay managing to get your way through, and it was pretty commanding. You held your own, and it looked like a really good team performance.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I am very proud of Essex that he kept his head down. Like, he was really unlucky at the beginning of the tournament with tech issues, and then right now in segment 4 he already brought home some impressive results for us. So
yeah.
So that we were finally able to really score points as a team.
For yourselves, with that in mind, as a driver, as a racer, when you have these technical problems along the way, how much does that stay in your mind, or can you put it to one side, you know, and concentrate on the race, or is it always there?
I'd say it's both. Like, you try to concentrate and put it aside. Like, for example, in the final race, my screen was sometimes like freezing for a short amount of time.
Oh.
But at the end, you know, you have no choice. So you just gotta pull through.
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to the prize money, of course, you're the champions. Veloce were last year's champions. You've come in, you've swept that away, haven't you? You're the champions this year. It's great. Hopefully you'll be back again next year to defend your title. But $35,000 for this part as well, forgetting the qualifying money, but $35,000 you and your team have earned over the last 4 days. I don't know how it gets divided with your team or anything like that, but what does that sort of money mean to you?
I mean, it means a lot. We will divide the prize money for all 3 of us evenly, so everyone gets 33%.
Wow.
And it really helps us like with everything. For example, I am planning to move to another country maybe in the future, and
Right.
alone for that it would help a lot. And I would also love to get myself some high-end racing setup.
Well, if you're going to do that, by the way, just so you know, Thrustmaster have got a 15% discount at the moment using the promo code TM-LMES. So why not take advantage of that 15% discount with $11,666 in your back pocket? Not bad going. Listen, Robin, it's been an absolute pleasure to watch you. It's been great to chat to you as well. Thank you so much for coming on and talking to us. And hopefully, really hopefully, we'll see you back here again defending your crown next year.
Thank you.
Amazing stuff. There you go, Robin Becker, really, really happy. I mean, him and his team have worked so hard, haven't they, over the last 4 days to take the crown. It's not by any accident they've led from the front. They have worked so hard over the last few months to get to grips with the cars, the tracks, all the permutations, the fuel loads, the tyres, everything like that, and they've worked so hard as a team, so it's great to see them. Now let's have a quick look, shall we, at the Pro-Am points. So who was sitting where when it comes to Pro-Am? We've caught the pros, the Pro-Am's up next, where you can see there. Remember, all 9 teams in Pro-Ams have earned money, but today it's all about the big $17,500 prize. 97 points for Hairpin Heroes. This was so close, wasn't it? Hot Lappers, 107. And LM Squad, 40 points ahead of that. LM Squad, 147 points. And I've got Alex Harrison on the Zoom call right now to have a chat with us in these weird COVID times where we can't actually be in the same place. But Alex, how was that for you?
Exhausting. Yeah, honestly. These last 4 days have just been non-stop, you know. So it's just been Forza, sleep, Forza, work, Forza.
Oh, you've been working as well in that time? You've been trying to juggle a bit of your day job?
Yeah, so just been finishing early, basically. Just been working from home until about half hour before the races.
No!
And trying to get practice in between. It's been hard work.
So for your productivity at work may have dropped a bit, but your bank balance has gone up a bit.
Yeah, I've sort of balanced it all right.
Talk us through the 4 days then. Talk us through how your team's worked and you know, the things you've learned that maybe you can work on next time, or is it that now you'll go your separate ways because you're a Pro-Am team, so you don't necessarily work together all the time, do you?
Yeah, well, basically how we worked was Mitch was just a god. He was at the front. He drove off. I tried to pick up as many points as I could, sort of mid-pack as well. I've done well considering my pace. I wasn't the quickest, but I've done about as well as I could, I think. And then Joker helped out, chipping in with the points as well at the back. And that,
well, the way you guys went about it, yeah, absolutely. The way you guys went about it was so impressive. If you actually think about it, because you had to push to the end. If you stopped or you'd relented at any one moment, focus goes. You could bin a car into the wall. You don't get the points, and all of a sudden, we're not having this conversation right now, but we are having it. So you and your team can probably, relax and take it easy. Talk us through what's going to happen for you for the next few days then.
Well, as soon as I get off this call, I'm probably going to pour a rum and coke.
Nice, nice, lovely, lovely.
But no, I'm just going to chill out over the weekend and rest my hands a bit because they feel a bit arthritic. So yeah, you've
got claws now, have you? You're like this. So, talk us through the prize money then. $17,500 is the prize fund for the Pro-Am winning. I guess you guys divide it equally amongst yourselves. I don't know if that is the case, but how much does the prize money mean to you? And would you want the prize money over the title, the crown, or which one do you hold in the highest esteem?
I'm not gonna lie, probably the prize money, but the title as well, because I've been competing for so many years, and I've always sort of been there or thereabouts, but I've never actually won. So actually getting the win is massive. Like, first time I've done it, and this is probably going to be my last event, to be honest.
You're bowing out at the top. You're doing a Nigel Mansell Formula One style.
Exactly.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, look, absolutely fantastic. Well done to you and LM Squad, the entire team, for the way you've worked over the last 4 days. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch you guys work.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff. There you go, our Pro-Am champions there. LM Squad. Chris is back with me in the studio now. Just caught up with a few of the drivers, caught up with Kuba, caught up with Robin, and there we just chatted to Alex as well. Very, very happy drivers, all of them. Just talking to the Williams guys, and they said actually they weren't really expecting to get to day 4. They were just hoping to make it here because they don't know Forza that well, and they were just focusing all on getting to day 4.
Well, you wouldn't expect that. No. I mean, they won the Autosport Invitational, so winning a one-off tournament proves that they can perform under pressure, and they won that at Le Mans as well. That's the track we did at the Autosport Invitational, beating some of the teams that we saw out there today.
Which is probably why they were so good in the final with Le Mans, because it was on a circuit they knew so well. But when it came to the other circuits, I think that's where they were maybe saying they just couldn't spend the amount of time that Red Bull, for example, were able to spend on those circuits with those setups and working through the cars.
Yeah, Cuba was obviously at the Le Mans Virtual as well. But it's, I mean, speaking to Harry, a lot of this is about setup. Setup is key, and I'd say some of the other teams maybe were better drilled in the setup, had more work into the setup. So yeah, maybe it was just a case they didn't have enough seat time. That's the same in any form of motorsport, isn't it? That the more seat time you have, the better you're going to be. So yeah, fair play to them. If they're down on seat time, then they've done a brilliant job to get today.
The whole thing though, the whole 4 days has been absolutely incredible. I've been so lucky because you get to talk about the races. You sit there with Harry and you're going through the whole thing. When the races happen, I go and sit in another room. I sit there in front of the TV with a cup of coffee, feet up. It's like the best ever Sunday you could ever imagine times 4, because I get 4 days of it. It's been an absolute joy. I'm going to put you on the spot though. I'm going to ask you to think about an honourable mention. One driver who really for you and for Harry stood out over the 4 days, but maybe didn't be in one of the winning teams, or somebody who really kind of just took your concentration for that period of time. Have you got a guy in mind?
Yes, I do. Obviously the two, Gary Mitchell and Robin Beck, to go and win as many races as they did under all that pressure across 4 days and 4 different cars, 4 different tracks, they've done fantastic. But myself and Harry were looking back through the results, and Hedi Bachafid did a fantastic job. Now, we were talking about strategy, and we said, if you're a team that doesn't think you're going to get all the way to the end, put your best driver out in the first couple of days and just max out their hours as much as you can. And Le Mans Legends did that. They put Hedi Bachafid out for 5 of the 7 hours across the first 4 days. Across the 8 hours, sorry, and he went and got a 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and then got a 7th, but only because they disconnected in that race. So Hedi Bachafid did a fantastic job, and was the reason the Le Mans Legends got through to day 3. I don't think there's any arguing with that. Unfortunately, then day 3 it kind of fell apart for them. But without that performance, they wouldn't be going home with the money that they had.
Yeah, and what money they got as well. Looking at that there as well, he really was so strong, wasn't he? And he was the one that kind of led by example. And I think without them, they'd have been struggling a lot more. I think they would probably be the first to pat him on the back and say, you know what, you've earned a bit of prize money. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many teams and so many drivers out there that we could look through it for hours and pick out drivers here and there who put in some fantastic performances. I think every driver, when they went out there, put in solid performances, and that's why the racing was as close as it was. But that was just one that stood out for us. As the Le Mans Legends was a team that I remember when we were at the end of day 2, we thought, these guys have come from nowhere really and done really well, and that was a performance from a driver over 2 days that saw his team get through to day 3, and fair play.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we've had drivers in this competition from 12 different nations. 12 different nationalities have taken part in this. 54,000 people entered into this competition way back loads of months ago, in fact in 2019, to try to make it to this event. 54, the world's best 54 Forza Racing drivers made it into this event, and we whittled it down to the very, very end, and 6 of them became champions, the pros, the pro-ams as well. But I'm going to put you on the spot one more time, times 3. It's the same question, but with 3 different scenarios. I would like you to tell me, over the days that we have had, your favourite track that we've been to. We've been to Spa, we've been to the Nürburgring, we've been to Kota, we've been to Sebring, we've been to Le Mans, and we've been to another one.
Monza?
Monza. Thank you very much indeed.
I could have left you for about 5 more seconds.
Well, I'm just thinking you're going to Monza in a couple of weeks. There's probably
I'm going
the
there
front
next
of your
week,
brain as well, so you should have got that on quicker. But out of those ones there, without the long pause.
Which I thought you basically were telling me my answer.
No, I wasn't.
You've said my answer, so.
Right, okay. So you're going for Monza as your favourite track?
No. My favourite track, I think this will surprise a few people, my favourite track was the Le Mans Bugatti circuit.
Oh, yes.
I thought that was great because we didn't...
Day 1, race 1.
Yeah, we didn't use it before, and the Bugatti circuit is a very short circuit. We spent a few hours racing it, actually, when we got here.
I did 1 lap.
Yeah, you did 1 lap and everyone else did about 5. But the Bugatti circuit, it's like a big go-kart track. It's great. It's non-stop, and the cars we were in meant that the straights became a lot longer than they should be because the cars were from the 50s, and I just thought it kept the racing very close. And I've commentated on a few races around that circuit, and it never disappoints. So for me, I hope we see more of it in season 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And Chris is right, by the way. Myself, Harry, and Chris did race around it, and let's just say I let them win. By a long margin,
Right,
you know,
yeah.
I got lapped so many times. I was quite good in the Citroen 2CV though, because you can't really miss an apex of the Citroen 2CV because you can't go quick enough. That was a great circuit. I have to say for myself, Spa or Monza.
Yeah, well, they're iconic tracks,
Just
aren't
iconic,
they?
and the fact that they are so, there's so much that goes into them. I did think though, and I'm not going to tell you this answer because I want to see what yours is. The favourite race over the 4 days, and you've got 12 to choose from. So go on, which is your favourite
Spa
race?
today.
Was it really?
Yeah. I thought that was the best race. We had kind of cars on their roof. We had rear wings falling off. We had lots of overtaking, 2 different types of weather, fast cars around there as well. But more importantly, we had huge changes in the championship. It was where Red Bull won the title for me, but it was also what made it very close in the Pro-Am class going in. There were just 4 points between the top 2. Ultimately, the hairpin heroes just weren't meant to be for them, but they put in such a fantastic performance there. The race had everything. It just flew by. You know, it was sat down 10 minutes later, it felt like it was over. It was fantastic.
Yeah. Cota for me.
That was a good race, actually.
Sitting there
was
watching it, there are quite a few good races we've had, but Cota for me, it had absolutely everything. It really did. It was one of those circuits, because it's such a strange circuit, it's so varied, it borrows on all circuits from around the world, and I just thought it was a great race. My final question for you then, the favourite car?
See, I mean, obviously yesterday's cars, they're kind of the iconic cars that a lot of us remember, aren't they? The Jag in there as well, the Sauber C9, fantastic car. But my personal favourites were the ones for the first day. I loved the Aston DBR1. I thought
the D-type Jag.
Yeah, I thought the Jag was brilliant.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I thought, you know, but I'm a big Aston fan, and I love the Aston.
Had quite a few of those, haven't we?
Yeah. I thought that car was great.
Yeah, I think for me it has to be the Sauber Merc, the C9.
Yeah, the Sauber was brilliant. I mean, round Nürburgring as well. I don't know whose choice that was to put those two
genius,
together.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to get booked for next year.
Yeah. But that was a good choice because it was, you know, it's a busy circuit. It was a long race, and you know that car shouldn't really go around there. So it was very difficult for them to bring the cars around. You know, with the going through lots of tyres, lots of fuel as well, and I thought that was a really good combination. But I preferred the older cars, the much older cars from the 50s. I thought they were great.
They had that flamboyance though, that's the thing. I mean, I know I've picked a car that isn't from that era, but they had the flamboyance, had the flair. They drove like boats in corners.
Yeah,
they're so hard to control. Back end kicking out all over the place, no downforce. It was just fun, wasn't it? They were fun to watch for us, but to drive it, absolute nightmare.
Yeah, like I said, when I said about the Bugatti circuit about being a big go-kart track, they're like watching they're like watching a go-kart race almost, you know, because it keeps things very, very close together, and you can see just how much the drivers are being tested. So, I love close racing. I think everyone does. I prefer close racing rather than watching real fast cars. So, yeah, I thought those cars were brilliant.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah. Now, before we love you and leave you, I'm sad to say we're going to have to go soon. No more racing for us here for a bit. Let's have a quick look, shall we, then, at the special graphic that displays how we lost teams and who went on to wins. Let's have a look, shall we, at the pros. You can see just there, we started off with 9, segment 1. That was day 1 on Tuesday. Day 2 went down to 7. Day 3 down to 5. And today we had Williams, Lazarus and Red Bull Racing Esports taking the crown as the champions for Pro of the Le Mans Esports Super Final. What an amazing achievement for them. And the Pro-Am all the way through there had 9 at the start. Apex Hunters, Le Mans Legends, Setup Demons, Hot Lappers, Hairpin Heroes, Arnage Titans, Endurance Elite, Tetra Rouge Rangers and LM Squad all the way through to the end. LM Squad taking that crown for Pro-Ams as well. So it has been an absolutely incredible 4 days. Anything you want to add?
Can't wait to do it all again next season. Basically, if you liked it, come and have a go. It was brilliant overall. I liked the format changes. I thought they were great. 2 classes was brilliant, and I loved the actual format, the knockout format elimination. Again, I don't know whose idea it was, but it was a great idea because it left us on the edge every single day. It weren't a 4-day championship. It was 3 days of elimination, and then we fight it out at the end.
Yeah. Well, the global situation at the moment is, of course, hamstrung us a little bit, but hopefully you'll agree Le Mans Esports Series Super Final has not disappointed. 54,000 people down to 6 different drivers winning 2 titles, the Pros, the Pro-Ams, and we're going to go again hopefully next year. Thanks very much for joining us, from myself, from Chris and from Harry and the entire production team here. See you next time out. We'll leave you with some highlights, why not, from the last 4 days.